Join, join, everybody join the lobby, or else I'll keep singing all night long. I hope that encourages people to join the lobby. Hey, Moon, how's it going?
What's up? Just chilling.
Yeah, same here. I've been watching South Park all day. They've had like a freaking marathon on for the last couple hours.
Comedy Central.
Yeah, I paused it like earlier in the day, so now I'm still able to like fast forward through commercials.
Oh yeah.
What?
I used to do that on The Walking Dead all the time when I wanted to watch it live, but I didn't feel like waiting till the next day or something. So I would
Yeah.
pause it and go do something else, and then like a half hour into it, I'd start watching it so that I could fast forward through the commercials.
Yeah, I do the same thing with hockey games because I want to watch them that night. But well, I set it up to record in case I'm not home, so I record all the games. But I'll normally start watching them about half hour to an hour in, so I can skip commercials and then I can skip the intermission stuff because that's always boring.
Oh shit.
I I don't need to see highlights 20 times in a row if I'm watching the game.
Yep.
Sounds like my neighbors are setting off fireworks or something.
It's probably a drive-by.
It could be, but I'm hearing little girls laughing, so I'm thinking, unless they're the ones doing the
Yeah,
drive-by.
that's what I'm saying. Girl Scout drive-by.
The local church bake sale. How dare you step on our territory? Speaking of drive-bys, apparently Slim Jesus was shot and then crucified. but considering it's from a fake website, I'm thinking that probably didn't happen.
Yeah, it's a shame.
I mean, reading it, it's like, yeah, this doesn't sound quite right. And then when I scrolled down to the bottom and read like the other articles on that website, and all the names are like ridiculous. I'm like, all right, this isn't real. And then someone said something about another Chinese explosion, but I couldn't find that.
Yeah, I think that was last month.
Yeah,
Dr. No said August 12th.
yeah. That's
So
I found
pretty
some
old.
news articles that were 20 hours old that basically said they're calling off the search for survivors, and the total is 173. So I think they were just re-bringing up, now that they've closed out that part of it. There were still like 8 people missing, but I think most of them were like firefighters and stuff. So they're assuming they were just in there somewhere with the other people.
There was like 100 people killed in that mosque, right?
Something like that. It was a lot. The crane fell over or something.
And then I read today that the mosque was owned by Bin Laden's family.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't know how true that is. I just read it on one article. Or actually, Alan West posted it on Facebook.
Hmm. I saw something the other day that the guy that helped like tip off where Bin Laden was is being held in jail in Pakistan. Like they're mad that they gave us the intelligence or whatever.
Oh well.
Which I think that kind of goes to show that maybe Pakistan isn't such a good ally with us. Like I know they were mad that we just went in their country without telling them and took care of business.
What's going on, guys?
So,
Not much. Is Pink there?
I haven't heard him.
All right. Hopefully, I get my damn Google working. For some weird reason, Caleb and I were chatting earlier, and mine like froze up my computer. So, well, like basically, not computer froze up, but everything was working for him to see me, but I couldn't adjust anything or anything like that. So, all right, it seems to be working now. So, Moon, did you get out to the range today?
yeah, I went early. Went early, and surprisingly, there wasn't the first Saturday. There wasn't a lot of people there.
That was the only one at my range.
I was with basically all the old guys that are like life members at that range. They go every Saturday, so there it was like the typical or the usual suspects, but not a whole lot. I don't know. It seems like it used to be crazy because I used to go Saturday morning and have to wait like an hour for a lane or something. But
People were out
dead
tailgating.
today.
People are out tailgating their favorite sports team.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to the range. I got out there about quarter to 10. Shot, well, probably a little bit before that, and shot till about noon. Wasted 400 rounds. Well, not wasted, but shot 400.
Yeah, I shot a bunch of 22 through my kid's gun, or two of my kid's guns. I think I got them working pretty good.
Can you guys find 22 in your area?
Yeah, I can usually, if I go up to the place I always buy my guns from, Tanner's,
Mm-hmm.
they'll get about once a month they get like a nice stock of different 22. So I just pick it up every once in a while, and now I have like a shit ton of it.
There's one place in town that keeps it, and they just keep it for people that bought guns, so you really can't get to it unless you buy a gun.
Yeah, I don't really look for 22 because I don't own a 22. So I think it's around. I just think it's kind of the prices settle out at about 10 cents a round.
Oh, wow.
Like when I find it, that seems to be what it is. So
When I find it around here, I'll get it for about 35 for a bulk pack.
I usually pay 24 to 29 for the blue box of 500 Federal, or like $20 for the 325 of the auto match. And that's pretty much. I had a couple chances to get the bucket of bullets, but I got there too late and they sold out because they only get like a few of them in. But that's like 1,400 rounds for $70 or something. 60 maybe. They're not. The prices have gone down. Back when it was scarce and they were getting a little in like every other month, they were charging like $35 for bricks. My favorite 22 was still that red box of 550 Federal, and I can't find that anywhere ever. Those hollow points. Used to get them at Walmart for like $20. Should have stocked up way back then.
yeah, that's the lesson we all learned.
Yep.
Got to stock up when you can.
There must be like a worldwide 22 shortage or something, because you'd think like all
You think they'd
these.
start importing it some point,
Right.
especially whenever it was out of this world expensive. unless there's not enough profit margin on them. Because hell, you get anything and everything else from overseas.
Yeah, I think part of the problem is it's expensive to like get started up. So there's not a lot of like startup companies that are like, oh, I'm just going to get into 22. And they're probably there can't be that much of a profit if if it's hitting the shelf at whatever 6 cents a round or something. That means you have to be able to make the round for a couple of pennies worth. And then to pay off all that machinery, you have to sell a whole crap ton of them.
Yeah, but I bet you they probably about 1.5 cents to maybe 2 cents into each round. Well, yeah, but shipping and everything like that, yeah. But heck, during the scare, you could have flooded the market and still sold it all.
Yeah, I know that's why it didn't like bounce back as fast as some of the other stuff, because some of the other companies, they just started cranking out more 9mm, and a bunch of like startup companies, like the reloader type people, like factory reloads and stuff like that. It was profitable to get into that business, and so that's why your supply jumped up pretty quickly.
Right.
And everyone kind of calmed down a little bit. And it's harder to hoard, 20,000 rounds of 9mm because you have to have a lot of money to be able to buy that much. Whereas with 22s, people will get a couple $100 worth and buy out the whole store easily.
Oh, easily, yeah.
But yeah, I still remember when everything was pretty short. We were going to get our like the concealed carry permit, and in Michigan you have to like go to the range and basically shoot 50 rounds and like hit the paper type of thing. Like it's not like it's a hard test, but there is an actual like shooting test kind of thing.
Right.
And so we didn't really have any bullets or anything because I just got my gun in. It was actually in December when Sandy Hook happened. I found it on Sunday, and then Sandy Hook happened on like that Monday.
Damn.
So anyway, so I remember we were at like Walmart, or no, we were at Meijer actually, because I don't like Walmart. And we were looking at stuff, and I'm like, oh man, we gotta get our bullets for tomorrow. And go over there, and the shelf was empty. And what was funny is like my wife at the time was sitting there, and she was on the phone because she was calling her mom to see if she could like drive by the gun store that's near her house and pick us up some. And so she's like talking real loud, and there's a guy standing at the end of the aisleway. She's like, these fucking people don't stock their shelves. I know they have it hiding in the back, these assholes. And like she's just going off. And then the guy comes walking out with like a few boxes of 9mm, and he just starts kind of putting them on the shelf, in the case.
That's awesome.
I'm like, excuse me, can we buy those couple of boxes of 9mm? He's like, why, yes, you may.
That's funny. That's awesome.
I know he heard her. That's what was funny. It's like, I know. He's like, oh, shit. I better go put some out.
That's funny.
And she's going, I'm going to fucking burn this place down, these assholes. Like, she's just going nuts.
Right on. Yeah, I mean, I noticed that during Scare, you saw a lot of people starting to make projectiles. A lot of mom and pop shops started popping up. making their own bullets. So hopefully that supply won't go anywhere.
Well, that's kind of the thing with, free market and capitalism and whatnot. If there is a high enough demand, it can make it worthwhile, then the suppliers will start making more, or there'll be more people doing it.
Yep, economics.
Now, I think that the higher demand was part, like psychological or artificial, but the other thing too is there were a whole bunch more new gun owners, and those people are now going to start going to the range more. So there's like a steady trend inside that spike, which is all the fear buying, and then when that went down, we're still higher now than we were before that.
That is absolutely correct.
I bought a 9mm because of that. I used to like shooting 45 for the most part, but back when 45 was about $13.99 a box, 9mm was $9.99 a box, Winchester white box. That's why I bought a 9mm, because I wanted to shoot cheap. And people were like, we want to shoot the ultimate cheap 22. You shoot all day for $10. And those days are come and gone.
Yep. It is. It is. It is. Freaking wore a blister into my finger today. Sucks ass.
Take a picture of it and put it on Instagram. Apparently people will like it.
What? No.
That's what I did. I put a picture of the blister on my thumb that I got from building my range up north, and people started liking it. And I'm like, why the fuck are people liking this picture? I put it up there as a joke. And someone even said in the comment, like, why would I like your bruise or your injury or something? I'm like, well, I don't know. Why'd you look at it?
Exactly. Why do you take the time to comment? That's even better.
What's going on tonight?
Nothing much.
It's been a while.
Nothing much.
Love my Yeti cup, man, but it's getting me in trouble.
Why?
Because it holds too much damn cold beer.
Nothing wrong with that.
And they go down so slick. It's like drinking one cold beer, 30 ouncer. So left me in my chair on my bench many nights.
Yeah, I like how you put your gun channel stickers on it.
Yeah, well, I didn't. I mean, I got one for my birthday, and then we were like, so we got to mark them because they're so common and people are stealing them all the time. Then nobody cares about it. If it's used, they'll just wash it out. So I was like, I got to put something on it. And I was like, I'll put that on it. And a lot of people thought, oh, what's the initial of your last name? No, whatever. Yeah, whatever you want to think. I go, because I took it to work and like, yeah, a lot of places don't like, gun paraphernalia, if you will, or whatever, in the workplace. Yeah, no, it's my initial last name. Whatever. I've seen some dudes get some really cool engravings though on them. Like if they're fire departments, they work for the fire department or PD, they'll get their badge on there.
Yeah, well, I copied it and then I also put it in explosive sticker.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
Yep. I take it to work with me every freaking day.
See some new people here with Smedgy. Is that Bob?
No.
No.
Smeggle?
Smeggle?
No, that's not Bob.
I'm not thinking of that Bob. I'm thinking of Dr. No. Kind of the same accent.
Smeggy is the younger version of Dano.
Oh.
What are
He has a very similar accent to Dr. No. You know what I'm talking about. Out north, if you will, New York area.
I don't have an accent. I talk perfect. All you guys are weird.
Exactly.
Fuck you.
Don't you know? Well,
I'm not that far north.
well, Foose is from Arkansas.
I'm not from here. I just live here
There you go. Same difference.
for now.
You know, I think it's funny how, like, you ever notice some people, they'll have an accent because, like, they grew up somewhere when they were a kid, but they've lived someplace else for a really long time, and, like, they never get rid of their accent. Whereas, like, with me, if I spend a week down south, I sound like I've been there my whole life. Like, my accent changes based on where I am.
Well, I mean, I'm from South Texas, and could you guess that from my accent?
No.
No. But if I hang out with folks from like Dallas area, like all in the upper area where all the big ranches are, and we talking to them, after like a day or two, be like, yeah, y'all, I hear y'all. Much obliged.
I do that a little bit here. Like whenever I first moved down here to Arkansas, I realized that whenever I started saying y'all and yunt and all that stuff, I'm like, I need to go back north. Fuck this shit. I want to visit the parents.
You get a little word, hey, what's up with that dilly?
I don't say that. That must be a fucking Texas thing.
Small town, preacher, Texas kind of town area. What's with the dilly?
What's the dealio?
I guess that's maybe, I don't know where that came from after that. But
Busta Rhymes.
I live in San Antonio, so it's South Texas. Yeah, kind of south. I guess it's kind of right before you get to the bottom.
I met a guy last night whose nickname was Diggity.
Dirk Diggler?
I don't know where it came from, but I heard that. He's like, he said something about Diggity. I'm like, oh yeah, no doubt. And like, no one got the joke. I was like, oh man.
What? Oh, how can someone not get the joke?
I don't know. Well, I understand him not getting it. Like, he was an older guy, so he's probably never heard that song or whatever, but there were other people there, and they all just like looked at me like, yeah, cool. I was like, you didn't get the joke? I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, no diggity, no doubt? I'm like, oh, yeah, that's kind of funny.
I didn't get the joke. Then I'm 39, so I don't know, maybe that's my incapacity right there. I mean, I think no doubt's okay. I mean, I'm not a big fan, but they're alright. Couple cool tunes.
Jeez.
I had Caleb's girlfriend hitting on me all night.
Talking about ballistic B?
You were talking with his hand?
Yeah, ballistic.
No,
Rosie.
Ballistic expansions, what are you talking about?
yeah.
He ain't got no girlfriend, he got his right hand.
He's talking about Rosie Palm and 5 Step
Yes,
Sisters.
I was gonna say he ain't got no girlfriend, he got his right hand. Old trusty.
I just meant a big chick.
Well, big chicks are good in the winter, you want to stay warm.
Yes, but Edge, they might kill the poor boy.
Yeah, somebody like B, as thin as he is, man, she'll roll over on him, smother him. That's it. He won't even have a chance. Down for the count.
Yeah. He's going to be on here a little bit later. 'Cause, I've been talking off and on with him most of the day, getting shit squared away for Kentucky.
I used to know this one guy that, when it gets cold, it gets fairly cold here, not like, up north, but, it dips in the 30s, mid-30s, and be at a bar, as this bar's one guy, God damn, it's fucking cold. And the way I'm going home alone night, I'm going to go grizzly hunting, get me a grizzly, go back in the bar, pull out a fat chick, take her home. Coyote Ugly is a whole different instance altogether. I'm sure Z got Islander Z has a bunch of stories like that. So maybe not.
Well, number one, you usually don't have to run very fast to get away from the grizzlies.
Just gotta run faster than the other guy.
Well, like unlike Coyote Ugly, where you got to chew your own arm off or own appendage, depending on what's going on.
Yeah.
At least with grizzly, you know, little fake to the left, juke to the right. Fucking.
I hear you. See, the bad part is when you're so inebriated that you can't even, you're barely holding onto the wall to stand up, and the fat chicks will seduce you, and they'll try to freaking, I'm like, no, and you're defenseless because you don't have your own back to tell them no, get away. Go.
Why did this start to seem very autobiographical there, Ed?
I'm talking about a friend of mine.
And his name is John.
His name's Dwayne.
Steve. His name's Steve.
Yeah, his name's Steve. Yeah, like that's the
Well, that's what was kind of funny was that there was a drunk dude that was like hitting on her, and she was trying to get away with him, like get away from him, and then she was talking to me. I'm like, oh yeah, that's cool. Yeah, maybe I'll see her around sometime or something. I guess. Like I was just kind of blowing her off a little bit.
Well, B's like, oh, drink. What are you guys drinking? Hooch? That boy's like what, 19 now?
I think he's almost 21.
No,
He's
like 19.
I think he'll be 21 next year. Or did he have to be? Or did he have to be 21 to buy that upper, or whatever, or the lower?
It's just a part.
Well, depends on where you live.
Well, the thing is, well, no, he's 20.
Okay,
and if he buys a complete lower with a butt stock on it, it's already a rifle, so he could do that.
right. All about following the rules around here.
Fuckers being here talking about me, I can feel it.
Yep.
Right. Hey, did you check your tape? See if you got any hair?
I didn't have a chat playing.
And we were talking about you.
Yeah, actually, the dead giveaway was Robbie's comment. I didn't have a Gun Channel's lobby page, but I just didn't have a chat, the refresh page.
Oh, gotcha.
I like the Instagram picture you put up of your balls dropping.
What?
Out of your mouth? Where's balls coming out of your mouth?
Now you gotta tell your girlfriend to get off me, dude. That's just
What chat did I?
mad dog in there now. Mad
What
dog.
chat did I walk into?
I don't know. There's some weird shit going on, B.
I got some stuff to do. I just dropped it. I'll stay in here, but I gotta go feed my dogs and eat something.
Is that snake or something?
Hey, Ed, while you're in here, by the way, my friend he ended up going with SOE.
Yeah, we're wrong there from what I understand.
But he was okay with the wait. He's like, yeah, it's the only thing that sucks. I'm like, yeah, but it's good, so he's waiting on it. So I appreciate the help, though.
I've never heard of anybody complaining about their gear, so I mean,
Yeah.
we're wrong there.
I guess he didn't want to go with leather. Like, I guess more modern, I guess you could say. I don't know.
Well, having tactical belts are neat. I like them.
Right.
But there's also a time and day where you want to have a belt.
A nicer belt, yeah. That's like me. When I start carrying, I'm gonna have two. I'm gonna have.
It's discreet. It's a belt that looks like a belt you can wear, and only the fine-eyed, detail person would look at it like, why that belt's thick as shit. That leather belt you got there, gun belt.
Any of you ever use Mean Gene leathers?
Nope.
Haven't run through them yet.
It was one of the ones I'd seen that SOE had recommended out of leather belts. They do them, other than he uses leather instead of ballistic nylon,
Mhm.
That was one that Mr. Willis had recommended. I friended him on Facebook or whatever. That they put out some real nice belts. It's Mean Gene Leather.
I think I've heard of them, but I haven't researched them personally. I mean, I got a
not
handful of people I can
anything.
recommend. Oh no, I mean, the belts I recommended to Caleb they were all upwards of $60 on to 100 something.
Yeah, they're like custom stuff mostly, or hand built.
I mean,
That's like the links I sent. I sent them the leather links you sent me.
Mhm.
Sent them the link to the SOE page, the one without the inner belt, because I told them not to get the one with Velcro, because it's only for if you're using keepers for like, like a nylon.
Molly style.
Yeah. So, and they send that link, and then I just send them the Black Hawk link to their belts page. I'm like, this is pretty much your run-of-the-mill made in China stuff. I mean, it'll work for a while, but you never know. You save some money, but.
I will tell you, like I told you when we were talking the other day, Huck from Ghost by Knives told me, like, oh, well, 511 belt's going to work. It's going to start flopping on you within, give it 5 or 6 months. That belt, I've had it for over a year now. Man,
It's been good.
it's still solid. Dude.
Yeah.
It's solid. The only thing I've had is the paint off the buckle. I've had to touch it up a little marker, so it doesn't look all, when I wear it with, like, tack pants at work.
Right, then it just looks like you touched it up with a marker.
Yeah, but then I polish it. So,
I'm sure you polished that buckle real nice.
that's right, sir.
With your tongue.
Here in
Oh,
America,
God.
I'm usually the one talking shit. You got Foose doing that tonight.
Booze, I'm not sure if we should get a room together again for the match now.
I didn't know we were getting a room together.
Oh, shit.
Do you have a wig at least? Something you can put on?
Is this part of the new Saturday night?
and my red lipstick.
Wig and a 90 at least?
My red lipstick to match my red grip tape on my gun.
Is this the Twilight Zone or something?
Nice.
So I
Take
shot a
your-
match today.
Did it burn?
Woo.
It did.
Did it light on fire?
I hurt my shoulder.
Did it burn twice?
Did it burn twice?
A match, magnesium match. Did it burn twice?
Did it burn twice? What?
Magnesium match.
Really?
You said you burned the match. Anyway,
Man, one of these days you're gonna grow a sense of humor, aren't you, Caleb?
Oh, sorry, I was reading something. What?
there's balls dropped.
A sense of humor? Yeah. I have a weird sense of humor, I guess. I don't know.
No, you don't.
Now that doesn't imply, but at least that implies that you have one, so that's a good start.
I just, I don't know. Anyways. Yeah, I did pretty good today. It's alright. Came in first in my class, but
Did you win a gun?
yeah, right. Local match. But, it was alright. I was kind of happy about that, but it wasn't like a big giant shot. It wasn't like I had like a, all
So
these
when-
great C-class shooters there, but,
When you stepping up to the next level?
well,
Should be soon.
would have been today until I messed up the classifier. That was the only thing I messed up really bad.
Fucked it up. Now, actually, no. I know.
Wait a minute. You sandbagged. What are you talking about?
Hell yeah, he's sandbagging. He doesn't want
No,
to
he
be.
did. You know he did. You know he
Shut
did.
up.
Oh hell yeah. You know he doesn't want to be B class in Kentucky.
It's gotta be everybody gets a fucking trophy, Caleb. I can't go forward because I gotta win this little shitty part instead of trying
I
to.
gotta get this
You're
plastic trophy I can hang up in my room so I can
He's
spread
a very special ice cream for a very special boy.
But I'm trying not to focus on class as much. Like, I mean, I want to move up, but I'm not like, it's not like my main, goal, I guess.
So what you're saying is you want to shoot better, but you don't want to shoot against better competitors. Gotcha.
Hey, I came in third place. Hey, listen. I came in third. If I would have been shooting B class today, I would have been in third place. I'd be just fine with that.
Hold on. No. I think it's very unfair that you're getting into special needs category and that even though you have disabilities and competing.
Oh.
And you're just trying, it's just very unfair. You should at least compete with people cognitive as you.
Man, I'm just trying to inspire you to take that next step, bro.
I wanted to make B class so bad today. Like, I'm like, okay, Now after the state match, I'm like, I definitely should make B by the end of the year. But then today, I shot the classifier. Freaking, so I won't go into too much detail, but anyways, long story short, the gun and all your magazines start in like a little cubby hole, right? It's like, it's a cubby under a table. And so you pull the gun out, shoot 3 targets, reload, shoot 3 targets. So you got to reload out of that cubby hole. And, well, you don't have to. I think you can move the mags on the table, but I didn't know that at the time. Anyways, so I shot it, and then when I went to reload, I fumbled the reload a little bit, got the magazine in the gun, and I was freaking rushing because of that, because it cost me like a second and a half. And I got back on target, shot the first target. The second target had a no-shoot to the right of it, but it wasn't covering the A-zone at all. But I was shooting so fast, I never stopped moving my hand across. So it was like, pow, hit, pow, no-shoot. It was a lot faster than that. It was like, pow, pow. And then I shot the last target. I was like, crap. I was like, all right, I'm going to reshoot it. So then I paid for a reshoot. And at that point, the reshoot doesn't count for the match score. It just counts for your rank for the sport, you know?
Right.
Is that like buying in, like when you basically get kicked out of like a card tournament, you want to buy back in? Is that what you're talking about?
No, but anyway,
so it's just the expense to reset the
it's the data fee. So anyways, I paid. I was like, all right. I'm like, I was really thinking about my reload. I was like, all right, make it consistent, be smooth, and I was like, all right, here we go. Shot it. First string went fine. You know, shot 3 targets, reloaded, went to reload, and I was thinking about it as I seated the magazine. As I was bringing my gun up, I mean, the targets were like 5 yards away, so it was happening very fast. I was thinking, I don't think that magazine got seated in the gun. Pow! Magazine falls out of the gun.
Oh, shit.
And then I had to pick it up off the ground and put it back in the gun and finish the stage. It was like a 10-second run when I could have shot it in like, I probably could have shot it. A decent run for me would have been like 6 seconds.
And what's funny is, while you're doing this, you have so many conversations in your own goddamn head as you're shooting.
And you don't even realize you don't even realize what's going on until after you shoot either. It's like subconscious. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Because I remember like it was like crap. I didn't hear that click when a Glock, when you shoot the mag, you hear that click, and you know that's like a subconscious thing that I hear when I reload. And I was like, I didn't hear that. I was like, I don't think I hit that magazine hard enough. Pow, pow, boom. And I was like, then I just dropped the F-bomb, and then I picked up the magazine and finished.
Yeah, a few months ago, I was in the middle of a match, and in the middle of a run actually, and I did something totally stupid. And I said, "Why the fuck am I doing this in the middle of a match?" And everyone started rolling.
Dude, that happened several times a day with the production guys. It was so funny. They were one of the guys I shoot with. He messed up his plan. He ended up shooting the stage really good though. Anyways, he's a really solid shooter. And he's like, he shot and then he started to move before he was supposed to move. He's like, what am I doing? And then he shot the rest of the targets. It was funny. So it was a good time. But yeah, I almost thought about reshooting it again because I wouldn't have if my first time would have been low enough to. If you shoot so bad, they just cancel it. They don't count it on your profile on the USPSA website. They just zero it out. I literally shot right on the line for the percentage where it counts, so the very bottom of the class. Like, you gotta be kidding me. It's like, all right, I'll reshoot it. Then I screwed up that one, like I just said. And then at that point, I almost thought about doing it again. It's like, you know what? I probably would screw it up some other way. I'm just gonna forget about it.
Hey, so Caleb, when you told me you and your dad come to Texas for that shoot, Bigfoot, do you guys fly down there, or you drive?
Are you talking about the deer hunt?
Yeah.
We drive.
Okay, I was gonna say.
I don't know if we're going back this. I don't think I'm going back this winter. I don't know if he is. I'm not sure why.
You want to freeze your nuts off in a fucking deer blind?
Well, with all the competitions he's shooting, he's not gonna have money for it.
Well, first 2 times my dad paid for it, and pretty much once you do the experience once or twice, it's like you've had that experience. So it's like, yeah, not worth the money. Not worth the money as much the next few times.
Talking about your roommate?
No, I'm talking about the deer hunt.
Your dad, your roommate, yeah. Yeah, I was wondering what you guys do, and ship it at the, with your firearms and everything. It's gonna pay in the ass.
Look like, oh wow, the Garand put in the lobby chat. He put, Caleb should have used a teacup grip. The mag wouldn't have fallen. No, you're actually right. That's not how that would have worked.
well, your mag's so long you'd have to do two-handed. One on top of the other.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't do a teacup grip.
I'm looking at Caleb's picture, and I'm seeing those muscles. Did you Photoshop that?
But
Those muscles on your
What?
arms?
Do you need glasses, Edge, or something?
Did you Photoshop?
on my picture that's up there now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not muscle, that's bone.
Dude needs a cheeseburger and a stick of butter, and maybe not that order.
That's not muscle. That's not muscle. That's a tendon. That's not muscle. That's a tendon.
That's tendon and bone. That's
just so my arm
Get
holes
this
play
man
together.
a milkshake, stat.
Give this man a steak right now.
well, he isn't. Edge is in Texas. He could probably get you a few.
I can get you my milkshake.
No, that's not about steak.
Oh my god.
Way too early to be like this, and I'm sorry I started it.
Oh well. It's been a while since I've been in a chat, so.
Yeah. Let's see. Quark. He was in the hospital again today.
Oh yeah, I haven't heard of it. I don't know.
Yeah, he got another infection on his back this time.
Oh man.
So since the gallbladder, he's had an infection in his leg that had been packed several times, and now he has an infection on his back.
That's rough, dude.
Yeah. If that guy didn't have any luck, he'd have no luck at all. I mean,
If he didn't have
nothing but
bad luck.
luck. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's.
Oh, I need to get up and do something. I really don't feel like getting up.
Make me a cheeseburger.
Well, fine, Caleb. Just shit yourself then.
Oh, so let me share what I think I'm gonna. You guys know how I'm working on getting an AR, right?
No.
You got that upper, right?
Yeah.
You have the upper, right?
Yes. I'm thinking about. Well, I was talking to my friend today that I shoot with, because I'm mainly getting a rifle for quote unquote tactical stuff, like competition, and I'll probably use it to hunt some and things like that. So I was talking to him like, yeah, I'm saving up for my lower and everything. And then he's like, dude, a Daniel Defense sells a 16-inch gun with their rail on it, with their stock, Magpul stuff. I think it has Magpul stuff on it too, maybe. Ready to go, low profile gas plot, 15-inch forend, and he's like, it's $1,200.
No.
He's like, yeah, not from their website. You got to buy it from Bud's Gun Shop, and then a place here locally actually has one. It's called the VX7, is what the model is. And I was like, really? I was like, no way, because I was like, that's freaking sweet deal. Because by the time, my upper right now, the way it's sitting, it doesn't even have the forend I want on it. It's like $500 I got sitting there, $550. By the time I paid probably $400 out the door for my lower, it's $9. Then I still got to put a forend on there that I want, low profile gas block, sights. So it starts to add up, and the stock that I want, that's it's going to be over $1,200.
You can just ship that right on out here, mister, if you're going to have such a piss poor attitude about the whole thing.
Well, no, I really like the BCM. Like it really, I've only shot literally maybe a magazine through it, and it was nice. I really like the fit and finish on it, so I'm gonna hang on to it for now, save up some money, and then if I can get that Daniel Defense rifle, I'm gonna hopefully sell that upper pretty fast and put it with the cash I've saved up and buy it.
Well, all right.
But I'm not gonna sell the upper now. I don't want to make any rash decisions.
Well, if I remember right, you got a good deal on that upper.
I
So your
did.
body.
Yeah, I'll definitely I'll get some money back out of it.
Now, this will be not the first time you fired an AR, but it'll be your personal first AR?
Yes.
All right, man.
Unless you count my 22 caliber AR.
I do not.
Okay.
An AR to count has to be at least center fire.
A weekend warrior gun.
Well-
My plinka, how they say it up north. Oh, it's just a plinka. It's just a plinka.
I like calling mine a paper punch, 'cause it's about the same size hole
Yeah.
as
Yeah.
a paper
Pretty
punch.
much. Actually, no, paper punches are closer to 30 caliber.
Everybody here calls them hole
You
punchers.
know what? I think you're right.
Everybody here calls them hole punchers.
Yep. They're paper punchers.
Hole punchers.
Paper punchers.
Well, because
Oh.
maybe punching a hole means something different to somebody else somewhere else than a paper punch.
Yeah, you're probably right.
I am. I know, but that's okay. Now you do too.
The things you learn on gunchannels.com. The
Oh,
difference between
something else.
paper and hole punch.
Good news for gun channels.
What's that?
Well, not for gun channels, but for like, it made me feel good. I gave somebody a gun channels patch today at the range. A guy I shoot with. I know pretty well. He actually listens to the chats that I host on my YouTube channel, and he also follows me on Instagram.
Nice.
Yeah, and I was telling him about it. I was like, yeah, because he was telling me about the. I don't know if you guys remember that podcast we did a while back about shooting your first major match, or whatever. He listened to that, and he was telling me, he's like, yeah, listen to that. I'm like, oh, you did? I'm like, wow, well, that's cool. I'm like, yeah, and I was telling him about gun channels. I'm like, yeah, it's pretty much like a social media for firearms for gun people. And I'm like, it's like $1. I'm like, it's it's free or it's $1 a month. I forgot what all I told him. I was telling him all about it, and I was like, dude, hang on a second. And I went over there and I actually had one in my lunchbox. I've been keeping in there, and I was like, here. I was like, here's a gun channels patch.
So do you have the Care Bears or the My Little Pony
I was
lunchbox?
thinking Scooby Doo and the Mystery Wagon.
You know what?
Hey.
Well,
That's
It's He-Man. It's
No.
He-Man, bitches.
That's the
I'm a
mystery.
big fan. I'm a big fan of red and that family of color. So
Maybe Jim.
strawberry
Jim.
shortcake every day.
What is
No,
it?
that's
What
okay.
was it, Caleb?
Strawberry shortcake
I'm thinking
Strawberry.
Jim.
every day.
Jim. Remember that cartoon?
It was
No.
made by the same people that made G.I. Joe, right?
Yeah.
Hey, if I'm making some like sounds over here and it's annoying the fuck out of you guys, tell me. I'm priming brass cases.
Nah, you're farting.
Annoying me. Stop.
Right.
Really?
Hey Z, are you coming to? What are you doing in mid-November?
Who, me?
Me, I don't know. It doesn't look good. Or I shouldn't say that it's not that it doesn't look good. It just doesn't look like I'm going.
Going where?
Either to Texas or Arizona or Nevada at any point in time in November.
Well, you got that shoot in mid-November, the Texas Firearm Festival, second annual.
Yeah, I was looking at that.
I'll be covering it this year.
Nice.
Be right back, guys.
You gonna try and make out with Kristen Joy Weiss?
I'm just gonna pull my pecker when I see her. All right. What are we
She's
talking
gonna
about?
laugh, and
What are
then
we
she's
talking
gonna
about?
laugh, and then she's gonna laugh, and then
What are we
she's
talking
probably gonna laugh, and then she's gonna laugh some more.
No, then we're gonna go okay, excuse us for private time. Dude.
And
You-
then
oh,
she's gonna
yeah,
call her friends, and they're all them are gonna laugh.
Yeah, right. And then, and then on top of that, then she's gonna shoot you when she's done laughing at you.
I'll shoot her first. You put up with the shit. Bam!
You're gonna put her down there. I mean, she's gonna
You
put you
ain't put up with the shit, bam.
Oh, I guarantee. Yeah, that might not be a great idea,
Nevertheless.
right? That
Yeah.
doesn't mean that Edge won't take advantage of the situation.
Yeah.
I have a little private spot in the back of my Honda Accord.
Honda Accord.
It's a '96, baby.
That's right. Classy. I got AC in that bad boy. Man, is it cold. Nevertheless, now
So that's your excuse for it being small.
I'm
No,
gonna be doing
it's like it was like what, the 15th or 14th, or it's like right in the middle of the month, yeah.
Yeah, I contacted the guy to make sure that we're set up to do it, and me and Murphy are gonna go, and it'll be fun. Put a little bit of cash as our hotel and expenses, but
Man, I mean, if everything worked out right, I would be able to spend the 2 weeks, doing that and then leaving right after that, But I might not even be able to get the time off of work even. I mean, it's one of those kind of situations currently.
That sucks.
well,
I mean-
where you're at, the climate's always good, so there's always
Yeah,
forest.
but the timing of shit, it's like, fuck. That's usually the time of year when I do get a chance to get the fuck off the rock.
You try to make it back to the lower 48 every year?
I don't make it every year, that's for sure.
I said try.
I think about it maybe every year, but I don't. It's usually probably every 2 years.
I got a bottle of Crown waiting for you in the hotel room.
Shit.
Sitting right next to the chloroform.
I was gonna say right next to the bottle of Rufinol.
Hey, there's no beer in here. Right upside the head.
So, whenever you're over here in the 48, you ever look around and go, I don't want to go back?
Wait a minute, you mean like I don't want to move back to the 48, or I don't want to
No,
go
you
back
don't want
to
to go
Hawaii?
back to Hawaii. You don't want to go back to Hawaii.
I'm usually having enough fun when I'm there that I usually don't think about being back until I'm pretty much headed to the airport. And then it's time to focus on getting on that motherfucking plane and getting back to reality.
Does Paradise ever get boring?
Boring? Some people would call it boring, absolutely.
Well, that's anywhere.
I mean, I've never been to Hawaii. I definitely want to go one of these days. So it's
Oh, I'm sorry, Ed, you can't come.
bucket list. No, I made arrangements already. I talked to your senators and.
Oh no. There's a flyer of you at each airport and harbor.
No, I'm coming in on the kayak, so I'll be good. And then I'm like, hey, this guy's an island. You know where his condo's at? Yeah, it's right up the hill. We just go there. And actually, I can stay there for free. So there, no money. We're good.
How many blows to the head did you take today, Edge?
It's been rough.
At least about 45.
Or did this all just happen yesterday?
No,
You're
no,
still
no.
Kind of in the.
No. I'm aerodynamic. I got my hair cut like a crew cut, so I'm more aerodynamic now. Yeah, I'm glowing. But appreciate you offer me your sofa.
Oh, I've done no such thing, but that's only because Edge, I don't have a sofa. My place is so small that there are no sofas.
A coffee table would do. Not the first time I stepped on a coffee table.
Don't have a coffee table. Hate to break the news. My place is. Think small, and then it's smaller than that.
How many square feet?
Let's see. With where my bed is at in the bedroom, probably 250 at the most, maybe.
God damn, dude, you live in Manhattan?
Something like that. Yeah, like I said, man, I live in a very, very, very small place.
How do you hook up with chicks?
You should go to their house. Yeah.
I go to my place, I lent out to a buddy of mine, so.
Well, the thing is, if you go to their place, then they don't know where you live, so.
They can't stalk you.
Yeah, I got
that's
that
only if
problem.
you're a good fuck.
I have that problem, so.
Plus, if you don't go to her place, how are you going to bang her roommate?
Exactly. And her sister and her mother. Say it out loud.
Well, I don't know what kind of parties you're hanging out at. Those aren't quite the... Well, actually, there was this one time.
Here we go.
There was one time at Hula Camp.
Oh, yeah. Here, I need a beer for the story before it continues.
The bucket's eye view.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
If you don't mind me.
Oh, don't worry. We don't mind you at all.
If you don't mind me asking, again, like you said, your place is kind of small and quaint. What does a place? What does a ballpark cost on a place like that?
This is 900.
A month?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
No, year. Shit.
Well, I don't know, dude. He's in 900,000. I really we would be surprised. Like 900,000 a year, but it's cozy.
Yeah, that would be a real nice place. That's not this place in particular.
Damn, $900 a month. Fish.
Dude, right now where I live, like fucking, yeah, cost of living's pretty affordable for the most part, and apartments are so expensive. You might as well buy a house. You know.
I'm usually of that. I'm usually of that mindset.
Did I just do that? Fuck.
I'm gonna go, yeah.
So,
So what's going on gun channels? I've been away from.
hold on. So this bucket is full of unprimed brass. That one is full of prime brass. Guess what I just did?
Mix them.
Yep. I got the third one. Sweet. Life is good.
I found that.
Oh, man. So, yeah, this is all my cleaned and processed brass. 9 mil. Ready for primed and getting loaded.
Yeah, I was looking forward to hopefully getting some more YouTube guys in the South, North Texas area in general. Meet up there and just get to shoot the shit. It'd be cool.
Did they all say no?
Well, I haven't asked them. I mean, if they want to do it, they want to do it. I'm not gonna fucking pull him in his arm and twist him.
You gotta go all the way to. You gotta go all the way to Austin, wherever you're at, right?
Yeah, it's the outskirts of Austin. I tell you about Austin. I tried to tell you last time. I'm not that big an Austin guy because nobody's from there anymore. But I had a good time last time. The food, if you want to go out to eat, you want to have a good time downtown, hit the bar scene. It's pretty cool. I had a great time outside of getting hit from a getting hit by a drunk driver in a pedicab. But other than that, it was a pretty good time. I mean, they have some really neat shit to do, like those springs that they have. Barton Springs. It's a pretty neat place. It's a shame it's just surrounded by all this crap.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's usually one of the areas that I go to most, between there, Houston, and Galveston. And I always have a great time at each of those places, which is not to say that it's that way every time for everybody. I'm solely speaking of the experience that I have had, because I'm fully aware that there may or may not be several rough areas in each of those places.
Mm-hmm. Houston, I don't really care for. Too much traffic. Well, Austin's the same way, though. Houston's just fucking horrible. You get there around 3 o'clock.
Yeah, but if you go around, at least on Houston, like if you just go from one side to the other without having to go through it, you're all right. I mean, it is crazy. I'm not gonna disagree with you.
And then past Houston, Beaumont, another 80 miles. You got Beaumont, Orange.
Never been that far.
You don't want to go.
You usually turn south and head to Galveston from there.
You don't want to go any further east Texas. It's all rednecks and fucking, man, KKK people for the most part.
Damn.
Well, you don't want to go to Texarkana?
I don't know. Do I?
I've never been there, but I mean.
How's the barbecue? That's the fucking question. Let me tell you, that is one of the things that I love about Texas most, is the availability of many ranges to rent guns, but also barbecue, Mexican food.
Oh, dude,
and then if you're in that east-southeast, you still got like seafood from the Gulf, whether it's oysters or shrimp or what have you.
Shrimp.
You ever been to Salt Lake?
I have not, but I've been told I need to.
Mm.
But one of the nicest places I've been was Fogo de Chao. I dig that. That's fucking awesome.
We went there last time, my bud. That was like the ultimate celebration point we went to to go eat for his bachelor party. We went there. It was good. I like Chamagaucha. We have one here in San Antonio called Chamagaucha. Brazilian steakhouse. It's really good too. But it was tasty. The only thing I like is they had bananas instead of plantains. fried plantains. I'm like, there's the tradition here.
Well, no, the tradition's plantains.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The tradition is, but they had, and because we get correcting people, these are good bananas and they're plantains. And then we
Oh,
asked,
so they were using bananas instead of plantains?
yeah, at Fogo de Chao in
Oh.
Austin. So we ask them, so they'll be like, what are they? The plantains or are they fucking bananas? Well, they're supposed to be plantains. We use bananas. I'm like,
They
Brazilian.
probably, I bet you if they were out of plantains, like they couldn't get enough or whatever, they probably just used green bananas, if I had to guess.
They're delicious. So I love that shit.
Oh well, yeah, because then the sugar breaks down different. But
Nevertheless,
and I think out of all the papas, been to Papacitos, Papados,
I like Papados. Papacitos is more kind of gringo food. It's okay.
man, whatever though. You say that, but they have some of the best fucking fajitas like in the universe. But I hear you.
To your taste buds, sure. But like when I go there because I want to go out to a nicer restaurant that, you know, I'm gonna call it ambiance, but it's more lively.
Shit. I'm going on Tuesday night when it's half off fajita night, just like the other 1,000 people that they're gonna seat that night. And I'm there for the upgraded margarita, please. And I'm not driving, so just keep them coming. Thanks.
I took care of the manager of our local Popsitos once. Well, he's
Well,
like,
now, how did you know to bring the knee pads with you?
no, that's all I'm saying.
They're in his car at all
Oh,
times.
well, there you go.
It's in my tool bag, but nevertheless. No, he came out of my shop. I used to work in this one shop. He's like, hey, I need this. And I'm like, I told him, hey, man, your motherboard's bad, dude. It's slammed. You know, the caps are all bloated and blistered. He's like, so what does it mean? Well, your motherboard's bad, you know. But it's like, well, I need to get this X amount of data off so I can do my job today. Well, I can help you out if you hook me up. And then my boss walks up to me. It's like, hey, we're doing, because on Saturdays they pay for your meal. They don't want you to take a lunch. All right, whatever. And then he asks me, he hears me, like, boss walks up to me. It's like, what do you want for lunch? Or what do you want to order for this place? I'm like, and then he hears that. He's like, okay, do me a favor. You hook me up. You take care of me. You prioritize me. I'll pay for your lunch for your whole crew today. I'm like, fair enough. And I looked at him. Are you cool with that? Yeah. So I took care of him. Fucking got him on his way. He shows up with fucking the whole spiel: chicken fajita, beef fajita, every fucking side you want, a tub of them, all the condiments, like $240 worth of shit.
That's a lot.
Yeah, he brings it back. He's like, and he shows my boss a tab, like, to let you know. So I took care of you guys. And I told everybody, hey, hell edge. All right, everybody, enjoy your lunch, but hell edge. All right, just calm down.
Well, that's about the time that you tip heavily, usually, when it's something like that, right?
Damn straight.
On top of that, he offered me and my wife to go eat at his restaurant for free, and you know, he gave me a pass to do that too. I said, okay, cool. And he wanted to flex it a little bit, show
Man, I remember there.
You remember what? Burp.
I remember their top shelf margarita being pretty fucking tasty.
Man, you guys are wanting me to go out and get some beer, don't you?
I'm not. I don't know. I got some Guinness in the fridge, but anyway.
I don't have any alcohol in the fucking house.
The next time I do go to Texas, though, I know that I'll probably go back to Eagle Creek, which is one of the ranges. I'll probably go back to the Reds, which is in Pflugerville.
Yeah.
And I want to go to Best of the West, man. I really, because I can only shoot the 200 here, you know. So I really would like to see
1,000 yards.
Well, I don't know about all that, but I'd like to see how far I could shoot accurately. I would definitely like to see.
Well, let me know if you're gonna make that trip. I'll definitely wouldn't mind going down for a day or so and shooting the shit.
Well, we'll definitely see. It's not looking good so far, so I'll just put that out front. But you never know.
And then down the road, you know, not necessarily this year.
Oh yeah. Well, that's yeah. So when I go, I got friends and family kind of in each of those three places. So it's usually, as long as I'm staying in those areas, it's not bad at all. That's a big ass state, though. I'll tell you that. tell you what.
Oh yeah. They have really good food there. That's one thing.
And a big ass state.
That
What perversion did I miss while I was gone?
Oh, you
Oh,
talked about food. That's about it. Going to
no.
about,
food.
I'm going down to where you live. I'm gonna marry your sister. So you're my brother-in-law from now on.
That's in a word that you said, Island.
And every time they see each other, and it's just gonna be like, hey, guess what? I fucked your sister last night.
Right.
Yeah. No, they're both taken. Sorry, happily taken.
I'm not jealous.
Yeah, I bet not.
How's it going, G?
How did you freaking know he joined the chat? You weren't even looking at the computer.
I saw it up at the top.
You got 6 cents.
He got everything out of the way for that AK fathead he's got behind him.
Hell yeah.
Is that kind of how it went on? Was like a fathead?
It's called
Yeah,
movie
just
test.
decal.
Yeah.
It's just decal. Just like vinyl decal.
So what will it do when you take it off the wall to the paint? Nothing, or?
No idea.
We won't
Don't
find
have
out.
to worry about
Hey.
that. Yeah.
Guess what? I could always get some more fucking paint.
That's right.
What's a fathead?
It's those big like cutout things they sell sports players that you can stick on your wall.
It's basically that, but multicolored and of your like favorite sport athlete or NASCAR driver or whatever.
Or even superhero.
Yeah.
So that was one of the first times I'd seen a large AK decal like that. So
It's 84 inches long.
Don't you love whenever you go to see your dogs and you come back in and you can hear a dog turd crunching on the bottom of your shoe as you're walking through the house?
Oh, awesome.
'Cause I do.
Good thing your mom has to clean it up, right?
Yeah, no, I didn't. I was going upstairs and I heard something crunching like dirt, like in the, you know how dirt makes like that gritty noise when you walk on like wood or whatever, like on like a marble floor or something. I
Yeah.
was like, what is that? I looked down, I'm like, oh, you gotta be kidding me.
He's got marble floors at his house? 1%er.
how did you not smell the dog shit?
Well, if it's crunchy, it's old.
My dogs are. My dog was only.
Or
crap.
wet with gravel? I wasn't quite sure.
Maybe it was like a dirt mix. 'Cause I did catch whiff of it when I was up there when I first stepped in it when I was feeding them and stuff. I was like, man, it stinks been near this dog. And I was like, well, I guess he just whatever. I was like, whatever, just didn't think about it. It was dark out, I couldn't see everything, so probably walked right through it.
Kind of really didn't give a shit in general.
Yeah, it's like too late to worry about it right now. It's like I'm trying to get on.
Where was your flashlight, dude?
I was holding it in my hands.
Then
Because
what kind of flashlight you got that you can't see?
This is gonna be pathetic. My phone.
Oh, well, that don't count. That ain't a flashlight. It may have a flashlight function, however, that is not technically a flashlight.
True. Yeah.
Caleb, I tagged you on a video.
On Facebook or? Gun
Yeah,
channel?
Facebook. You need to watch that, and hopefully that's not how you shoot. It's a guy that I've shot with several times.
Okay. I don't see it yet. Maybe it's because I haven't refreshed. Still didn't see it. Hey, that's a good idea though. Talking about tagging people. I know you can post directly to people's walls on gun channels, but wouldn't that be cool if there was some kind of function where you could like type their name in and then tag them in a post if you wanted specifically those people to see it?
Yeah, I mean that's kind of what I did. I put your name on it, so
On
hopefully it'll come
Facebook,
up.
right?
Yeah.
But I'm saying in gun channels it'd be cool too. But
Well, we have an instant message feature so they can send something to it, like a buddy list. We also have the direct message, so you can send it like an email or instant, like a private message, so it'll be permanent, and then you can tag it with a hashtag. Or if someone's following your channel, they can filter the front page to only be the channels they follow, but that specific.
wow, really? How do
very-
they do the
we
filter thing? Yeah, the only thing that all those the only problem I see with the instant message thing is that they gotta be online, or you gotta like have the message box popped up where you messaged them last.
Yep, that's why it's an instant message as opposed
Right.
to a permanent. So then you would use the direct message or the message up at the top in the green thing.
Yeah, right. The like you said, like an email kind of.
Yeah, it's more like an email, I guess. Yeah, well, there's no address or anything. And it never really leaves gun channels.
So you still don't see it, Caleb?
What's that?
You still don't see it, Caleb?
No, do not. Let me click the refresh button again. No.
Well, it's. I
How about
just tagged you.
How about I just go to your page?
It's true. I
I
mean,
made such a big deal out of it. Jesus. I don't even see it on your page, dude.
Better be fucking earth-shattering.
Yeah, for real.
um,
They're very mind blown. Tupperware for
Shit.
men. That's the last post I see.
yeah.
Your 50 cal ammo can page post.
Here, I'll get the link. I'll send it to you.
So another cool thing going on since we're talking, today was match day for me. The specific club I shot today, they're starting to do pistol caliber carbine division within the USPSA match. So you can get a AR or whatever you want to shoot in 9, 40, 45 or some other pistol caliber and go shoot that.
Silence.
You sent me a link to a guy named Steve.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
on his page. It's the first one.
The
it's that first
AR-15
video.
etched with the Bible verse and the AR-15.
No, shit. Never mind then. Crap. How the hell? I think I'm technologically impaired.
Why are you Amish?
I might be.
Oh,
But I'm
this
running-
is cool though. You sent me a link to his page, and one of his posts, first page I saw was this lower that apparently Spikes is doing now. That is a new AR-15 lower with a Bible verse etched on it,
Yeah, that's their
and it's cool.
Crusader.
Yeah, and they have on it's really cool. The safety selector is peace is the safe position, and it goes to when you set the war, that's fire. That's pretty awesome.
That's
The verse on it.
I
God's
didn't know.
will.
What's that?
Said full auto is God's will.
Yeah, that would be. Oh my gosh, that'd be perfect. It says the verse that's on it is Psalm 144:1. Blessed be the Lord my rock, who trains my hands for war, my fingers for battle. So that's that.
All right. Well, I'll just show you it. Can you see my screen? Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
All right. So he starts shooting. All right. He's awesome. He's awesome. Look at his foot. And he's sitting there shooting.
1, 2, 3, 4. I'm running out of fingers over here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. This is awkward. I have my Facebook tab open, so obviously it shows I'm online, and I just get a message from a coworker that says, "Can you loan me a gun?" Or "Will you loan me a gun?"
Yeah. Say no.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know how to put it. I'll probably put like, "Oh, I don't generally loan my guns out." That's probably what I'm gonna put. And there's not someone that I know well, and just from work. That's it.
Yeah.
So I don't get that video.
Okay. Well, basically the last 9 shots, his left foot was out of the shooting area,
If any part of
And
your body is touching outside of the shooting area, it's a procedural per shot fired. Each procedural is minus 10 points.
yes, so he basically zeroed the freaking stage.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much was a waste of his time to shoot that stage. He pretty much lost that stage completely. Didn't even count for his score, probably hardly any. I'm sure it did a little bit, but yeah. Not good. Not good. I've had like 2 footfalls. That's never been something that's ever been a problem for me. It tends to be no shoots. And yeah, that's pretty much it. No shoots. No shoots, I hate no shoots. I hate the white guys, I don't know why. I love to shoot, this is gonna sound bad. I love to shoot the brown guys. Or no, I love to shoot the oh no, wait, how do I put it? Nah, screw it. The moment's gone.
You like to shoot the brown guys. You hate shooting the black guys, and you really, really, really hate shooting the white guys.
Exactly. Doesn't that just sound fantastic?
Yeah.
Yeah, who invited our good friend Mike? Yep. You ever heard that? Peace.
No.
People say who invited my good friend Mike when you shoot a mic when you miss.
Oh, I got you. I got you.
I wonder where that saying came from. For Mike for miss. I wonder where that originated. Part from the military somehow. I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, and Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, and then Mike is M.
Really?
Miss.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, that's why. Okay, so they just use the Army, what's it called? Alphabet, I guess, what they call it.
Yeah.
The Army alphabet, that's what the correct term for it is. The call signs. Call
Phonetic
signs.
alphabet.
What?
The military use it. It's called the phonetic alphabet.
Yeah, but I'm talking about all the names for the different letters.
Alpha Bravo.
Yeah, it's call signs, right? That's what they use. It's call signs.
Phonetic alphabet.
Oh, okay. That's what it's called?
You can also use Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, which isn't names. So that's what the military uses. But
Okay,
you
cool.
can names.
Alpha, here they all are on Wikipedia. Shall I read them all? Why not? This is for NATO. Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, Echo, Foxtrot, Golf, Hotel, India, Juliet, Kilo, Lima, Mike, November, Oscar, Papa, Quebec, Romeo, Sierra, Tango, Uniform, Victor, Whiskey, X-Ray, Yankee, Zulu, and then it goes into to numbers, which are 1 through 9 and a 0, and they're the same.
No, you say niner.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's 9 or not 9.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It says they've spelled it as 9, but then on the pronunciation of it, it says niner.
Right. 9 doesn't work on radio.
Right.
Why not?
Yeah, why's that? I've never understood that.
Just right. Gets just what do you call it? Confused with other words, I guess.
Other
Other
words.
words too often. So back in the olden days, they figured that out.
Well, 9 and no sound.
I mean, the same
quite a
thing
bit
in
like-
German.
Yeah.
Talking to a German person, they're going to be really confused.
They don't use radios in Germany though.
Oh. I wasn't aware.
They've never mastered that skill.
Yeah, they haven't. They have really good scopes, but they don't have radio power yet. I love the pronunciation for uniform. Uniform. They make it real plain and clear.
You might have to learn all that shit if you go there.
Yeah, you're right.
Shoot.
If you go where?
If I join military.
Oh, you definitely. That's basic skills you'll have to.
Oh yeah, I used to know it all about heart for a while, and then I kind of forgot some of them. I know.
Radio or anything, but you'll part of the basic skills when you learn all the bullshit beginning stuff. That's part of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if you heard the chat tonight. I was talking to Sean, from Florida Carry, about just doing Army and stuff, and like what the options were.
Yeah.
So I was kind of talking about that, and I'm kind of thinking about it maybe after school.
How old are you?
20 right now.
Already getting kind of old.
Huh?
Getting kind of old.
Kind of old.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, obviously there's older guys in it, but That's a late time to be starting. You're not going to be like everybody else in their teens. Imagine having to go hang out with a bunch of teenagers right now.
Yeah, that would kind of suck.
And then you're not going to just be hanging out with them. They're going to be your brother, so you're going to have to be aware of that. I mean, it's not like it's necessarily a negative, but it's definitely, I would think, something to be aware of.
Right. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not even going until I graduate, so I'd be 21, actually, then.
Are they still hiring?
Who?
Anybody in the Army, I guess you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. I mean, I don't see why I wouldn't have to take the ASVAB, but I think I'd be pretty well qualified.
We're not in any kind of conflict, and he just pulled everybody back, so we don't keep people on, usually in the military,
Right.
doing something. So, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
People pay to just hang out unless there's some threat. We don't have a Cold War anymore, so I'm guessing the reason he pulls them back is so he can save money to waste it on other shit.
Right.
So now he's hiring a bunch of new recruits to just stand there. And he
Right.
definitely doesn't give a shit about preparing for the next thing. So I'd just be concerned. I would talk to a lot of vets. Talk to more recent vets than us. I don't remember, but Sean was in like me, right? Long time
Right.
ago.
Yeah.
So that's a whole fucking different army. So I don't know what
That's
all.
what he said, too. He said it's changed a lot.
Oh my gosh, it's completely, not just the equipment, the whole thing is different completely. So
Obama is gearing up for the next war. He's giving all the their side all the freaking arms.
I just made friends with a guy at work, and he actually works for the Army, but he stays stationed at an aviation base because he works on Black Hawks, and he's about my age, maybe a little bit older, and he shoots a little bit, and me and him I'm gonna probably talk with him a good bit.
What'd you score in your ASVAB?
right on. Keep in mind, you said he works on helicopters?
Yeah,
Like he's a crew chief or something similar?
yeah, mechanic or whatever. I don't know what exactly his title is, but yeah.
Tell you what his school was?
No, I literally talked to him for like 5 minutes a day because he just got hired at my store, so like I haven't got a chance to really talk to him. But that's what I've learned.
Working 2 jobs?
Yeah, he works at the grocery store, and then he works. He's in the guard.
That might tell you something
Oh, the
about
guard?
pay.
No, the guards do.
No, I don't think he meant national guard. I think he meant like he wasn't at active duty. Is what he meant when he said that, or something. I don't know what he meant. I think he said he's U.S. Army is his branch. Pretty sure. I'll have to ask him again.
Well, the U.S. Army is the U.S. Army. Then there's the Guard, and for you, that would be the Georgia National Guard.
Right. Yeah.
He might be in the Georgia National Guard. He may have retired, or not retired, but he may have done like a. Usually, you join. I don't know. Back in the day, you joined 8 years, so it was either 4 and 4, or it was 6 and 2, or something like that. But it was almost always 4 and 4. And
Right.
that's 4 years of active, and then 4 years of inactive ready reserve. So whenever anybody gets out of the Army, unless they're super ass old, you're basically still on the clock. It's just you don't get paid and you don't have to do nothing. But you have to stay in shape, and well, you better to stay in shape because they're going to call you back whenever they need to. Look at good guy. He got called back years later after he got out. So if they need you, they'll pull you back. And then sometimes guys choose to be in the Guard during that amount of time. I don't know there's all kinds of ways you can. I mean, every
Right.
individual is different, and there's like a billion different ways you can run your enlistment service. So if your unit gets shut, or if something gets moved, or some kind of situation you have to move, they'll work with you. So it could be really any number. So I was just going to ask how long was his school, because you said he was 21. You said he's your age.
Yeah, I think he's probably a little older than me. I don't know. I haven't, like I said, I don't.
More than likely, he went in when he was 18, and then he spent that whole time in training. I mean, I can't imagine how long it takes to know how to run a helicopter, to military spec. But they're not going to let somebody. I know crew chiefs who are as competent as any like professional I've ever met. You know what I'm saying? That's a lot of responsibility and.
There's another guy too that I work with as well that I know pretty well, and he was a crew chief. He was active duty. He did 3 tours overseas as a crew chief on a Black Hawk, and I'm probably going to talk to him a little bit. He's a little bit older than me. He's in his early 30s, so I'll probably talk to him a little bit about it too, and just pick his brain a little bit on it.
Yep. So I was that guy was, unless he went somewhere, he was probably in training most of the time. So, you know what I'm saying, you're gonna look at, like, if you're doing something like that, years worth of training.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I was talking to that guy, the crew chief guy, and I was like, "What's the minimum for U.S. Army?" Because I just want to do it and see if I really like it and stick with it, or if not, I'll do it and be done with it. But
minimum. What do you mean by that?
Like minimum enlistment years.
No. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
you do is go into a recruiter and say that, because the minimum enlistment is the shittiest jobs available. Infantry, getting shot infantry, bullet catcher infantry. So
Okay.
they'll do that. But back in the day, they let you do that for 2 years and then 6 years reserve because you're a bullet catcher. You know, the Army equivalent of a Marine. I mean, that's not a bad job. It's obviously a job of a lot of honor and respect, but that's the only way you get a quick enlistment. Basically, they're going to train you to the minimum necessary so that you can catch a bullet the correct way, and then, you know what I'm saying? That's because you're saying, I just want to come in and leave. If you're going to
But,
be
yeah,
like,
well, that's
I'm
not the case. I just want to go in and see what I
come
think
in
about
and
it.
work
And,
6. You don't go into the Army and go like, I want to see if this is a career for me. You join the Army, you lose your rights as a citizen, you become a property of the United States, and you don't have rights anymore. That's not the kind of job I would ever suggest someone just go check out. And by checking out, meaning listing. No, hopefully the recruiters are going to screen you better than that. When you go through what's called ASVAB,
right.
not what's it called, MEPS. You're going to go through MEPS, and they're going to weed you out, make sure you're not like just like, oh, I think the Army is roses and tea cakes or something.
Yeah, no, obviously not.
Not by. At
Right.
least I think they do that. Back in the day, they did that because it was all volunteer, and people came in with all kinds of crazy ideas, I suppose. I imagine,
Really?
though, it's got to be. I would assume they weed out like psychopaths or something. You know, people that would.
Hopefully. Yeah, but what I would like to do, like what my dream would be, dream job if I was going to do military like that, was like Sean was saying that they have the AMU, the Army Marksmanship Unit team, the shooting team. Like those are the people who they shoot the same. I've seen them shoot my matches.
Yeah, I've seen people that shot military shooting teams.
Right, and he said they actually have tryouts like once or twice a year, and obviously they're very difficult. I wouldn't be able to go, and but maybe like after I got out of school, pretty shortly after I got out of school, I could go try out and see how it went, and if it went good, and then I could pretty much be guaranteed that when I enlisted, I'd be going. That'd be my MOS. Then
There's a possible way. Don't let anybody ever tell you that that's a possibility. That's not how it works, dude. Unless you were Miklik. If you were like Miklik or Miklik's son and you had Miklik skills, then they would take you in. You wouldn't even go to basic, and you'd be like, whatever, like selling war bonds, and you would just have a uniform on, but you'd basically be a civilian. They would hire you for that. If you're like the best trumpet player in the world, they will just take you into the Army, barely put you through basic, and now you're the best trumpet player in the Army. But for something that they don't need, or you know what I'm saying, like the marksmanship thing where there's a billion people already in the Army who are willing to do it and probably really, really good, don't let anybody tell you they're going to enlist you to be in the marksmanship unit.
So I'm saying it'd probably be really difficult.
How many people are in the Army? Really difficult isn't the way to describe it. How many people are in the Army? It's the biggest of all the services. So think about how many people are in the Army, and then go look at how many people are on that team. 12 people, maybe, including the coach. I've known people that were on the team, but it wasn't like, oh, I'm going to the team and this and that. It was more like someone saw that he shot awesomely with a 1911 and then said, now you're going to be on the team. So, I guess, I don't know. I don't know the rest of the team or nothing. I just knew him, and he was just a regular guy. He never talked about shooting or nothing. He just happened to be really good, and they took him and put him on there. But it was not like his will or anything. It was just they did it. And he was kind of pissed because he had to shoot all the fucking time, like a lot. Like to where he didn't like shooting it. And I didn't keep touch with him, but just from my impression, he probably didn't stay on it very long because it's a fucking Army military shooting team, or military shooting team. It isn't like, hey, let's go shoot and then talk to, freaking the Glock girls or something. It's like you're in the Army, dude, and it's like being in the parachute team. You got to be on. You're like a PR guy whenever you're not shooting, and when you are shooting, you're also a PR guy. So your job is probably more like PR than anything else.
Okay. Right, yeah, because obviously...
I wouldn't think... I mean, that stuff, they kind of gloss over all the lame, like, behind-the-scenes stuff with that. I'm not saying I'm an expert on it, but I know the Army, and nothing is just like, oh, here, just do this, try this, see if you like it. Nothing.
Right, yeah, they try to be as efficient, I guess, as possible. They don't want any, I guess what you'd call, like, trimmings. They wanted everything to be like efficient.
Sure, but there's also chaos, complete chaos, and there's a million other people who know the system. You're barely getting into it. You're 20.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? There's people that grew up in it, and they know the system. Their parents were in it. They knew the system. Their brothers and siblings are all in it. They all know the system. Those kind of people end up typically knowing the system, and knowing how to ride it better than somebody who's just trying to figure it out for the first time, asking people. So, I mean, I would say all those reasons, I mean, everybody's got their own reasons, but I'd say if you really want to go in the Army, decide you want to protect the country and die, and then go into the Army and job that might be interesting to do before you wait to die. And then if you get out, awesome, go do something else with your life. But joining the Army to be like a job to get to college, I never quite understood that. But obviously lots of people do it, and I'm not disagreeing nothing.
You join the Navy.
Well, I'd already be done. I'd already be done.
The thing, let's say I'm totally wrong, and like right now you can go up to a recruiter and you can be like, look, I'm fairly efficient with a firearm. I want to be on the marksman team. They're like, oh, no problem. And then you're like on your way to being in the marksmanship team, and then something happens somewhere. Boom, everything's off, and now you're just a grunt again, and you're back in going to wherever you're going on a boat.
Right.
So that's the ultimate reason the Army exists. And that might not be go to war. That might be a giant hurricane somewhere. Who knows what it might be? But that's really what the Army is. So all that other stuff they do is sort of like, occasionally on the weekends, day to day. Nobody ever pays a look at that. Or pays
The primary, I think, what the Army Marksmanship unit does is they train people in the Army to shoot. Like that's their main priority. It's like the trainers like that, and then they shoot matches whenever they can, I guess. Go like you said, do PR and stuff like that.
If I was, I was going to join the military when I was 18, and I had a little hiccup. But realistically, one thing about joining the military, I like the idea of it. If you're young, you're single, see the world, man. You get to travel, Germany, possibly other countries, Germany and so on. You're in the Navy, definitely going to get some travel, obviously, and the Air Force, and it's really cool just to kind of get out there and see the world a little bit, and then come back and figure out what you want to do with yourself.
Right.
Stay in the military or make a career out of it, be a career man.
I'd have to think for a minute, and I don't even know if I could recall all of them, but of everybody I knew who joined to go overseas, and then all the people I knew who joined to not go overseas, I would say it's probably 50-50, because basically they'll tell you whatever they want, and then they do whatever they want. And It's a giant roll of the dice. So I'm trying to think now of people I know that left and people that stayed and what their preference was, and I'm thinking it's more and more. It's like 50. It's like completely random. There's no guarantee at all, unless you're willing to do something horrible, like a fucking horrible job that's in Germany or something, and then they'll be like, oh hell yeah, you can do that fucking horrible job, thanks. But
that's what I heard about a lot of the Army.
I'd like this and I'd like this, and please put this on the menu. Unless something's changed dramatically, you're just a fucking. You're the same as a fucking shovel, dude. And if they have 30 shovels in a building, and 15 of them need to be on the other side of the planet, they grab 15 shovels. They don't give a shit which 15 they grab, and those get on the other side of the planet probably. And that's just how it is. So, like I say, there's a lot of shit. And as far as everything I know, recruiters. You have talked to recruiters or just people?
Yeah.
Have you actually talked to a recruiter?
No, I was just thinking about it. That's it. It was like just considering
You'll get more
options.
advice, I think, from good or better advice from people, because recruiters, everything I know about them is that it's a temporary job, and it's sort of like a thing that you need to do to get to places, in your career or whatever sometimes, and some people just want to do it, I guess. But anyway, most people I know that were recruiters weren't recruiters for very long because they don't like it. They have to do stuff to get people in that either they like it and they're they're just shells, they don't care, or they do stuff like they got people in they say whatever they need to get you in. So
They're like used car salesmen.
Worse, because but I guess they're the same way. The thing is, it's hard to say. I don't know if I've never been a recruiter. Obviously, I don't know, but I would think that their job is to get people who are interested in, and then you begin Army life. And when you're in the Army, it's a lot different than like planning it ahead of time. Once you're in, you're like, oh, okay, well, it's not so bad to do this. And I'm saying, it's like we're saying, like, you're not going to do what you want, because that's definitely, at least as far as I know, that's definitely the way it still is. But it's not like, you're still in the fucking Army. So most of the people that join are joining because they want to help the fucking country out. And if the country needs a bunch of dirt shoveled, then you dig in the dirt. You know what I mean? I'm doing my part. So
job needs to be filled, fill it.
Some people who got most frustrated were like not doing it for that reason. They were like, I need blah 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 school or whatever, so I need to go in and get something. They were like career driven or whatever. So they're like, I need to go in and get this certain electronic training so that I can get out and use my GI Bill to get this, so I can become that career path. And then if the Army goes in there and screws with that, they freak the fuck out. So I think your best way to join the Army, honestly, is to just say, I'm here to help the country. Here I am. I'm a sack of meat. Do something. And then sort of like Marines. I don't think Marines get told what they're going to do, or they don't expect to get what they're going to get. I don't think. But
Right. I mean,
you
I
build
definitely wouldn't have a
expecting that,
problem
and you
doing
just
that.
have
I think I
time.
could do that. I think I could do that. I definitely would. Like, but I also think that probably just from that perspective, probably do better in the private sector. I don't know.
Oh, hell yes. If you just want to shoot, seriously, there's no. I mean, like I say, unless something. I mean, I know the Army's changed, but unless it's changed dramatically, there's no way those guys are just sitting around shooting all day. They're doing all kinds of horrible, lame crap, and then they're shooting.
Unless, like you said, you're like peak of the peak and you're on the shooting team, which is.
No, I think even the shooting team. When my friend was on the shooting team, he didn't not have his regular job. That's why he was like, oh yeah, I'm on the shooting team. I'm like, oh shit, that sounds awesome, right? And he's like, no, it sucks. I have to shoot constantly. Like he has to do his regular job and then go shoot all the time. I mean, if he didn't care about being on the team, I guess he could have just shot poorly and got kicked off the team. But there's a certain amount of pride, honor being on the damn team. So, he felt obligated to go ahead and keep his skills sharp. But from what I understood, it was a labor of love kind of thing. Like, here's your job to do, and then also you're on the team, so you're going to be tasked with a bunch of other shit and keep your practice up because, amongst your other jobs, you're going to also be going to matches and stuff. But I didn't talk to him forever about it. When you mentioned it, I did remember I had a friend that did that. And
Yeah, thanks for all the information. It's definitely a lot to take in and a lot to think about, for sure.
talk to as many people. I mean, seriously, you're giving your life away. Literally, you could die. So, I mean,
That's true. Yeah, I thought about that.
thing that says, I'm going to die. Goodbye. I think you write a will. I don't even remember. But, you know what I'm saying? You literally have to have the mindset that you're going to die because you could just die under a box of stuff, I mean, something fall on you. And that's just the way it is. So, that's a big ass decision to make or whatever.
Right. And that's not to say that I wouldn't have that same risk with my private field, but at least I'd be getting pretty much at least a little bit more decision in what I'm doing in the private sector and a little bit better compensation.
You lost your rights for one thing, so you have the ability to sue your employer if they're doing something stupid, and you're free to say, nope, I'm leaving. For whatever financial repercussions, I'm out of here. You don't ever get that chance.
Right.
Yep. But that's why I'm saying. That's why I would discourage. I don't want to discourage anybody from going in the service, but I would discourage anybody from going in the service if they're just going in as a career path or whatever. I just don't see that because I believe it's probably more frustrating than anything. If you're seriously just looking to get trained and whatever, because the Army's not there to just train people and send them on their way. At least they didn't used to be.
Yeah. And that's
Although
another thing.
I know a guy who went all the way through missile or Stinger missile school, and then they figured out he couldn't get his clearance to shoot a Stinger missile. So even though he already had been trained by the Army on how to shoot one, he was not able to shoot one, and he had to go to a different.
Wow. And the only thing is too, I feel like I could, a lot of the military stuff is, I mean, obviously it's very, very, the military wants smart people, so a lot of it, the higher stuff is definitely mental ability, but also a lot of physical ability, and I think I've always been more, better served in the mental realm of things.
Physical, don't even worry, dude. They take everybody and make them physically fit. That's what basic is for. So it's no big thing. If you want, run a little bit before you go in. It's like push-ups, sit-ups, 2 miles. For me, the 2 miles was the tougher one, so I just ran a bunch before I joined, and it was no big thing.
Dude, this guy from work, I don't know, were you in here, Joe? I was want to talk about this? He just sent me a message like 30 minutes ago.
Mm-mm.
He said, will you loan me a gun?
What? Who?
Yeah, some guy I work with, coworker.
If you even have to debate it, then no.
No, I didn't. No, but like I'm freaking shocked. And so I was like, sorry, I don't loan guns out. And he's like, he said, we'll give one. I'm like, yeah, right.
No.
I'm gonna send him a link to the local gun. I want to send him a link to the local gun store and be like, you can buy firearms here.
He's just farting around like he was saying, give me your car or something. I think.
Did he explain why he wants it?
Nope.
I mean, that would at least been my question out of curiosity. Especially because it's like, just give me a gun. Well, what type? I understand if someone's going hunting or something.
Let me ask him. I'm like, what kind do you need? And then I'll probably follow that up with, well, you probably can buy it here at this gun store.
Yeah, that'd be good.
I mean, maybe he isn't just using something. Huh?
Maybe he's shooting a match or
Oh
something.
no, this guy, no, he's definitely not the type to. Yeah, I'm not gonna talk about it on
Maybe you
here.
shouldn't be helping him find a gun store.
What's that?
Said maybe you shouldn't even be helping him find a gun store.
Well, I don't think he's that. I mean, obviously, there's literally, like I said, he's a coworker, and literally the gun store I'm gonna refer him to is literally like 2 miles down the road. So
And so that is an interesting thing to say.
yeah,
Hey, give me a gun. I can see it though if it's like, hey, I'm shooting shotgun trap or skeet or something. Can I borrow your shotgun? That'd be one thing.
But normally, if you'd be asking for it, you'd say, hey, I'm going to be going shooting with this, shooting skeet, and I don't have a shotgun, and I know you're into guns, you think I could borrow one of yours? Not, can I borrow a gun?
I'll have to explain more about it. I can't talk about it on air, but about him personally. Okay, yeah. Never mind. Yeah, this conversation's gonna end. Both here and on the conversation I'm having with him right now.
Gotcha.
Well, that was like my dad went to a shooting thing with like his work. You know how normally like companies will have like a golf outing or something where they invite all their customers, like a sales call kind of thing.
Yeah.
He got invited to a pheasant shoot. So he had to borrow my shotgun. And obviously I have no problem letting my dad borrow my shotgun since he's the one that bought it for me and whatnot. But it was pretty cool. It's cool to see companies are willing to take people out that, might not really be into shooting, and that's what they chose as being, their sales event or whatever. And they go to this like game reserve kind of thing where, the company who's hosting it like buys a certain number of pheasants, and then they let them go in like the middle part, and then they all like fly out of the woods, and all the people are at different stations like in the field, and the things fly out and they shoot at them as they're going over. And then the place will, like after the shooting, they go back and have like dinner and drinks or whatever, and the place cleans all the birds and like vacuum seals them. So then on your way out, you just pick up however many bags you want.
Huh. That's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, it's like a golf outing, only it's a shooting outing. But they gave him a pretty nice, like soft shotgun case from Beretta. So he gave that to me for letting him borrow the gun. So that's pretty cool.
Right on.
And it's got the company's name embroidered on it, but whatever.
Well, that was really interesting. This will make for an interesting story later, but
In the middle of it, when Pink's goes off air.
what's that?
Do we have to wait till 5 o'clock in the morning when this one goes off air after 8 hours?
Yes.
That'll restart a private channel, all of us go there, and then come back.
I want to know what's in that damn box. I don't want to wait a
The
week.
box that you guys posted, that silver box.
That's killing me.
I gotta get my sweet tea.
Not a grilled cheese sandwich.
It's a ham and cheese sandwich. Damn it!
What do you think the most common guess is so far? I'm just going through them right now, actually.
Probably a Tommy gun.
No, it's the person's head. What the fuck? Nobody even saw me say that. Oh, is that because that's what was in that movie? I think that's because that was in that movie.
Actually, I haven't watched the video. I haven't.
There's a movie, I think, where they say that because everybody's saying it. Brad Pitt, Brad Pitt, Brad Pitt.
I thought my guess was pretty good.
Wow.
got yours yet. You're the same on there?
Oh, I don't want to give people, my awesome ideas, and they'll copy me.
Nobody even read this thing right anyway, because you're supposed to go to the Instagram to answer. But I think like 30 people answered so far. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I just did it on Instagram.
Oh, okay.
The new series. Cool.
See how many people. Yeah, 71. Holy crap! So 71 people are not following the directions to go to Instagram, I guess.
What is it for that box?
I just said I'm going to start doing what's in the box. I'm going to do it on Wednesday, so you'll know on Wednesday, actually. I'm going to call it What's in the Box Wednesday. Just I did it today because I started it today.
Cool.
Other ones will be a week, though.
Oh, Geops, I don't know if you were in here, but when I said it, but I gave a gun channels patch away today to a guy I shoot with.
Oh, you mean in real life?
Huh?
In real life, you mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. More, let me know.
What's that?
If you need another one, let me know.
Okay. Yeah. No, I have a couple more. The only ones I don't get rid of for myself are the PVC one and the original one we have.
Don't get rid of PVC when there are no more of those.
Yeah, I'm not getting rid of that for sure.
No one, yeah, same. And actually, I'm about to run out of the other ones because we keep giving those away too. So pretty soon I'm gonna have to do another run of them here.
And I'm not giving away my original one, the smaller one that was like the very, very first one before we
Yeah.
did like the public run.
Right.
That's gonna stay in the collection as well.
It kind of does look like a poker set, but it's way bigger. I put that bottle of water there to show people how big it is. The video shows it more, but it's a rifle case really, so it's as big as a broke down shotgun or a small rifle or something. It's probably a shotgun case really.
Sometimes I take good pictures and I don't even know whether or not I should edit them or just post them like they are.
Fuck it, just post them.
Ugh, HDR looks horrible in that one. Not using that. Let's see what. A lot of times I don't even use like a filter necessarily. I'll just put maybe I'll use like a little glow filter or something, and then I'll touch up certain spots of the picture, just tuning it and things like that. This one's actually pretty good.
Wait, you have a regular phone or an iPhone?
I have a S5.
So you use Snapseed?
Yep, it's my favorite
Yes.
one.
Got that spot remover?
Yes, yes, that selective thing.
Magic.
Yes,
Well,
I
Spot
love
remover.
it.
Just poke on some fucking piece of crud is in your picture. You click on it and it just takes all the surrounding pixels and just makes it disappear.
Are you talking about spot repair?
Yeah, spot repair. You
I
know
can
what I
never
said?
figure out how to use it. Like I'll do it and it takes.
Go take a picture that's let me go look at your site. Hold on. I'll do which picture it'd be good for. Okay, so you got the one with the PVC patch in that 1911 and the two mags,
Yeah,
and then you got like that watermark from like a coffee cup or something on the table.
yeah.
Like if you were worried about that, or like that little line in front of the muzzle, if you think that's distracting or whatever, take that picture or the original one because the Instagram one's smaller, right? Take the original one, and when you open up that spot remover, whichever it's called, you can zoom in. So first zoom in about half,
Oh,
and then so you don't have to do it from the outside. Because if you do it from the full view, sometimes it'll take it's going to take that circle when I don't know if you pay attention when you shrink it and open it, or zoom in and zoom out.
yeah.
That circle will get bigger and smaller. So you have to get it about right because you want it to take, a good chunk of that table, but none of the line, and you don't want it to get any of the patch or anything. So whenever you go to touch those spots where the watermark is on the table, it'll just take all the surrounding pixels and smear it all out, and it's super fast.
I'll do that. That's
Or
so
like,
cool.
You have that one with the Bauer. You've got that little white spot for some reason up in the middle of your shadow. I bet you it'll kill that little white spot too. So it's just good for getting rid of those little things, or somebody stuck a finger in there, there's like a shoelace hanging out in the middle of it you don't want. You can just like magically zap all that shit out of there.
That's awesome.
And then have you ever used the eraser or whatever? It's called something else, but it's an eraser.
Oh, it's the lightening and darkening thing. Yeah, I use that a lot.
That's what people do when they get those pictures where it looks like their gun is glowing. I think they just go in there and scribble all around their gun with their finger.
Glow,
Like,
yeah.
Light looking, like a halo or glow around.
To be honest, I'm getting kind of tired of that look. It's starting to wear on me.
I did it once because I wanted to see if that worked, so I did it.
Try
like
it.
on
Yeah, try it
a
out.
picture, and it took me like an hour and a half to wiggle my finger enough to make it actually see something. So I'm never gonna do that again, unless there must be another way to do it or something. But
Yeah, it usually takes me like max 10 minutes to do a picture like really good. That includes the watermark and everything. How do you move it? Oh, then they have a little box you can move all over the picture with the spot repair.
yeah, then you got to use the box. So you're kind of fucked if the spot is down in the left, because then that box is on top of it, and you're always moving instead of touching it. So you're kind of fucked there. What you have to do is get used to when you're something in the lower left, you just take it and rotate it first. Like rotate it 180, then go in and remove the spot, then rotate it back 180.
This is awesome.
I've taken out like all kinds of stuff. Sometimes you'll take like a picture of something on the table, but like everything on the floor and shit is around.
Yeah, I just used it on my newest picture. Like there's like a little piece of black.
Like the thing's just sitting on a giant table.
Like I was just using this. I just took this picture I'm about to post. I took it last night when I was getting ready for my match, and it had like a piece of black like lint or something on the white rag, and I just completely made it disappear, and you couldn't even tell like I had done anything to the picture. This is awesome.
You can do that shit in Photoshop, but you know that's freaking money, and it takes time. You put it on a computer and then take it off the computer and all that.
Yeah, I know Yankee does that sometimes, kind of.
There's a bunch of black shit all over that.
Which one?
White. Nah, Caleb sent me the picture last night that he's about to post.
Instagram.
So
Actually,
I'm
I didn't send you the one I'm about to post. It's the same picture setup, but a different angle, so you're gonna see something different. You just thought you were getting something special, but I tricked you.
Yeah.
It's okay. You get over it. So the more you zoom, the smaller the spot gets.
Exactly. And then it can be super frustrating. So you'll kind of get used. I think the middle, like zoom in about mid-range is about the best usually. Sometimes you need to go really small, and then sometimes it's actually easier, bigger. But most of the time you have to get midway or more. I don't do it all that often because it still takes more time to open up 2 apps and do it.
How do you get out of the spot? Okay, there we go.
You just click, and then you can undo too. You know, like everything in Snapseed, you can undo, which is handy. And if you get
with a little list. That's right. Yeah.
If you are doing something in Snapseed and you're like, I'm not sure if I'm gonna like this or not, right? Just keep saving it all the time. So you'll end up with like 6 versions of what you just did, but you'll have 6 versions, so you can always like go back to the one that.
Yeah, I've done that before too.
Yeah. Okay.
I've been using it for a while, but I just haven't. There's like, I mean, I know most of everything you're saying except for those few things, like, especially the spot repair. I completely did not know how to use it until you told me how.
Dude, that thing is neat too because you can pretty much wiggle everything on it with your thumb while you're holding the phone, like it with one hand. You know
I like the Have you ever used the selective tool?
Which one is that?
It's where like you pick an area on the picture and you can change the brightness and contrast to just that area.
Oh no! Hold on. Wait. What? No.
Yeah.
I was gonna say the one where you can like take something and like turn it like on a horizontal or vertical axis. That one's pretty neat.
What, you mean like tilt or?
I guess it's tilt. It's almost like if you like take a picture up at like a poster and it's all like a trapezoid instead of a square. It turns it back into a square almost.
So I got you. It makes it look like the picture.
I never used selective. What does it do?
You get pretty much you select any area of the picture. You just click on it. You do as many spots as you want. And then you can change the saturation, the brightness, and the contrasts, and you can also change the size of it. You know how you gotta just like run your picture up and down, or run your thumb up and down on the picture, and that little menu will pop up. That's what'll happen. So select the spot you want to do it on, and then if you don't like it, you just hit the little X in the bottom, and it takes it off.
Oh, dude, I never even knew that was here. Okay, thanks, because that was just sitting there doing nothing. That's awesome. Oh, dude, and then can you move them too? Oh shit.
Yep. So you can.
And there's a little circle that goes around to tell you. Oh, that's even better, dude. You got that little clock thing to tell you if you're negative or positive.
Well, yeah, you get plus the numbers that show up when you do it, but.
Well, yeah, you get the numbers, but the other one I use doesn't give me that little clock thing, you know, to like let you see where you're at. Oh man, this is cool. This is crazy. Is there anything phones can't do? Nothing. Do everything.
They can't shoot.
Yet. Actually, if we set up some kind of firearm with one of those remote switches that people use to, like, you know, keep the gun completely isolated, and then you just put a servo on that, hook it up to some kind of Ethernet switch.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, you can plug as many of these little dots as you want.
Yep.
I gotta go back and do 2,500 pictures over again now. Oh, you can change the colors of little areas. Holy moly.
Can you? How?
Well, saturation. So like if you got like the shitty picture I'm playing with has like a little dead spot, boom, I just brought it into a little colorful spot again.
Oh yeah, the saturation and contrast. Yeah.
I really like saturation. If it gave us like that structure one, that'd be better.
Oh, that would be nice. You could structure like certain things.
Yeah.
Dude,
But
that
this-
would be good.
Holy crap, this is gonna make so many pictures much better.
So if you have a bright spot too, like in the picture, but you don't want to use that little brush thing where you gotta run your finger all over the place, you just use this instead.
And it does it in like a radius, I guess. Can you
Yeah.
change big? Oh, you did.
Change
You
the
just-
center size.
hands. And then it's pretty.
You're just blowing his world.
It's like it's like taking Photoshop to just a little section of the thing, and then you can set up as many little sections of the picture as you want and give each of them their own little Photoshop attention. Oh, it's crazy. This is
I will
awesome.
say the only thing is you can't see it. Like you can't see what you're doing until you save it, because it covers it up. You know. At least the very center of it.
It's staying
very-
for me.
No, what I'm saying is like where that little that little letter pops up.
Sure.
You can't see underneath that letter.
Oh, well, okay.
So, like I'll literally do spots the size of that letter, and I won't be able to see what it looks like until I do it. Just kind of figure it out.
I got you.
And then I have no idea what the plus. I have no idea what the plus button at the bottom does. I think that adds another circle.
Oh, yeah. That's just every time you want to add one, you just click that plus.
Oh, okay. I always save it and back out and hit it again on the thing, so I have like 8 edits on there.
So if you
Okay.
guys have a regular phone instead of an iPhone, use a thing called Snapseed. It's like Photoshop in an app that's free. No,
Yeah, it's amazing.
free, actually, it's Google, so it's not only like it's free, but there's no ads or anything. It's not like free and they give you a bunch of crap you have to deal with. It's free, plain old free.
Dang, it's still too bright. Jesus.
This sounds like a good topic for an Instagram chat.
Probably.
If there's a way to like screen share it or something.
Oh, too dark.
We're describing it. Aren't we describing it in vivid detail enough? Have you used this one called, what is it called? Vinaigrette?
Yeah, I don't like it a lot usually. I usually don't use it much.
Oh, that's just a dark thing. I gotcha.
Yeah, vignette.
Like a dark thing. I thought that was the coolest shit when I first got Instagram, but now I don't.
Vinaigrette salad dressing.
Huh?
It said salad dressing. You said vinaigrette. Oh, let's go up there. Dang
Oh,
it!
you can scroll down and there's a whole bunch of filters down there. I didn't know that.
You didn't know that filters were at the bottom?
Never scrolled down before.
Yeah, that's what I do. Snapseed's the only thing I use to edit my pictures. That and I put my watermark on there with another app.
Well, shit,
And
once you put a filter on, then you got the whole up and down and left and right wiggles.
Yeah.
So you can fuck with the filter once it's a
Yep.
filter.
Yep.
None of these filters look good. I don't know why they make all these filters. They all look like shitty.
Yeah, most of them on there, like I don't use a whole lot of them. I just use a couple of them. The ones that are like retro lux and weird ones like that. Like I'll use Glamour Glow. I use it a lot. I use HDR depending on the picture and then
Glamour Glow do.
more. It just gives that whole picture a glow kind of. Sometimes it'll make bright spots too bright, which is okay though, because then I'll make everything else the Glamour Glow. I'll put the Glamour Glow up, and then I'll go to the selective and I'll select the spots that are too bright and bring them back down. Or if you know, do you ever go to the top and go to tune image? You can tune the whole image that way.
Well, of course. Yeah, that's the one. That's the main thing I ever do.
I usually don't use that a whole lot though, because I like to do.
Well, now that you can do individual spots, yeah, why would you?
Yeah.
Holy crap. These filters are kind of neat. I don't like any of them though, so far.
The lens blur is handy. I like that one.
Lens blur? Why would you want to blur shit?
You can blur the outer part of your picture, like if you want to focus on something.
Well,
And-
then there's the Instagram layout app.
Oh, hey Sean, didn't know you were in here. Instagram layout app.
Yeah, it lets you do take 2 or 3 or 4 pictures and put them all into kind of one and do some editing. Actually, if you look at like my latest Instagram,
I didn't know you were
I
on
used it.
Instagram, sir.
I is
What's your name here? Your channel name, username?
Sean_Carana.
Oh, very, very.
Very imaginative. I know.
Yes.
You know, when you're a name brand like me.
You don't need anything else.
Exactly.
And you got the same profile picture. I like it. All right, I am now following you.
All right, so
Yes.
so like the last picture I threw up was my AR pistol, and I did it with using that little layout app with
Oh, cool.
2 pics. You
Yeah.
know, it folded and unfolded.
That's nice. And is the name of it's literally Instagram layout?
Yeah.
Cool. Let me see, where's my app store? Here it is. Has anybody else's Google Plus updated on their phone? I just noticed it today. I got a new icon on my phone. It says it's like a red G plus, and it's for Google Plus. I haven't even clicked on it yet, though.
It's been a red G Plus for a long time.
Oh,
I don't
crap.
have Google Plus on my phone.
Maybe my phone just re-downloaded it and moved it or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I hate it when they change app icons because then I spend the next 3 months trying to figure out where everything went.
Layout.
Google's stupid logo, didn't they? It looks weird to me.
Yeah, they did. It did on the tabs. It's called Layout from Instagram Collage. Is that it?
Yeah, yeah.
Awesome.
That's it.
Installing it now.
Kind of handy. I mean, it's basically just another photo editor.
Yeah, I don't have too many. It's all right. I cut down on them. I have one here, Photo Editor Pro, which is pretty good. I'm just not familiar with it. Probably should delete it.
If you've got a Adobe Creative Cloud thing, you can. And actually, I don't even think you have to have the Creative Cloud. I think they actually give this out for free. There's Photoshop Express.
Huh.
It might be part of your Creative Cloud, you know.
You stacking them with bayonet lugs or something, or just off their handguards?
Sorry, say again?
That one where you're stacking 3 of them.
Oh no, they're just stacked standard stack arms, man. Just all laying on each other's barrels, stacked.
Does anybody use the Insta size?
Butts on the ground and muzzles interlocking.
Yeah.
Does anybody
Squares, I guess. No, because they changed it so you don't have to use squares anymore.
on Insta size?
Well, on Instagram, you don't have to change the squares anymore if you don't want to.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Really?
They just changed that. You can do rectangles.
That's what I heard, but how do you do that?
You just put whatever size picture you want in now. It's just that all of our apps are built as squares because they're old, So the new apps, I'm sure, will get updated and be able to do different shapes. I really like the square, though, because really, unless it's going to be longer and it's going to fill up the whole thing, which they're not going to give us, then all you're doing is they're allowing you to make it smaller, basically. You know what I'm saying? So now you can put a really thin, long picture in there, but I'd rather make it square and be able to see as much as you can.
What's always irked me about Instagram is I can't just, post a photo from my computer. I literally have to use my phone to do it.
Yeah, whenever they change it to work on a computer, though, that'll change it and it'll become a less interesting system because then everybody will be able to just automate ads and shit and it'll just be another ad system.
Well, which they already do.
Oh, let's see.
There's ads, but except for the ones that come from Instagram, there's a human being doing it. So somebody's paying somebody to do it. So it means it's very costly. And if there isn't return, they quit doing it. So that's why I don't see very many ads at all.
Gotcha. And I actually did just change that that little fold-up pistol. I took off the SIG brace and replaced it with one of the. I'm testing out one of those little Shockwave braces now. A lot lighter.
Shoot.
A lot lower profile.
Can you keep making something darker just by tapping it with the brush? I think you can. You just keep tapping it over and over again. It gets darker and darker.
I never used it for darker. I've only ever used it
for you can zoom in with the brush.
Yeah, you have to. Because the brush will kind of stay the same size. So as you zoom in, it becomes a smaller brush, basically.
I didn't know that.
You can zoom in with almost all of them. And then when you're zoomed in and you go to a different tool, it'll still stay zoomed in.
That is one thing that kind of threw me off first, but I figured that out. I'm like, why is it still zoomed in? I hit done and saved the picture before I was finished. What? trying to get rid of this glare on the end of this copper bullet. It's like blindingly bright.
I just leave it on. You'll pretend you're J.J. Abrams or something.
Try powder coating it.
Yeah. It's not working. It's a flat point. It's a flat nose bullet. So like literally, I can make everything darker on it, but literally the flat part of the bullet, the nose, was like reflected directly back at the camera from the lamp I was using. It's not gonna get darker. I think I'm just gonna leave it. So whatever. It just makes it look really. It looks really whitewashed in that area. I don't know if I like sharpening. I like structure a lot. Sharpening can be good. Depends on the style picture you want. Sometimes I like to have the smooth edges kind of look, like the Glamour Glow thing. What else is there? What is Lightbox and Elements?
Those are part of the Adobe suite, so they're like, you know how Photoshop is? You've heard of Photoshop? Have you ever used it?
I've never used it, but I've heard of it, obviously. But
Heard of it. Okay, so it's a way to manipulate photos. So Photoshop is if you have, let's say you have a photograph of a digital, whatever kind of photograph of a mom and a kid walking in a field. Photoshop is what you would use to take the kid and move it closer to the mom, or maybe remove the kid.
yeah, I know what it does.
So there's other things that can be done to a photograph. So if you think of what we're talking about with the lightening and darkening and that kind of thing, Photoshop can do that, but it's doing it at a digital level to the existing pixels, where I believe Lightbox is more like taking, I don't know if you ever developed real film, but it's more like being in the darkroom. So you actually can change some of the, what am I trying to call it, like the developing parameters. So I don't know if you ever developed real film, but back in the day when you took a regular picture, it was important what kind of film you use, like, because then when you developed it, that negative that the film turned into would give you abilities, right, in the darkroom, and then that would, you'd have to know all that so that if you had a finished product in mind, you knew what film and how to develop, and then what techniques, and then how to get it out at what you wanted. So I believe Lightbox is a lot like being in a dark room. And I have no idea what Elements is. That's why I need to learn about it. But I know it's oh, he says Lightroom, not Lightbox. So I guess there's a difference between Lightroom and Lightbox too. So if I might be saying them wrong, or maybe it's not Lightbox at all. I really don't know. But I know that there's like 1,000 different Adobe things, and like Illustrator is for doing vector graphics, which are like scalable, so you can make a graphic on your computer, but it can be like a billboard or something and not look all shitty. So that's a whole different way of drawing a graphic, and it has a different set of abilities and tools than Photoshop. So they're all subtly different, but I guess it's sort of like having a garage with a bunch of different tools. You might have 6 tools that you could use as a crowbar, but they're all individual tools for doing some refined work somewhere else. And Photoshop is sort of like the crowbar. You can use a lot of stuff. Photoshop can do a lot of stuff, but to do like fine work, there's other software that they offer, and they offer like shit. There's gotta be like 20 different kind of names already. By the time you include like Adobe, or what am I trying to say, Acrobat, or the PDF stuff, and then the Movie Maker and sound stuff. I mean, they do pretty much everything on a computer that has to do with media. So now that I'm using it, it's neat because they share stuff. They share what do you call it, tools and keystrokes and stuff. So once you get used to using the one software, you can use the other ones. It's just you have to know how to use the tools, but the tools all work the same. So anyway, it's pretty interesting software. $50 a month now, though. It's not like they're giving it away. They used to be able to just buy it. Now you have to basically have a subscription to it.
15?
50. It's $20, I think, or it's either 19 or 29. I think it's $19 if you just want one of the products, like Photoshop or Illustrator or whatever. You can have one for $20 a month, and then for $50 a month they give you all of them. So I don't really know anybody that's using the
$25.
one guy that's using the $20 one actually, and then everybody else I know has got the $50, or else they pay. $50 is like $600 a year, so I think it's $450 if you pay for it up front, and you save a couple of bucks, but you have to buy that every year now. But on the other hand, they don't wait for updates till like once a year. Now, if an update comes out, it's out, and it's such powerful software that if you're not making, $50 a month with it, then you're just playing with it.
Yeah. That's awesome, though. It'd be fun to play around with it if you had the opportunity to mess around with it at least.
It made the cards possible for me. I couldn't have done them before because I mocked them up, right, in my shitty old software that can do it, but it can't do it at the printer's level.
It made what possible?
To do the AK cards, because otherwise I would have had contract out all the art. Now we can do all the art ourselves on the computers because, we can power through it. Now we just have to learn how to do it on the fancy software, but, otherwise we'd be paying somebody by the hour to do the art, and that would have made it impossible.
Right.
All this Instagram talk, I had to put up another picture.
Yep, I'm going to put one up soon myself.
According to those reposter guys, you can put up 20 to 40 at a time, and it won't be until 40 at a time that you bother people. Like 20 at a time is not even like people. That's channel growth. It's crazy.
You don't even have to take a picture for that.
Sean, my friend, you have to use more hashtags. Let me.
Yeah, but that takes a lot of typing and.
There's only one you gotta do.
There's a possum on my barbecue grill.
Hashtag gun channels. That's all you gotta do.
Leave the. Oh, hang on. My dog just called a possum. Come here. Leave him alone. Get back. And he's playing possum. Get back. Back.
My dog killed a giant.
There's a baby possum that was on my grill. Now he's playing possum because my dog went after him.
Oh.
All right.
Turn the grill on.
Get in the house. Go home. Tino, go home. Now. There he goes.
I like Sean's angry dog voice.
All right. Now the possum gets kicked over the fence into the neighbor's yard.
Great. They're going to be happy to see that in the morning.
Tino, no. Now it's the neighbor's house that is abandoned and in foreclosure.
Okay. Hey, there's a new indoor shoot house for you. You can go train over there, shoot indoors.
Yeah, I'm thinking the local police might not be too happy if I did that.
Suppressors, my friend.
Well,
just be mindful of the walls and the.
I do have a can. However, I'm thinking probably wouldn't be a good thing, especially for me.
That's one thing I'm curious about. Though.
Doing something like that.
That's one thing I'm curious about how they should. But I can't talk. That's one thing I'm curious about is how they set up shoot houses like at SWAT schools and things like that, so that they're doing, especially when they're doing live, if they're doing live fire in it, how they keep track of where all the rounds could possibly go. Because do they beef them up so they won't go through the walls?
No, they're generally surrounded by a berm or have basically bullet-absorbing walls in the shoot house. A lot of them used to be made of tires.
Okay, yes. Got sick all of a sudden. Allergies.
I'm trying to figure out how to pick up this possum without possibly getting bit by it.
Shovel?
Playing possum. That's the problem. I can't find my shovel's in my garage, and I don't want to just leave it here because as soon as I walk off, it's going to quit playing possum, and I want it out of my damn yard.
Yeah, they got teeth. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, he's definitely got teeth. It's just a baby, but big enough baby. All right. Let's try this.
Make sure Mama's not around.
Get in there. All right. I got it scooped in the...
This is almost as interesting as the Dead Coyote Roadkill chat.
Hey, man, this thing should feel lucky.
I don't know who all was.
Last time I had baby possums in my yard, I killed them.
Oh yeah, we had a surge of them one time. I guess there was a den nearby, and they would not stay away from my dog's lot. They'd go in there at night, eat his dog food, literally like 4 or 5 days in a row. About every other day, I'd wake up, go out there to see him, and there'd be a dead baby possum laying in his lot. And they were trying to get his dog food, and he would just kill them.
Well, good thing about possums is they're actually, despite their looks, very clean animals.
Right. My grandpa.
Nobody's ever found a possum with rabies.
Oh, that's good.
They actually apparently have a natural resistance to it.
Interesting. Yeah, I think my grandpa used to eat possums when he was younger, like way younger. You know, back when food was not as easy to come by.
Yeah, no, I'm still going to the grocery store, or I'm, taking out a wild hog or a pit or a deer or something.
Oh, speaking of wild hogs, my dad got 5 this morning.
That's a lot of cleaning.
At one time, too. He shot them 4 at one time, and then another one came in and he shot it. They wouldn't run off, he said.
That is a lot of cleaning.
Yep. He sent me pictures of what they had hung up. I was like, yeah, have fun with that. He shot them, and guess what? He shot them all with a 17 HMR. Yep. It's my little barrel burner. I won't call it a barrel burner. My little pea shooter. Fire breather. I've killed more animals with that gun than anything else.
At least there's no possums in my barbecue grill.
No, that would be disappointing.
It's an interesting caliber.
Yeah, 17 HMRs. An awesome caliber. It wasn't so expensive.
It is expensive too, right? It's so tiny, but it's expensive. It's very interesting.
It's like 22 Magnum, pretty much, but it's a little bit cheaper than 22 Magnum, I think. But yeah.
How does that taste, the wild hog?
If they're 150 pounds or less, and they're for boars, they're great. For sows, you can pretty much eat them any size, I guess. They're gonna get tougher no matter what. But yeah, boar like over 150 pounds, don't bother with it.
I've never had it straight up, but I've had it in a sausage, and it was rather good.
Yeah, I've had it. We always process it ourselves and eat it. It's pretty good stuff.
Mm.
And we'll give it away sometimes. Depends on what we decide to do with it.
Does it taste like just straight up pork, or does it taste a little different?
It's got definitely different. It's got a wild gamey taste to it. I like it.
Yeah, people bitch about the gamey taste. I don't mind it myself.
I think that's what makes it good. That's why I like it. Like that's what the whole point of eating wild game.
I agree with you 100%.
What's that? Yeah.
No, I actually don't mind it at all. I actually agree with you there 100%. I used to hunt years ago. I haven't done it in ages. I'd like to get into it again, but yeah. I used to have a place upstate, but due to certain circumstances, that's not the case anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd like to maybe rent a cabin with some buddies and try to. I wouldn't even know how to gut something anymore. That's the thing. And it kind of pisses me off that I don't even know how to do that anymore. So
anymore. I mean, well, once you learn it once, you kind of learn it, right?
Someone else had done it for me for a long time. Yeah, and I used to watch. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of. I've never skinned a large animal by myself. I could, no doubt. The hardest part, I would say for sure, would be getting it hung up.
Yeah, fair point.
If you don't have somewhere to hang it up, yeah, skinning an animal on the ground is not fun. I've done that before. I've done that before.
I could picture myself attempting to gut like a deer or a hog or whatever, and just completely fucking it up beyond belief, and just.
Oh, gutting it's easy. Processing it's a whole different story if you butcher the meat yourself. But I'd probably struggle a little bit if I'd process it myself. I mean, I'd probably get it done okay, but it might take me a little longer. But I could probably gut one pretty efficiently. As many as I've done with my dad. Me and him gutted so many deers and hogs, and that's the easy part. Pretty much.
Yeah, I think I saw.
Start at the rear, cut everything out, cut down the rib, cut all the way down to the rib cage, and down the center of the belly, and pretty much after that you just pull everything out and cut it loose.
Yeah, I saw someone do it twice that I used to hunt with. Unfortunately, we don't. I don't deal with that person anymore, and I haven't been able to hunt since then. But yeah, no, I'd like to get back into it, and I'd like to learn how to do it all properly. I just like the idea of being able to do that. You know what I mean?
Just don't nick anything when you're gutting it.
Oh yeah, on your own hand. Yeah.
Well, no, I mean
like the stomach.
Stomach or the intestines or anything.
Oh yeah. My daddy said that to me when I was little. It only took me about once or twice to be able to stop being like, yeah, poke it. He'd like you want to see something cool? I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Actually, it's horrible. Oh my god.
You get used to it, but yeah, it's pretty bad. Hogs are worse than anything.
Really? Worse than deer?
Yes, they stink.
So I have a question about hogs. When you're getting ready to process them and stuff, do you still like skin them like you would a deer?
What are you talking about? Are you skinning them just to gut them and that's it? Or are you skinning them to have them mounted? Or are you skinning
like once you want to start processing them and whatnot?
Like take the hams off and everything?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. Where it gets real hard though is when you get down to the shoulder blades, because they got that big thick plate of like fat and cartilage and stuff, especially the boars and things. So you got sometimes you really can't get off the bigger ones, and sometimes you won't even get the front shoulders off of them unless you're just really damn determined. But you pretty much just have to cut all that down off. You just cut it away from the body and pull it down. And that's like I said before.
Just like deer then, where you just you get it going and then you.
It's just tougher. It's just harder to do. And because hogs have extremely thick hide.
Can you not use the fat though?
No. Probably. I mean, it's pig fat. I don't know. We never have done anything like that. We don't get that. We don't get that efficient. Not like being the Native Americans, but.
Nah, dude. Because my well, I don't know, have you ever had sala before?
Ever had what?
Sala.
No.
So, all right, it's kind of like bacon, but I don't know if I want to say it's better or about the same, or maybe not as good as bacon, because bacon is fantastic. Everybody knows that. But I digress. It's pretty much just pig fat. It's like an Eastern European thing. It's fucking delicious though. And my buddies from Ukraine, one time they came over when we were doing like this big shashlik thing, and he had it sent from Ukraine, and he was like, yeah, my father killed the pig, smoked it, and did the whole 9 yards. Man, it was fucking delicious. I was wondering if you guys ever did like fuck with the fat like that.
No, I mean, plus I don't. We used to have our own land back then. We shot a lot of pigs, mainly just to get rid of them, and we literally got to the point where you couldn't give them away. We would shoot them and throw them in the ditch. But so. But we don't have that land anymore anyway, so now we just shoot them when we have a chance to go somewhere hunting that has them. But no, we never did anything like that.
Nah, yeah.
Usually what you want, if you're going to do something like that, you're going to want to use beef fat. Like that's one way that you can do like with ground deer meat. What a lot of people do is they'll take their deer meat, they'll cut it off the bone, run it through a grinder, and they'll grind it with beef fat, and it'll make some of the best hamburgers ever. Not as healthy, not as lean, but.
Oh no! That's I don't even get to eat it that much. There's this Russian spot I like to go to that has sala with mustard and chorny chleb, and it's fucking delicious. It's like black bread. You drink it a lot with the vodka and stuff, but it's not like bad for you, but it's very heavy. So if you're trying to lose weight, it's not what you want to be eating. But my buddy, like I said, one night he brought over just a block of it that he had sent from him from Ukraine. And it was fucking delicious.
Yep. Sounds really unhealthy. I probably wouldn't enjoy. I mean, I don't know.
You'd enjoy it, but you wouldn't enjoy the health aspect of it. Nor did I.
Yeah.
That's like the kind of thing that I'll eat. Like if I'm like I don't give a fuck it, whatever. But it's delicious. It's so fucking good.
I try to eat mostly chicken, and I mean I eat
Chicken's
beef.
tough. I eat a lot of chicken.
Stuff.
I eat a lot of chicken.
I try to stay away from like restaurant beef for the most part. I mean, I don't eat at restaurants a lot anyways, but generally the only beef I eat is like grass fed or whatever from the market.
It's not a bad idea, honestly. I personally I eat out all the time, but the places I tend to go, I'm a bit of a cunt when it comes to food. I like a food snob, like 100%. Like like I only eat like at the places that like I really like enjoy and such. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I try not to eat at places I don't enjoy.
Fair point. But no, yeah, no, I'm like I cannot stand chain restaurants. I'm one of those people. I haven't eaten fast food in like 7 years. I'm just it's not my thing. Frozen food, I don't fuck with that shit. That's not my thing.
You'd be surprised. There's some decent frozen food. Not eat every now and then for lunch at work. But I don't like eat it consecutively. Like Boston Market, some pretty decent stuff.
I still got like half a deer in my freezer. I eat frozen food all the time.
Yeah.
That's different, I suppose, if it's in that way. But like, I'm talking about like the freezer section of the store.
He was
I'm not down with that shit.
I'm just being a dick.
Yeah, no, totally. But no, I don't. No, like I won't even go to like Boston Market and shit. Like I'm actually to the point where I'd even call myself a bit of a cunt about it. Like I'll be like my buddies will be like, yeah, let's go here. I'll be like, no, that's not good enough. I don't want to eat that. You know what I'm trying to say? I'm not even saying like it's not good enough or whatever. It's just that like the thing about me is like I'm very into like weight loss and such. And I'm like, well, if I'm gonna eat something that's not the greatest, for me and is like more than a fair amount of calories, I want to make sure it's real fucking good.
Yeah.
But I'm into a lot of like ethnic shit. Like that's like my thing. Like I love like good Korean, good Japanese. Oh man, there's this British place that's right around this area from my office. Oh fuck me, they make the greatest burger I've ever had in my life. Things like that I'm into. I'm not into like when they like try to Americanize it. Like American food, like straight up American like down home like Southern cooking is fucking delicious. It's not the best for you, but it's fucking delicious. But like when they take like proper Japanese food and they try to like Americanize it or Chinese food, it just cocks it all up. I can't do it. It's just not my thing.
What's that? I'm a slob. I eat all sorts of crazy crap. You said you don't eat fast food. I eat fast food all the time.
No, there's nothing wrong with it, honestly. Like I mean, I have buddies of mine who are they're healthy people, but they'll have it occasionally, and there's really nothing wrong with it. It's just that like when I'm about to like if I was gonna get like a McDonald's hamburger, I'd be like, fuck, I could eat this, but for the same amount of calories, I can get this other burger that's fucking delicious. So I don't really want that, and that's just kind of the mentality I have to the point where I just won't eat it.
You could totally go to Five Guys.
I've been there once or twice. It's not bad. I'll give you that.
I love Five Guys. Yes, that's like the one place I would go for a burger. Like the go-to place. If I want a good burger, that's a decent burger for a decent price, I go to Five Guys, and their fries are awesome too.
It's really good, but I'm testing fate when I eat there.
What's that?
I'm allergic to nuts.
Oh yeah, 'cause they cook everything in peanut oil.
Yeah.
Well, nuts are just.
I mean, I can have like a little bit. I don't have like a super bad reaction. Like I don't eat like an EpiPen or anything. I've never had a really bad one, but I still get at least a little bit of an allergic reaction. So take a Benadryl and go to Five Guys.
I hear you.
No,
Yeah,
that's
the
the one
burgers are
thing we
pretty
do.
big.
I mean, we don't have a lot of freedom in New York, but we got some pretty damn good fucking places to eat here. I'll tell you that. The food here is something I'll miss when I leave.
That'd be about the only thing.
Pretty much. Pretty much. But no, yeah, it's really like it's crazy the things you can get, especially for me. Like I said, I've been to a few other states, but they just don't have like what we tend to have here. Well, when I go to California, because my big thing is Japanese. I eat Japanese probably more than I eat any other kind of food. I'm really into that.
Where did you run off to? I think he had work to do. I was going to tell him about something about a patch. I forgot to tell him. Oh well. Not important.
I'm guessing he went to go do work.
So yeah, that's what I just said. I guess he has work to do because he's not externally. I think he's probably listening in, but he's probably not like at the computer. Yeah, so you know his little green symbol just popped back up when I said that. I was just gonna tell him. I don't know if you were listening, G-Webs. There's a guy at Date the Range. The guy. I don't know if you guys were listening. Yeah, y'all were on here when I was talking about how I gave a patch to a guy, a Gun Channels patch. And like, well, that's the reason I gave it to him is because he mentioned it. He's like, I've been seeing, because he's talking about the podcast that he listened to me do. And I was like, yeah, I'm like, I do them, and we do them on gunchannels.com. And he's like, yeah, he's like, I've been seeing that Pat. I'm like, that Pat, the G. He's like, yeah. He's like, I've been seeing that all over Instagram. I was like, yeah. I was like, hang on a second. And I went and got him one. He's like, oh man, he was pretty happy. I'm like, here, you like patches? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, post this on Instagram, put this on your pics. So it was pretty cool. I was gonna tell G-Webs about it. I already told him I gave it out, but it was kind of neat. He recognized it without even seeing it. Like he'd remembered it. The Gun Channel's Instagram app is definitely pulling in a lot of the majority of the audiences.
What?
Give me some hashtags for this block picture.
I hate hashtags.
I hate hashtags. That's all. Ooh.
People nowadays are rather interesting. I tell you, every year I go down to the 9/11 memorial to pay my respects. I was there yesterday, dude. I don't think I ever got so pissed off in my life. They were these Guido motherfuckers. I'm just standing there, you know. I do my normal thing. I just, you know, and they're fucking like laughing and joking around, and just like acting like a bunch of fucking fools. I never wanted to fucking throw someone over the fucking thing so badly than I did that fucking day.
Mhm. Yeah, one of the guys.
I swear to God.
One of the an acquaintance that lives near me. Acquaintance with him on Facebook. Him and his I think fiance or girlfriend went up to the memorial service yesterday.
I was at the service because what I do usually is I head down there at night. It's crazy, dude. It's crazy powerful. Like I said, just stand there. Like one of the things that struck me, I was, because I don't know if you've ever seen pictures or anything of the memorial, but it's really, they did an amazing job on it.
Yes.
And they have the names of everyone, and I'm looking down and it's this woman's name, and it says her and her unborn child, and I'm just like, fuck. I'm just like, God damn it.
Yep.
It's just, oh man. And then, like I said, I'm standing there, and I'm just like, you know, I'm just thinking about, you know, that day and everything else like that. And I have these fucking asshole Guidos. They're like laughing and joking around and shit like that. And it's not like they're like, it's not like in a good way either. You could tell, like, you know, just in the shit that they're saying and everything else like that. It's just this cocked up way. And I really, I was fucking livid. I was like, I can't believe that people would come down here and be joking around about something like this. You know what I'm trying to say?
Did you did you say anything to him?
No, there's no point. I've been dealing with these people for too fucking long, and they're just, you know, it just is what it is. I just did what I had to do when I left. I was fucking pissed though. I was fucking pissed.
Yep.
It's unbelievable. But no, yeah. It is what it is, I suppose. That's the way these fuckers are. One thing I'm not gonna miss when I leave here.
All right, Sean, I'm tagging you my new Instagram picture I'm about to post, so you'll see my profile if you aren't already following it.
Cool.
And I'm tagging gun channels. I'm gonna tag Hash Tactical. I'm gonna tag Concealed Carry Nation, and I'm gonna tag. I already hashtag gun with GWeb, so I'll probably see it. I'll tag him in the picture too, though. And then I'm gonna tag my friend that I gave the patch to today. And then who else? Glock. I'm gonna tag Glock. I should at least put the tag on the actual pistol when I tag them. Oh, and Guns Daily. Let's see. I wish I got paid for the amount of likes I got. It'd be nice. Oh, I think Powered by Mario. I'm gonna tag him.
So that what you just said reminds me of the South Park thing I was watching earlier today, where they made a video on the internet, and they won they got whatever 100 million theoretical dollars. Because they're all like, well, yeah, I mean, we're famous on the internet. It must equal money somehow, right?
Exactly. That's funny. I wish. If I had $1 for every like I've ever gotten on Instagram, dear God, I would have my STI and my AR and a shotgun and everything for 3 gun. Heck, I might even have college paid for almost. Nah, I don't think I got that many likes. I don't think I've gotten 20,000 yet. I could have probably one semester paid for.
Yeah, university's fucking expensive as hell.
Yes, it is.
I'm so glad I'm done
Mine's
with it.
not too bad, but it still ain't good.
Oh, mine was stupid expensive, dude. Stupid expensive. I'm so glad it's over with. I had to go 5 years, too. Because the thing is that in most states, if you want to get your CPA, you got to go for 5 years. They make you go for the extra year, and it's totally cocked up. I could have been working that whole year, but instead I was paying to go to...
Yeah.
What are you going for? Or did you go, or I don't know.
Oh yeah, I'm still in now, my junior year.
Oh, nice.
My
What
major is
you got?
criminal justice.
Cool. Awesome.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it, man. It's fun. If it wasn't so
I took one class.
The only thing if I don't have to worry about I really don't have to worry. I do eventually. I'll have to worry about the financial side of it. But if I didn't have that, that ever looming cloud of debt over my head, it'd be really even way better. But it's fun.
Yeah. No. Thankfully, I'm very fortunate in that my family helped me out a lot with my university. I still have some loans, but it's not that bad. I can honestly say I'm very fortunate in that way. But I have buddies of mine who went to the same university that I did. My university was stupid expensive. We're talking like fucking $40,000 a year or some shit, and yeah, it was just I was too stupid to get into any of the other university that was less expensive, so I had to pay out the ass for this one. But well, I didn't. I suppose my family had to pay for most of it. But
so my parents can't afford me to go to school, or they don't want to pay for it. So, which it's kind of they're in the real world almost now, so you need to get used to it. I mean, they help me out. Like if I go to my dad and I'm like, hey, I need help with this. I can't afford this for school or whatever. I'll pay for it, or I'll loan you the money, or he'll just pay for it outright. So.
No, it's absurd actually though, because you know what? A buddy of mine, he's going into university, and he had pretty goddamn good grades and such, but the motherfucker didn't get into some of the less expensive schools. He got into the same one that I did, and the other schools that are less expensive but not quote unquote as good. But it is what it is. University, like I said, it's just something you got to get through. For me, it was 5 years. I did what I had to do, and now I have to take my CPA, and that's another fun fucking journey. Yeah. 4 fucking exams that are just rather relentless. It's not so fun. But I'm working, which is great. You know. What do you want to do with your degree?
I'm not
Hang it
really
on the
sure.
wall and say, I have a degree, hire me.
Yeah, exactly.
Ha.
You know, I'm trying. It's getting late. You know, my brain
All I
can't,
ever did with mine.
can't multitask.
No, yeah. I went for, as you could probably tell by the name, I went for accounting, and yeah, now I do that, and it's not bad. A lot of people they're always like, oh, you're an accountant. That sounds fun, and I'm like, well, yeah, but it's not as bad as people would think it is. Pretty fun actually.
Yeah, my wife's an accountant. It's
Yeah.
not fun.
It's actually not. It's not that bad. The funny thing is though, every motherfucker always thinks that the second I say I'm an accountant, all I get is like, oh, so taxes. I'm like,
Hey, all I ever hear, every couple of months is quarter end close. All right.
Yeah, quarter close. Yes.
I'll
my
expect
quarter
you.
close
I'll
next
expect you late for the next 3 weeks.
Yep. You understand. Yep. Next week. That's my next month is my quarter close. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. That's yeah. And then comes my fucking year end, and that sucks dick. Oh man, I can't. That can wait.
Oh yeah, that's a month and a half. I expect her to be home late every day.
Yeah. That's not so fun. But.
And you know, she's an accounting manager with a Fortune 500.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Major stress.
No, yeah, my company's rather large too. We're not. I don't know if we're 500, but I know we're Fortune 1000. And yeah, I don't know. What is she? Internal controls too, or is she what? Is she tax or no?
No, she has a number of business units that all roll up under her for subdivisions and subcorporations.
Yeah, it's kind of like that's what I do. I'm internal controls, and that's what I deal with a lot of that actually too. Because my official designation, I deal with a lot of legal entity simplification and any kind of transactions that occur intercompany. It's about as exciting as it sounds, but I honestly don't even really mind it that much. It's a good job. And the company's been more than good to me. I was there as an intern for 3 years before I went on full time, and I've been there full time for 2 years. But no, I can't complain. Good company, good job, and yeah, like I said, it's not that bad. I maybe at some point want to get into external auditing though, but yeah, a lot more traveling with that, which is nice. I love doing that.
Yeah, I told my wife about a job for me that was going to be basically 50% travel, and it was also going to be a little over 50% more pay.
Mm.
And her answer was not no, but hell no, because I almost never travel and I work from home. So.
Oh wow. No, I travel. I travel a lot.
I work in medical IT. You know, I work in medical informatics. Not really IT, but medical informatics, which is it's a very in-demand job, and it's you can quite often set your terms. Even though the other job was going to be still working from home, it was still going to require a lot of and calling it 50% travel probably isn't really fair. It was going to be probably 1 week a month of travel, which
wow, that's a lot.
Which I used to do a whole lot more than that back before my wife and I even got married, and then right after we got married. But it gets a little bit old having a suitcase that just never totally gets unpacked.
I understand. I completely understand. I like all the traveling I do is for leisure. Like I'm leaving for Iceland the day after tomorrow. I'm going there to get a tattoo, but it's just for shit like that I travel, like just for fun, pretty much. You know, I could see it getting old if I did it for work.
Oh yeah, definitely. Oh, traveling for fun? Oh yeah, I'll do that anytime. Traveling for work, totally different animal.
Yeah, I've never actually had to travel for my job, never once. Not anywhere. You know,
Oh yeah,
so
totally
I could
different animal
imagine
when you're
that
traveling
getting
for work. You know, I remember taking trips to Vegas. You know, didn't do one single fun thing. I've taken many trips to Vegas, not traveling for work, and it's one of my favorite places to go. Traveling for work, it just sucks. It's hot. You're not doing anything fun there.
Yeah, I've heard stories. My uncle, he was he was very big in finance, and he told me years ago he traveled to London for a day. Not that he stayed a night, but he flew in, made a proposal to people. They told him no, and he flew in that night back home. And I was just like, fuck, I could not imagine doing that. Because that just takes a lot out of you.
Oh yeah, there's no way I would do an overseas hop and not spend the night just to recoup from the flight.
People, yeah, even I don't quite understand why it takes so much out of you when you fly or take a long train ride or something. But like when I get off the plane, I'm always like, fuck, I'm dead. Like even like when I come home, like every time that I like, for instance, I'm coming back on Sunday, next Sunday from Iceland. On Monday, I already said, yeah, I'm working from home. I'm not fucking coming in because I can't. I'll be dead. It's funny how that is. I never understood why, though. Why it is that just you're sitting down on a fucking plane, you know, for hours, and it takes so much out of you, though. But yeah, no. I'm looking forward to that trip. I haven't been there in over 2 years. Maybe a little less than 2 years. It's a fun country. Actually, a lot of people have guns there, from my understanding, too. Which is pretty interesting. Seeing as how it's one of the least violent countries in the world. I think that their murder rate is like 0.3 per year, but they actually do have like a fair amount of gun owners relative to their population.
What country?
Iceland.
I did not know that they had a number of gun owners there.
Yeah, and it's not like, I mean, it's all like they had I think it was the year I went, so it was probably about 2 years ago. They had a guy who because all they could have there, though, they have a lot of guns and gun owners, but it's all like hunting rifles and shotguns and shit like that. And they had the first time, I think, in the whole history of the country that the police had to shoot somebody, and it was national news. Because the guy was apparently shooting cars, he was nuts, from his window or something with a shotgun, and the police went in and killed him. But that country's like, it's another world over there, honestly. Like, just how peaceful it is over there. It's unreal, honestly. Like, everybody knows everybody kind of thing. Like, it's crazy. It's a different world. But they do have a fair amount of gun owners. I remember reading that, and I was like, really? Yeah. It's a cool country, though. I love it.
Come on, watch me a Netflix movie. I haven't watched a movie in a while.
Dude, I caught this movie the other night. It's a French language movie that they have subtitles to, but it was fantastic. Really good fucking movie. I think it was called Intimate Enemies. It's about the Algerian War. Very good movie.
Netflix.
Yes, yes.
All right, I'll add it to my list, man. Thanks.
No, please.
Check it out. Dude, I want to watch Longmire. That's what I'm waiting. I'm just waiting to sit down and have some time. Intimate Enemies. Yep, there it is.
Yeah, dude, it's so good. And one of the firearms that they use in that movie, it's stuff like they use a lot of French guns and such, and it's all like based around the Algerian War, which was during the 50s. So you see some interesting guns. The one that I thought was awesome. Have you ever seen the MAT-49?
MAT-49.
Yeah, MAT-49. It's
FAT.
It's an interesting. I had never seen it until seeing this movie, and it's like it's rare that I see a movie and I'm like, oh, I've never even seen that gun before. But I looked it up and I was just like, what the fuck? It's a cool fucking gun. It's like a foldable submachine gun. Oh man, it's neat. Really neat gun. Apparently, really reliable and such too.
Right. We were talking about Lord of War. Yeah, I just watched that the other day. I really liked it. Really good movie with Nicolas Cage. My parents watched it. I told my dad to watch it, and he didn't like it as much. I guess because it was a little too slow for him, but I really enjoyed it. I thoroughly enjoyed that movie. Thought it was really well done. Whoever directed it did a really pretty good job on it.
Netflix. The problem with Netflix is they get a lot of good movies, but then they fucking lose them.
Well, that's because they have to buy the rights, and then when they buy the rights, it's not like they get to pick how long the deal. It's like pretty much the movie people who own the rights. Like, all right, here's the deal. If you want it, this is how you're gonna get it, and this is how long you're gonna get it. Blah blah
Right.
blah blah. So I mean, they have. I mean, I guess they can negotiate, but.
There were these two other movies they had that were really, really great. They had this one called Ninth Company. It was a Russian movie based on the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan.
What's it called?
That
Ninth
movie.
Company? I think I watched that one.
They don't got it anymore. They don't got. You saw that one?
It sounds familiar. I can. Oh, I believe it. Oh, what? Oh, I think it was on my list and I was gonna watch it. Cause I remember. Now I'm looking at it. I remember the cover up, but I don't know if I watched it or what. What was it about?
It was about the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, and it was such a good movie.
Like, what was the plot? Like, what was the actual? Like, what happened in the movie? Like, you explain it.
It starts out like the boot camp and everything else like that, and they go through that, and then they're in Afghanistan fighting the Mujahideen, and it's so fucking good.
I think I added it to my list, but I never got to watch it. Cause yeah, you're right. Then you got to buy a DVD or order a DVD from them.
Such a good movie. I love that movie. And then another one that I can't remember the fucking name of it. It was a Korean movie, and it was about. So there was an attempt by the DPRK to assassinate Park Chung-hee, who was the Korean president. They failed, but in retaliation, the South Koreans basically formed this unit on like ex-convicts and shit to go assassinate Kim Il-sung. And it was, oh man, it's based on a true story and everything. Crazy fucking good movie. Crazy good movie. But it's unfortunate they got rid of that one too. And I can't remember that one for the fucking life of me. But that one Ninth Company, if you get a chance to take a look at it, is a really good movie.
Yeah, I think, like I said, I think I had it added to my list and just never got around to it because, I mean, I spend so much time when I'm on the internet. Pretty much, if I'm doing anything on the internet like that, it's usually on gun channels, so that's where I spend a lot of my time. But I don't spend as much time watching movies anymore. Even though I have like a ton on my list, I only want to watch.
The only time I really get a chance to watch TV or movies is during my commute. I just there's just so much shit I got going on usually that
oh my god, I've got so many movies on here. It's not even. It's crazy.
No, yeah, I just have a lot of shit that I tend to work on that I don't have the fucking time to really watch much TV. Like there's maybe 2 or 3 TV shows I watch, and even those TV shows I don't really watch them that often. I just don't have the fucking time.
I want to watch this movie called The Silencer. It has pretty low ratings and it was made in 2000, but it sounds interesting.
I love silencers in general, so a movie with the same name can't be that bad, I suppose.
Oh, I finally got to watch The Hurt Locker the other day, and it was really good. The ending was okay, but it was cool watching it.
I never saw that
enjoyed
movie.
it. Huh?
I never got a chance to check that movie.
It's on Netflix. The Hurt Locker. It's about a bomb squad IED disposal, EOD, in Afghanistan or Iraq. I think it's in Iraq where it's based. Yeah. I finally got to watch Enemy at the Gates the other day.
Oh, Enemy at the Gates, about Vasily Zaitsev, yeah?
Yep. Very clear. I think I've seen it like a long time ago because I kind of felt like I'd seen it, but I couldn't remember anything about it. So I watched the whole thing, and I think I did watch it years and years ago when I was young.
I just can't get over the British accents. I'm sorry. I mean, like I said, maybe that's just me being a bit twatty about it.
It is kind of weird. It's like they're Russian, but they have British accents.
I know. I'm just sitting there the entire time thinking that, like, they're not even trying. I'm like, I'd rather watch it Russian language. I mean, even though, for me, it's a little easier because I speak a bit of Russian, but, you know, but even just to read the subtitles and everything else like that, I find it better. At least they try to do the accent versus just, like, they don't even try. They're just doing British accents. I'm just like, what the fuck is this?
One movie I want to watch is the Homesman with Tommy Lee Jones. It looks okay. It looks interesting. I don't know how good it is.
As long as I can say yes, no, booze, and where's the bathroom, I'm good in any country. So da, niet, vodka, and I'm still stuck on where's the bathroom. I figure if I just hold myself and jump up and down.
I don't know the word for bathroom. I could say like the toilet it'd probably be or something like that, but I don't know because in most countries when you say the bathroom you just say like toilet pretty much. Like in German it's wo ist die Toilette?
Wo ist die Toilette? Or you just whip it out and start peeing in the shrub, and someone will point you to the right direction.
No, that would turn out pretty bad. No, languages for me are a hobby of mine. I study language for fun. So yeah. No.
Yeah, 4 years living in, 3 years living in Europe. I never once had a situation where I couldn't communicate the fact that I gotta piss. Point me in the right direction.
Where were you in Europe?
I was stationed in Germany, in a little place called Baumholder.
I'll tell you what's a good movie. Oh, sorry. I interrupted you.
No, go ahead, shoot. I was done.
The Hunted. Tommy Lee Jones and I forget that guy's name. It's really good, but he was like a CIA trainer or instructor or whatever Tommy Lee Jones was or something like that. Anyway, trained for some government organization, and one of his students went kind of crazy and started killing people, and so he had to go track him down. And that's pretty much what the movie's about. It's pretty good.
What? CIA agent goes rogue? Never heard that storyline before.
I don't think it was CIA. Maybe it's something, but something to that effect. Yeah, but it was good.
NSA, one of the alphabet agencies.
Yeah, exactly.
So in Germany, what like region was that you were in, if you don't mind me asking?
The Rhineland Pfalz. Kaiserslautern, Saarbrücken, Trier. The very very near to the Benelux region. Used to go over to Luxembourg and Belgium and that part of northern France all the time.
Oh, dude,
I've spent right in that little crux.
Yeah, I've spent a bit of time over in near Frankfurt in Neustadt an die Weinstraße. That was the first time I went to Germany. That was fun as hell, honestly. That was crazy. It was all over the place. I'm pretty sure I'm not super familiar with the like specific regions, like the names of each one of them, but yeah, that area was awesome. And then there was like Schwarzwald and all those places, Speyer, Köln. Well, Köln I went to the second time, actually. That was nice.
Have
Yeah,
you
I
guys?
was gonna say Kern's a little bit over from there.
Here's a
Oh,
movie.
yeah?
Where'd it go? Damn it! Where'd it go? There it is.
I was in Köln in February. I love it over there. Do you speak any German?
Not as much as I used to. It's definitely but other languages are definitely perishable skills. I mean, when I was there, I could read the newspaper and carry on a basic conversation. There was a little bit of grunting and pointing going on, but it wasn't too bad. I could get along. Now, oh my God, I've forgotten so much. It's ridiculous how fast you can perish a skill if you don't
So,
use it
dann,
like that.
wenn ich mit dir mit Deutsch sprach, sie kann nicht mich verstehen dann, ja?
Yeah, I caught like 2 words of that, man. It's been too long.
Oh, no problem. I just said.
There was a time where basic conversational German, a little bit of grunting and pointing. I might ask for, might ask for a little clarification on the occasional word, but it wasn't bad. Now, oh God, it's terrible. I can say hello, and hello and goodbye, and find my way to the damn train station, and that's about it.
Understood. No, German is actually my my best language other than English.
It's a very easy language to learn for Americans.
Yes, it is.
Because English is a Germanic language.
Yes, 100. Yes, exactly. Yeah, a lot of people will say like, "Oh, English comes from Latin." I'm like, well, no, it actually comes from German. It has Latin influence, but no, it's German primarily. It's Germanic, but no, yeah, German is. I could speak German almost fluently. Not 100% there, but almost there. I love that language a lot. I'm learning Dutch now, which is cool.
It's fairly close.
Oh, it's stupid close, honestly. Like, if you speak German with a Dutch accent, you'll get most of it right. It's just, it's pretty funny in that way.
What was always fun for me was when I travel in Europe and you speak English? No. The other guy's like, you speak Spanish? No. Sprechen Sie Deutsch? Okay. I spoke decent German. They speak okay German, and we'd be able to carry on the conversation. Both of us grunting and pointing our way through the language that we're using as an intermediary language.
That's funny. No, the region you were in, like if you say that you were near like that, France and I think that we were in similar regions. I spent a day in Strasbourg, which is like a little city.
Well, I was like straight out of South Central Germany.
Mm. That's funny. But no, yeah, in that area, if they didn't speak English, they spoke German. But
there you were usually running into German, French, and the Belgian speakers, which were always
What
kind of
just happened to my
interesting
Facebook?
to me because they it was like it's so close to French I could barely pick out the difference.
well, in Belgium they speak French and they speak Flemish. Flemish is a Creole between, if I'm not mistaken, French and Dutch, which is interesting.
Yeah. Which, like I said, it's like I knew it wasn't French, but I didn't speak enough French to really know that well. But I knew it wasn't French.
I actually just started French. Yeah, I just started learning French just like a few days ago because I was originally learning Italian, but I got kind of sick and tired of Italian, and I didn't really want to learn it anymore, so I was just like, fuck Italian for now, I'll deal with that later, and I moved on to French. And I like French. French is a really cool language.
First time I went to France, I didn't know the number, the French number for 4. I knew 1 through 3, 1, 2, 3, and didn't know what 4 was. So we go into like a French bakery. Okay, give me 3 baguettes. And I don't know the number, the word for 4. So give me 3 baguettes and 1 of those, whatever that is, because I was not about to, at least not around Paris. Other parts of France, no big deal. Paris, if you try and speak French, you better speak it right, otherwise they treat you like you're an asshole.
Yeah, I've never been to Paris, but I've heard the same thing from everybody. They say Parisians, if you like, for instance,
Parisians are like New Yorkers. They're kind of dickheads.
I've heard the exact same thing. I've never been, but I heard, like, even if you're in Paris and you speak, like, France from, like, a southern dialect, or you're, like, from Quebec, or God forbid from like you know, just another fucking region, they will treat you like shit. They will just want nothing to do with you. They won't even like attempt. I've heard this from quite a few people.
Yeah, it's going to head out.
Respect if you like go in and order something and you do it in.
All right, man. Have a fantastic night.
But don't
I'll see you guys later.
dare to screw it up.
Great night, dude. Good night.
All right, man.
Yeah, have a good weekend.
Likewise, dude.
But yeah, so I'd go into a restaurant or a bakery or something. I'd be like, okay, I'm going to order 3 of these in one of those, because I knew enough French to do that. But I could not ever remember the word for 4 for some reason.
You know what's
so
funny,
there
man?
being 4 of us, one person always got something different.
It's pretty funny, actually. I don't know the word for 4 in French. No, I actually just learned the word for 4 in Russian, but I don't know the word for 4 in French. I know un, deux, trois as well, but I don't know what 4 is. And in Russian, it's раз, два, три, четыре is 4, and I just learned that. Like,
that's a hell of a mouthful for what's supposed to be a one-syllable fucking word.
Well, in English it is, but not necessarily there. It's funny, like I said, but I love learning languages. It's just something I love doing.
I mean, you know, German real easy. 1, 2, 3, 4, you know.
Ja, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, ja. Das ist sehr einfach, in meiner Meinung auch. But yeah. It's very simple. I agree as well.
And here's what's funny. I actually got to the point where I could actually dream in German.
You could what now?
I could dream in German.
No way, you were that good?
And I've completely lost it. It's all gone. I mean, because, well, you know, God, I left there in the end of '97. So
yeah, but you could probably get it back pretty easily.
Oh yeah, I'm sure I could pick it back up pretty quick. I mean, if you sent me back to Germany, you know, give me a week, and I'd probably be back to damn near where I was. But I haven't spoken. I've spoken more German on this chat than I have in the past 5 years.
Huh. That's interesting. No, because I mean, unfortunately, a lot of my German buddies are back over there. I mean, I speak with them as much as I can, and I'm seeing them for New Year's this year. We'll go to Amsterdam together, but I don't get to speak as much German as I'd like to either, but I always try. I always read as much as I can. I do whatever I can to immerse myself, because I know if I don't use it, I'm going to fucking lose it.
Oh yeah, you will definitely lose it. Years ago, I used to work for a defense contractor, and one of our design engineers was from Germany. And he was kind enough to suffer me speaking German, and would he and I would speak German all the time, which really helped me keep it for a couple of more years. Then I left that company and had no one else to speak it to, and it, you know, over the years it's just kind of gone.
Oh look, I mean, if you ever want to work on it, let me know. I'd be happy to work it through with you. I know it's tough. I mean, if I didn't have people to speak with, I don't know what the fuck I'd do, honestly. You know, like I said, most of my buddies are back there, but I still do get to speak with them and such. So it's not that bad. I would advise you. You know, it's actually not that bad. Also, you should maybe consider reading some German news, like Der Spiegel or something like that. You know.
Well, and that was really one of the ways that I got my German up, was by I'd sit down every morning with the German newspaper, and I'd sit there, you know, I'd read the local newspaper, and, you know, at first didn't know what the hell I was looking at, would flip to the funny pages, try and figure out what the hell they were talking about, and that was about it, even though the funny pages in Germany are not the same as the funny pages in the U.S.
No.
Not at all.
quite.
But and hell, that took me a month to figure out that wait, this isn't funny at all. This is
No,
just political cartoons.
they got different sense of humor than we have.
But yeah, before I left Germany, oh yeah, everybody thought, there was a time where I'd start talking to somebody and they'd literally think that I was from, and I forget which region they thought I was from, somewhere in northern Germany. But they thought, oh, your accent and everything, you're from here, right? No, man, I'm American.
Ich bin Amerikaner. That's awesome, dude. You should really consider picking it up again. I don't know, like I said.
I've thought a few times about maybe see if I could go take like a night course at the community college or something here. But with my job schedule, by the time I get off work, even if I did have the actual chronological time to do it, by the time I get off work, I am freaking done for the day.
No, I get what you're saying. I mean, look, I honestly, I can't learn like languages or rather anything for that much in like the traditional classroom setting. In fact, if you want to turn me off of a language, like when I first started learning Japanese, I did it in a classroom and I couldn't learn shit. It was only until I started doing it privately with my professor and like we would just meet up at a restaurant and speak that I get it. Like I learned German by listening to music, That's just how I picked it up. Everyone picks these things up differently. The thing is that it's a common misconception people have that you kind of have to learn it in like a classroom setting where like you sit down and you're taught what each word means and such. But that's really not the case. I would actually say for most people, It's just like I will never get so angry when people say to me like, "Oh, I can't learn a language. I want to, but I can't." And I go, "Well, why can't you?" And they'll say, "Oh, because I couldn't do it in school." And I'm just like, "God."
Yeah, that's totally different. Yeah, totally different.
I'm just
look, in high school, I had 1 semester of German. When I got to Germany, I spoke better German out of that just 1 semester of high school that actually failed the class. And wound up taking other classes and never did a language, never passed a language class in high school. But out of that 1 failed semester of German that I took, when we got to Germany, I spoke better German than some of my buddies in the military that were like, yeah, I did. I did like 3 years of German in high school and I got all A's. Oh, okay, cool. Tell this guys we want 4 beers, a couple of brats, and get us the check. Beer, bitte.
Oh God.
Bratwurst. Oh shit, what's the word for check? Oh, are you kidding me, dude?
No, dude, I get it. It's funny. How people actually think like that your grades and like how I learn. Look, some people can learn it that way and totally awesome for them. I'm not, but like a lot of people don't. And like I said, it actually pisses me the fuck off because like I said, I get into the whole language thing a lot. Not so much if someone says they're not into language, that's totally cool. I get it. It is what it is. We're all into what we're into. But when someone says like, "Oh, I would love to learn any given language," and I'm like, "Oh, so learn it." "Oh, I can't. I'm too stupid to learn a language. I'm not able to." And I'll be like, "Why would you say such a thing?" When I was in school, I couldn't learn the language, and I'm just like, "God damn it!" I'm just like, "Fuck." I'm like, "Don't say that. That's not true. Just because you couldn't do it in school does not mean that you can't learn a language. It's just that's bullshit. That's not true."
Well, you know what helped my learning German better than anything else? My one of my NCOs, he was married to a German, and they owned a bar downtown. So, obviously me being the young infantry stud that I was, frequented the bars anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And he called me up a couple times at first saying, "Hey, my bartender didn't show up. side money. Yeah, sure, I'll go and I'll send some bar. And got in there, and a lot of Americans and a lot of local Germans frequented that bar because it was both an American and German-owned bar. And so I really learned a lot of my German by tending bar there, because he called me a couple times. Hey, come to the bar. You'll make a little extra money. I'm like, yeah, sure. I got nothing to do other than drink. Instead, I can go drink your booze and serve it to other people. Fine. With that a few times, he asked. Next thing I know, his wife's going, can you do this like every weekend that you're not out? I'm like, well, I don't know about every weekend, but maybe 2 to 3 times a week. And she's like, whenever you can, just, give me a couple of days heads up, and I want you coming in. Okay, fine. So I wound up tending bar at a German bar, and I learned a lot of German just talking to people.
Sure, that's how you do it. That's how I'm learning Russian. That's how I'm doing it. I just sit with my friends and I speak. That's all I do. Nothing else. I listen to some Russian music, yeah, sure. But for the most part, I just sit down and I speak. And you know what? I was never so happy with myself the other day that I was able, in the bar, I was able to say everything I need to say in Russian. And then 2 days ago, I'm with my buddy, and I'm having a whole conversation just in Russian.
I mean, I remember how proud of myself I was one day when, I'm sitting there, just kind of nothing to do, pick up the German newspaper, and, read the cover of the newspaper, understood it all. Okay, maybe 1 or 2 words I didn't get, but, picked up a couple of context clues, and, okay, I know what they're talking about, we're good. And then realized that, holy shit, I just read the entire newspaper. Crap.
Yeah, it's fucking awesome. It's awesome. No, because I did the same thing, because like I said, my German is not perfect. I'm almost there to be fluent, but I'm not quite there yet. So especially when I'm reading sometimes, like I can speak. Like when I was in Germany the last time, I could, speak. I could say whatever I need to say, no problem. I actually have a bit more of a problem when it comes to understanding than speaking. But when it comes
now, of course, as opposed to an hour and a half to read a newspaper, no, it took me all day to read this damn newspaper. Don't get me wrong.
No, but dude, it's still great. But then that becomes quicker and quicker and quicker. Like for me, like I said, when it's a long article or something like that in German, sometimes I have a really hard time too. Like my buddy. Well, that's a different story because translating's a bitch in general.
What killed me about them is the 14-word run-together words.
Oh, those are great. I love those.
God.
Those are hysterical. Because, German is the word to use, I suppose, might be a less advanced language. So, for instance, we have words for things that they don't have words for, so they just sort of mesh words together to become that. Like, for instance, the word for ambulance. We have the word ambulance. It means an ambulance. They don't have a word for that. They have Krankenwagen, which means sick car. And they don't have a word for exit or entrance. They have Eingang und Ausgang. It means like in passageway and out passageway.
The in-way and the outway.
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty funny, though. And that's that people, like, for a while I was like, what the hell are these giant fucking words? And then I kind of got it. I'm like, oh, they don't have a word for X or Y or Z, so they kind of just put words together to mean that.
I remember traveling around Europe, and it was always annoying to me because you go get on the Autobahn, and it didn't say, Autobahn 6 North or Autobahn 6 South. No, it said Autobahn 6 toward this city or this city.
Yes, I love that.
If you didn't know which city was north of you or which city was south of you, and so I'm trying to drive from, like Kaiserslautern to frickin' Frankfurt. Well, it didn't say Frankfurt. It said, Trier or something. And if I didn't know that Trier was between me and Frankfurt, then I couldn't frickin' figure out how to get there.
That's interesting, actually, because when I was there, I thought it was the coolest thing. Like, we're driving on the autobahn, and I'm
Well, we
like,
do
I
the
see
same
like
thing
Paris.
here in the U.S., but it says, I-95 North, Jacksonville, coming out of Daytona Beach, or I-95 South, freaking Miami. But it tells you north or south.
No, you're not wrong, and that's what's funny, actually, because, I mean, look, I don't really drive, but just when I was there and my buddy was driving, just seeing that, I thought was the coolest thing. I was like, Paris is 500 kilometers away. I was just like, just seeing that, I was just like, holy shit, that's so cool, whereas, like, here, it's like, it's all numbered, and I could never, like, I like the whole, like, just, yeah, Paris is there, Speyer is here.
Well, yeah, it's fine when it says Paris or something, because, okay, I've got an idea of that. But when the damn thing says Karlsbrücke, I'm like, I don't know if I'm north or south of Karlsbrücke. Shit.
I never thought of it that way, I suppose. Oh, man, I miss it over there. Just when I get to go over there, it's so fucking nice. The liquor prices are something to really miss, though. I don't know.
Places?
Oh, prices. No, the prices for beer.
Right. Oh, well, yeah, but nobody misses the gas prices there.
Oh, no. No. When I'm saying prices.
The great thing about being in the military, we had a forces agreement that meant that we didn't have to pay the German taxes on fuel, so we could get fuel stamps that you could turn in to buy your gas, which meant that you bought the gas without all the German taxes on the gas.
Real? That's awesome.
Which cut it down to something more akin to American prices.
No, because they're so, dude, gas is so expensive. The beer and food is so cheap.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, you could go and have, a 5-star awesome meal there and walk out. It's like, really?
Yeah, dude.
I paid $25 for that meal.
Yeah, exactly. Dude, like the last time I was in Germany, like I was, in the liquor stores. So we went for Carnival. I went to go visit my friend in Aachen, which is you may know is a town near
Know Aachen very well.
Oh, you know Aachen?
Yes.
Oh, Aachen is awesome. But I was there for like 10 days, and I was staying with my buddy. We went into the grocery stores and such. Fucking for Glenfiddich 12-year was like €25. I was like, what? I was like, here it's like $60, $70.
See, it was all marks when I was there. They didn't have the euro yet.
Oh, that's even better.
So the marks were roughly 50 cents to $1.
That's amazing. Oh man.
So you go in somewhere and be like, okay, dude, I went into a place and Louis XIII brandy. This stuff in the U.S.
thousands
is, I mean, if you just want a glass of it,
and
it has it, you're gonna pay $140.
Yep.
I was in a very nice restaurant with some people. I ordered one, and it was like 80 marks. $40.
Ah, man.
Hell yeah.
Dude, I'll never forget the last, when I was over there, we went into an absinthe bar. An absinthe here, and this was like a proper absinthe bar. It was the first time I ever went.
Real absinthe.
Oh yeah, they had the water.
Which is illegal in the U.S.
No, yeah, it was so cool. €5 per glass. Less than a beer in the USA.
Yeah.
It's less money than I paid for beer. I paid for absinthe over there. I was
wait. Now €5 now is like $6.50.
No, it's actually not. It was.
Oh, like okay. Well, it's been a while since I checked the exchange.
No, it actually changed pretty recently, like within the last. So it was like 123. The first time I went to Germany, I'll never forget it. And I was an idiot. I got my exchange done at the airport because this was my first time traveling to Europe. I was like 20 or 21 or something, and I go there and I'm like, yeah. I was so excited. I gave him $200, and the motherfucker gave me €140. I don't think I've ever the look on my face just changed like that. I was just like, what the fuck? And then when I was there, because it was like the exchange rate was like $1.25 or something, 23. I don't quite remember. It went to like it's like $1.07 now.
Okay.
It's a lot better.
So you're telling me if I want to buy an Aston Martin, now is the time.
Yes, exactly. Do it now. Jump on it right now. If you don't, you may never have the opportunity again.
Wait. Did the English adopt the euro? No, they're still in pounds, aren't they?
Oh no, yeah, of course. No.
Okay,
Yes, that's right. Aston Martin is British.
I guess I'm gonna have to buy a Ferrari. I guess.
Now, last year actually, that will fuck you because last year, I was gonna go to Scotland for New Year's, but my buddy and I we wound up having to go to Budapest instead because I was just like,
darn.
Yeah. No, Budapest was fun as hell, but
well, I've been to Budapest.
You have?
Yeah.
When were you there? Like, what time of the year?
I was there August of '96.
What's it like in the summer? Because I was there in the winter. It was a very interesting experience in the winter.
I'd say think Virginia in the summer. Still
is it not
hot.
It's a gorgeous city, is it not?
Oh, it's an awesome place. I had a blast there.
That's actually where my profile pictures is from Budapest. I took this one
right before I went there. Some buddies of mine, and we're all getting leave out of it. You know, we were, that was the year we were all in Bosnia, and some buddies of mine get 2 weeks leave, left Bosnia, went to Budapest. They're walking around, and we had orders that we could go on leave in uniform because we didn't take civilian clothes to freaking Bosnia. And they're walking around Budapest, and all of a sudden, some executive from Harley Davidson runs up to them and says, "You guys are Americans." And they're like, "Hey, you're American too. How you doing?" "We're opening the first Harley dealership in Hungary. I want you guys to be there. Come with me." Okay, so they went to the grand opening of the Harley dealership in Budapest and were treated like kings, got to ride around for the next, they gave them Harleys to ride until they had to come home.
That's awesome. That is fucking amazing.
One of the guys had never been on a bike in his life, and they actually gave him a motorcycle riding class, and then just gave him a bike saying, "Just bring it back before you leave."
That's unreal, dude. That's crazy.
Oh, yeah. I was like, how come I didn't get on a back gig?
That's insane. That's awesome. The food there is ridiculous, too. I love it.
I mean, I love staying there.
It was so nice. That trip was a real.
And the people were very friendly. Just really an awesome culture to have gotten to experience.
Yeah, I loved it. That trip, it was awesome, but it kind of got a little fucked up for me because, so we flew in from New York to Frankfurt, right? So it was on my birthday that we arrived in Frankfurt, and all my friends from Germany came out and took me out for lunch. We had like a 7-hour layover, which was awesome. I had the best time. They took me to this old Wirtshaus that I was at prior, the last time I was in Germany, and it was blast. I'm thinking, oh man, could this get any better? We were supposed to do, I was laughing because the whole time I was like, yeah, I'm going to spend my birthday in 2 different countries. I'm going to have lunch in Germany and dinner in Hungary. It's going to be awesome. Our flight got canceled. And we wound up being in the airport waiting for our next flight for like 7 hours, and then the flight took 4 hours to take off. By the time we got to Budapest, we were awake for a total of like 35 hours. Plus the jet lag. from the U.S. So
You got to learn to sleep on the plane, my friend.
dude, we tried. It was just insane. Because we thought, like I said, we thought we were going to get there and then go to sleep. It was insane. And then, like, every night for, like, because we were only there for a week, for, like, 4 or 5 days, we would go out, get breakfast, lunch, and then go back to the hotel and, like, sleep for, like, 3 hours. So that kind of, it didn't fuck the trip up, but, like, we didn't get to see as much as we wanted to see. You know? Yeah. Because of that. But that was an interesting experience. Layovers are, I've learned to realize layovers are not necessarily the greatest thing in the world.
I mean, after I was out of the military, I was caught a layover in Iceland.
Oh, so you've been to Iceland?
Yeah. Got a layover there, and it was like, okay, you know, planes are icing up, and we're actually having a little bit more ice problems than we thought we were going to. We can't get the planes de-iced before the other wing starts icing up again. So we're going to, you know, this was supposed to be like a, you know, 3 a.m. flight out, you know, kind of layover for an hour or two and, you know, refuel, de-ice, and go on.
Mm-hmm.
But they couldn't get the plane to de-ice, so, okay, we're not going to try and de-ice again until the sun comes up. So extended layover. All right, cool. So we all get our passports stamped and go running around Iceland. Yeah, fine. And it really wasn't that late. It was like, you know, we got there probably about 9 o'clock at night. So we've got till basically dawn. So, you know, I did what any, at this point, out of the military now, college student would do. Got out and found the nearest bar that was open. I go in there, you know, have a few drinks, talking to people, having a good time. Meet some young soldier who had proceeded to really get himself completely plowed. Found out he was on the same flight as I was. So here I am, off active duty, hadn't even joined the Guard yet, and I've got this young private first class who's just plowed at the bar, about to miss his flight, at which point I decided, all right, God damn it, it's time to become Sergeant Carana again. And I snapped this boy too and dragged his ass back to the airport so he didn't miss his flight.
That's awesome, dude. That's so fucking awesome. How did you like it when you were there, though?
Oh, really nice people, cold as shit. But, you know, really nice people, you know, just warm, hospitable, really, you know, kind of cool folks. Would not live there for any amount of money, though. Way too cold for me.
You were in the main airport, right?
Oh God, what's the name of it? It starts with an S.
Keflavik?
Yeah. Oh yeah, Keflavik. Sorry.
Yeah. Did you get a chance to hit up Reykjavik? Well, that's like the main city. That's where
no. Never got to Reykjavik. Stayed right there in Keflavik.
If you get the opportunity, hit up Reykjavik. I'm telling you right now, that city is just it's something else. Like I'm going there to get a tattoo on Friday. I'm going all the way there. I mean, I'm using it kind of as an excuse.
Yeah, but coming out of New York, that's not quite so far as me coming out of Florida.
Fair point. Yes, you're 100%
That's more like me flying to Virginia to get a tattoo.
Yes, you're right. You're right.
Not even all the way to New York. You know?
Yeah, you're 100% right about that. That's a fair point. But I think, you want to know what's crazy, actually, talking about that? Do you know where the vast majority of tourists that I saw there were from? Japan. I'm sitting there. I couldn't believe it. I'm sitting there, and because you know when you're walking around, you seldom hear Japanese.
You know why?
No.
It's the range of the frickin' airplane. You can actually launch out of Japan, bypass the U.S. in a 747-800, and land there, but you can't make it quite to Europe.
Yeah.
They can totally overfly the U.S. and not even land, and get to Iceland.
That's crazy, because that it makes more sense now, actually. But when I was there, because like every other person,
You did also see ones that took off out of L.A. and went direct.
yeah, that's a fair point. That's a very good point. Very good point. I couldn't believe it. I was like, what the fuck? Because I hear Japanese, and I'm just like, they're speaking Japanese, but they're speaking Japanese, and they're speaking Japanese too. I'm just like, oh my god, I could not believe it. It was crazy, and now that makes a lot more sense to me. I was wondering, I was like, why, of all places, are there just so many Japanese people in Reykjavik? But it's an awesome, amazing city, honestly. Like, of all the places I've been, it's one of the places.
Like I said, all I had was a layover there. Granted, it was a extended layover where I got to leave the airport, but it was one of those places where I'm like, okay, I can definitely see myself coming back here, but I'm coming back in the summer.
You can come back in the summer. What's cool about the summer, because when I was there, it was winter. Cause my thing is every New Year I go to a new country. I like to spend my New Year's in a different country every New Year.
I did that until I met my wife.
Huh. Where have you head up for New Year's?
Oh God, Paris, Frankfurt. Well, had one horrible New Year's where I was on a train going between Germany and Bosnia. That kind of sucked.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like fun.
I've been to New York. I've been to LA. I've been to.
Oh, did you do the thing here? Did you do the whole?
Yes, you have to do the things. You go to Times Square.
Oh man, what was that like? I've never done it. I don't want to do it.
It was a giant freaking mob.
Yeah, I'm so not down with that. Like I want to experience a lot of things in my life, but that's one thing I have no intention on ever experiencing is that. I don't want to. I'm good, thanks.
As far as just sheer fun, London was awesome. What I always wanted to do and never got to do, but I have some buddies that did, was go to Edinburgh.
Yes, that's where I wanted to go. I wanted to go to Edinburgh and Inverness. That was where I wanted to go last year.
I have got buddies who have done it, and it is definitely on the bucket list. I have got to do New Year's there.
Do it. Dude, I'm dying. My buddy's actually from Germany. He's there right now. I want to kill him. I'm so jealous of him. I'm just like, he's telling me about all the fucking distilleries he's going to, and I'm just like, son of a bitch. I'm just, because the Highlands and everything, oh man. I want to go so bad. But this year is actually going to be, I don't know if I probably mentioned Amsterdam, which should be cool.
And I did Amsterdam in '94.
How was that? How did you enjoy it?
That was awesome. It was.
Yeah.
It was really cool. Now, of course, I was in the military at the time, so I could not partake of any of the things that Amsterdam was famous for at the time. Well, at least I couldn't partake of most of the things that Amsterdam was famous for at the time.
But it was still an awesome time.
Oh, it was phenomenal.
I can't wait.
And we went in, actually called a military hop, because I was still stationed in the U.S. at that time. Called a military hop, went up there, got close enough, rented a car, drove into Amsterdam, spent 3 days there, stayed at a youth hostel.
How was that?
Well, dude, it's a freaking co-ed flop house. It's a bed and a shower.
Right, of course.
You didn't need anything more. You know, it was a bed, a shower, and a wall locker. So if I didn't keep anything in the wall locker there, I kept stuff in my rental car that I parked in one of the underground secure garages. Because if you didn't park in one of the underground secure garages, your shit was going to get stolen. They have a huge petty crime problem there. They don't have a big violent crime problem there. Not any more than the U.S. does, but they have a huge petty crime problem.
A lot of places,
Because, you know, people wanting to steal stuff to go get a fix.
You get a lot of the gypsies and shit. I heard that they get really nasty. They'll steal, they'll pickpocket and stuff like that. My buddy got his phone nailed for him in Amsterdam. Actually, they did the whole thing. They took the map, so he had his phone on the table in the restaurant, and they take the map, they put it down, and they go, "Oh, do you know where this place is?" He goes, "No, sorry." And with the map, they pick up the cell phone.
Somebody tried that shit on me actually in Belgium. And yeah, the second the map came out, I slammed down on the map, caught somebody's hand, and twisted it and flipped him over a table.
Awesome! That's fucking great. It must have been like they must have not expected that.
No, they didn't.
That's great.
And then then next comes the bar. You know, the restaurant owner out from behind the bar with a broom and swinging it like a frickin' ninja at them, because he saw me flip this dude over the table, and he knew exactly what was going on.
That's great. That's awesome.
And he was kind enough that, you know, he sent out my, me and my little party there. He sent out our next round for free.
That's great. That's awesome, dude. That sounds like a fucking fantastic experience. My buddy told me, I was like, no. I was like, that's insane. He just threw down the map and gobbled up his phone. I was just like, what the fuck? It's unreal. They're clever as fuck over there.
Well, and of course, you have to remember, back when I was there, we didn't have cell phones. What they were trying to get was, my buddy had set the keys to his car.
Oh, fuck.
And so this happened. He had no clue what was going on. I had an idea, so that's when I just slammed my arm down on the map and felt an arm under mine. So I just kind of reached through the map, grabbed the whole thing, grabbed the arm that was under there, and gave the guy a shoulder throw.
That's awesome, dude. That's amazing. Oh man, I wish I would have had a reaction.
And he was all of about 102 pounds soaking wet, man.
That's hysterical. That is awesome. Because I got nailed in Budapest actually. My buddy and I got scammed, but and it's funny because we were being all smug. I was like, "Oh, we're from New York. That shit won't happen to us."
That's your first mistake.
It was dumb. It was stupid.
They think they know what the fuck they're doing.
Yep. No, that was the dumbest, stupid thing. I got real smug. I was like, "Yeah, I'm from New York. You're gonna try this shit on me. It's not gonna work. I'm used to it. I heard it all." Man, I have not heard it all. After they got so.
You see, I'm from Texas. Fuck that.
To me, it was me being fucking. It was hubris, dude. It was hubris on my end. I was like, yeah, I know it all. I got it. And no, they nailed me. They got me. My buddy and I, it was the night before New Year.
All right. So wait. So you didn't get like robbed. You got scammed.
We got scammed. When did you hear the story?
I gotta hear this.
Oh no, it's great. This is it was hysterical. So it was the night before New Year's Eve night, right? And do you know like the main square of Budapest? I don't know if you remember when you were there. Like they have that just big.
The Freedom Square or something like that.
No, not that. It was just the main like It's on the. I want to
You
say
know
it's on
what
the-
I'm talking about, then, right?
Yeah, I know the Freedom Square. That was cool as hell. That was a good experience. The one I'm telling you right now was not such a good experience. But it was like in the main like almost like the Times Square of Budapest, like where all the shops are and shit.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
I know.
so you know what I'm talking about.
I don't remember the name, but
Yeah, no, I
know
don't.
what you're
I
talking
don't remember
about.
the name either. I just remember it being like I called it like, oh, this is the Times Square of Budapest.
Kind of the city center.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it was. It was the city center of Budapest. So, New Year's night, we're looking for a bar, and these two girls were just walking through. They approach us, and nice. They're not even that good looking or anything else like that, but they're just being nice, and we're just kind of out there trying to look for friends to hang out with. So they come to this like, oh, have you found any bars? I don't know if you know any bars in this area. We're looking for bars. And I'm like, no, we're kind of actually doing the same thing. So we're just talking. They tell us, oh, we're from Hungary, but we're from like out of town. Oh, okay. They were like, well, we're both looking for bars. Why don't we look for bars together? So I'm like, hey, look, there's a stand back there. We could get beers over there. And they're like, oh, we kind of want to go to a bar. I'm like, oh, okay. They go, well, we searched down this corner. There's nothing over there. We searched down that corner. There's nothing over there. But we haven't gone down this way. Do you want to come with us? And I'm like, oh, sure. Let's
Oh,
go.
God.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you let yourself get cordoned.
Oh, we let ourselves get fucked proper.
You're luckily you didn't get the Turkish fucking belly knife.
No, none of that. So we're walking down the main square and everything else like that, right? And it's funny because they didn't even mention the bar. I saw the bar, but it's the only one that's open. And I'm like, oh, let's go to this bar over here. You know, let's check it out. You know, why not? We go in there and we start ordering drinks, food. We didn't order food. We just were ordering drinks, right? One after the other. Now, the currency there is very different from what we have here. So I'm not noticing that on the end of all of the drinks, there's an extra zero.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. So I'm drinking more and more and more and more. My buddy's doing the same, and all of a sudden they come with the bill. So I think it's normal. I put down like 90,000 forint or whatever it was. It was like the equivalent of like maybe fucking $40. I don't remember the exact amount. She's like, no, the bill isn't like 30 or I'm sorry, the bill isn't like 100 total. It's like 300-400. And I'm like, what? And then all of a sudden, I'm like trying to count this shit up. I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. Then all of a sudden, the girl that we're with, she turns around, she goes, I am drunk. Can you pay for me? I was like, okay, I see what's going on here. That's when I turned around to her. I just went, absolutely not. I went, listen. I was like, we're gonna pay for what we.
That's when I dropped $40 and take all comers.
Oh, dude, that's what we should have done. But I just like, listen. I just said to them, and they were saying to me like, "Oh, well, you chose this place and everything." I was like,
a little bit different when you're in the military and do that than when you're a civilian and do that.
Oh yeah, no, I was just looking at these people
because then the cops can't, then the crooked cops can't come in. Crooked cops can come in when they're a civilian, and you're kind of screwed in state permit. Ain't gonna do a damn thing.
No,
the MPs will show up and just clean house with the local cops, depending on what country you're in.
No, here it was all, like I said, it was complete stupidity on my part. But we actually got off easy, which was great. We only had to pay for ourselves, and it wound up being like my buddy and I were saying like, oh, this was new. It was New York prices. We were like, oh, so we were in Budapest and we just paid New York prices. But it was funny because they were the girls, because they were the ones who ordered the expensive shit. It was a scam with the bar and the girls, obviously, and they were like, they were in fucking cahoots together and everything else like that. But it was hysterical. But then I was looking online to make myself feel better, and motherfuckers were saying that they got scammed for like €400. We only wound up paying like €150 total, like between us. So it was only like €75 each.
Okay, so yeah, New York bar prices.
Yeah, it wasn't like it pissed us off. We got nailed, but it wasn't like.
Which New York bar prices pissed me off enough.
Oh yeah, they as they should. But they got us, but nowhere near as bad as they got some people. If we would have paid for them, because like a lot of these guys were like they paid for the girls, and I was just like, why the fuck would you do that?
All right, so I remember some of the some of my friends. The first trip of people coming out of Bosnia going to Hungary.
Mm-hmm.
Now, remember, this is '96.
Mm-hmm.
There hadn't been a ton of American tourism in Budapest,
Mm-hmm.
ever. And they got there, and they're talking about the entrepreneurial women of the evening
Mm-hmm.
and the prices of their services. And it was like $20 was, check one off the bucket list because you just had the threesome. By the end of the second wave of Americans coming through, it had gone up to American style pricing.
Right,
it had become prompt.
You know a lot about American style pricing?
No, because I never partook of that exact recreational activity. Because back then I don't know. I just had some form of moral compunction about directly paying instead of indirectly paying. I don't know what was wrong with me.
There's nothing wrong with you. I agree. I'd never be with a hooker or anything. It's weird.
But yeah, the guys that did partake in such activities, it was like the price went from $20 for a threesome for Rock Your World for the night to $300 for two girls to rock your world for the night, which probably is still better than you would get in out in Arizona, or sorry, out in Nevada, but still.
Well, I mean, that whole thing has turned into a huge scam there. Like, when I was over there, they were waiting outside the fucking hotel. And it was hysterical. Like, and that's where, like, I suppose...
yeah, you go there. I mean, they're Jesus Christ, you go to a hotel bar, they're all over you.
Oh, my God.
And I'm just like, you know what, you're nice and all, you're even very pretty. But...
they were direct.
Just not my thing, darling.
Oh, dude. I walked out of the... I like, every time, it was hysterical. Every time.
The hotel bars were the worst.
They come out and they went to me, they went, oh, do you like sex? And I went, no, I hate sex. My father was killed in a sex accident. And they went
What was that, in Las Vegas or something?
They were aggressive, but not like that when I was there. But, again, this was really some of the first waves of Americans hitting the scene in Budapest.
No, this was they were real open about it when I was over there, dude. They were just like, yeah. Oh, do you like sex? Do you like sex? I was just like, oh man.
I would say they were out there, but they weren't. I would not have called them aggressive.
Oh, they were aggressive as hell.
Of course, I had about a freaking 10-year-old in Bosnia trying to sell me his sister for a couple of MREs and $20.
Oh God!
How old was his sister?
Oh, she was hot.
That would have been worth it.
Well, as a pure monetary exchange and the value of such things, yes. However, I did have some moral compunction with, human slavery.
No. She gets a freaking. She gets citizenship. That's the
No. He's trying to sell her to us.
Yeah, but she still gets citizenship.
Oh, yeah. I guess.
I mean, yeah, you buy her, but she still gets
Paying
citizenship.
of dowry, right?
Yeah, you get it, fly to the United States, no more contact with the family. Boom, you're done. If she tries to contact the family, tries to try to cost you more money. Boom, divorce.
Yeah, and then she gets half.
That was the goal.
No. With the right judge, no.
One of my best friends was a divorce lawyer. She gets half. Actually, she doesn't quite get half, but she gets a lot. You guys have spoken to Eric, Florida Carey's main attorney. He is also a divorce lawyer. He is celebrating right now the anniversary of his marriage, to where it becomes permanent alimony if he divorces her.
Oh, God.
He calls it the permanent alimony anniversary.
But what age is that? Like, how long is that? Like, how long?
I forget. Like 13 years, something like that.
Mm.
And again, it depends on what state you're in. Actually, one of our big Florida Carey supporters here in Florida is also lobbying on a bill that would do away with permanent, irrevocable alimony.
Yeah, that's a California thing.
New York is interesting with that shit.
His profession is he's a financial planner for, and he ain't. I make pretty damn good money. I can't afford him. If he did financial planning for me, it would be as a favor.
No, because I don't know what it is in New York, honestly. I'm not quite sure what it is like, for the divorce and such. I mean, in my family we're going through something kind of similar, but my parents were together for quite a few years, like 20 something or something. Put it to you this way, I actually committed a hard sin. I lied to the hooker. My father did not die in a sex accident, but it would be nice if he did.
Well, no shit.
But no, because we don't know, in terms of, we're trying to kind of figure that whole thing out right now ourselves. But,
well, if you're trying to dissuade the hookers, just start talking about Jesus, I guess.
Oh yeah, totally. No, yeah. Just tell them it's a sin. Jesus will not like me anymore.
No, one word, crabs. Occasionally scratch your balls. That will dissuade them. That'll give them a bad signal.
No, because if they're all taken care of, then they don't have to worry about catching them.
No, then they go, okay, your crabs can hang out with my crabs.
Chris, tell me about this reloading accident.
Well, no. It was I came home and the upper shelf of on top of my reloading table, the one I put attached to the wall, one of the supports came off, and I know it's hooked up to the stud. I don't know why it came off, and the whole top shelf fell down, and everything that was on there, like bullets and bullets. Actually, the primer were on the table. It actually got dragged down. One jar of powder was on the floor. I cleaned it up. Everything's fine, but they're all in one tray.
The powder bust open, or did it?
No, the powder did not.
Good.
That's the one thing that I'm thankful for. I don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, the primer still should be okay as long as it didn't get like mud or something on them. As long as your floor's clean.
No, it's in my room. It's in my office, so it's not.
Oh yeah.
You know, it's not
Oh, so nothing got damaged.
dirty or anything like that.
Nothing got damaged other than the shelf.
Yeah, that's just the shelf, and I have to put everything back into a tray. So I won't be reloading for a while. Anyway, again, if you saw my video, I am on gun hiatus. So
I don't know. How long ago was your video?
a few minutes ago.
Oh yeah, then I haven't seen it. Is that
Yeah,
why
so
you're
I am.
that why you're on here tonight to tell us, or?
Yeah, just to chill, you know, hang out for a bit, just to chill before I go back to studying. So
Yeah.
What are you studying for?
I'm glad I put up the picture of my 1911 because the guy who's making my, I ordered a. This guy makes really great holsters, and he makes really great belts. So I told him, okay, make me another holster for this gun. Colors and styles, you know, make me a holster, exotic skin, matching belt, colors and skins, everything, your choice. Just make me something cool. And so I put up that Instagram photo of my 1911, and he pinged me on Facebook going, is this the gun I'm building the rig for? I'm like, yep. He goes, I know exactly what I'm doing for you now.
I haven't even replaced my 1911 barrel yet.
Yeah, I keep kind of going back and forth about it, and I'm going to get a extended suppressor barrel for it.
Yeah, I'm thinking about that right now too. So you know, should I get
if I do, then my holsters aren't going to fit. But who cares? Because if I'm using the can, it's not like I'm carrying it with the can in the holster. So I'm probably not going to have that barrel in it anyway.
45 is your 1911 45? Yeah.
All of their 1911s are just silly.
Well, I ran a 1911 once that was 10 millimeter. That was pretty interesting. But
okay, I'll give you.
Okay, now I'm passing out, guys.
good night, Caleb.
Have
See
a
you,
great
man.
night.
Good luck with your school, Chris, and come around when you can and say hey, man.
Yeah, I will. I'll be. You know, when I'm done, I'll be here more often. So.
All right, right on.
Have a good evening. Let me know when you go for your AMU belt.
Yeah.
No, not all 1911s are 45. Okay, I had a 9mm before.
that must have been
I guess I basically have a 1911 45. I've got a SIG 938. But, you know.
No, because I know the 45s tend to suppress very well.
No, I've got a SIG 938. I've got a
45 does.
1911 in 9mm. It's pocket carry gun.
I had a Rock Island Army 9mm. I did trade it in.
38 Supers in 1911. I have shot 10 mils, and I really do like the 10 mil.
10 millimeter was real interesting.
And I am also interested in getting one of the who is it that makes the 357 Magnum style?
Oh, I've seen that.
It's not the Bren 10. It's the God damn it.
Oh, you mean like a 1911 357 Magnum?
Yeah, 357
Right?
1911 style.
Daggone it. I know the name is like at the tip of my tongue. I know what you're talking about.
Oh, the Delta Elite.
The what?
The Colt Delta Elite.
That's one. There's another one.
No, but oh man, because I know the 45. I shot an F&P 45.
I mean, I'd be happy as hell with Colt Delta Elite, but
man, I'll tell you something.
I've already got some pretty expensive guns. I'm just not ready to drop $1,400, $1,800 on another pistol right now.
I wish I could get a suppressor. That's all. Because when I was in Texas for a bit, I got a chance to shoot.
Why can you not get a suppressor?
I'm in New York City.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's all good.
Do you have a New York concealed carry license?
No, it's
What's that?
yeah, it doesn't. Unless I have a lot of money.
I have a few friends that have them.
You gotta either have a fair amount of money,
And they work at Wall Street.
Or the right connections or the right lawyer.
Yeah, I don't have that, unfortunately. I love one, but
Have you not figured out who the fuck I am yet?
no.
You have the right connections.
Nah.
And I can give you the right lawyer.
I would do a lot to get that carry permit. I'd love to get it, but it's.
Would you like me to speak to my New York City lawyer that can get you a New York City carry license?
If you could do that, that would be probably one of the best things that anyone has ever done for me.
Are you willing to pay whatever the hell his fee is? And I don't know what his fee is. It might be $2,500.
If I get my concealed carry permit, tell them to run the fee by me first, obviously. But
I'm thinking it's probably going to be about $2,500.
Shit. If he could actually get me my concealed carry permit here, I would consider it. I don't really have that kind of money to throw around, but
I'm going to see him in 2 weeks.
If you see him and you want to run it by him and give me the fee and whatever it is, I would very highly consider it. I'll put it to you that way.
I'll put it to you this way. I'm fairly confident his fee is going to be somewhere around $2,500.
Yeah.
That's insane. I mean, nothing I guess against him, but it's the fact that there's so many hoops to jump through that's even.
Oh yeah, and he's very reasonable, and that's like the friend price. Because he has to spend that much time just to get you that license.
You know, funny though, if you get pulled over in New York City, there's I don't know what the old rule of presenting your concealed carry license to a cop to let them know that as a courtesy. I don't know how that gets taken in New York. I mean, it's like, are you trying to threaten me with this?
Honestly,
some cops in New York don't they're not used to that. Here in Arizona, all they have to do is tell the cop, "I'm carrying concealed," and they say, "Cool, thank you." In New York, if you tell them I'm carrying concealed, and they freaking like, "Oh yeah, are you threatening me?"
Well, that's why you start with, "I have a permit." You don't just be like, "Hey, officer, I have a gun." Like, that's not a smart way to do it.
Oh no, that's wrong. That's wrong. Yeah, that's any state is bad. Yeah.
You still make a very good point, actually, because I couldn't even imagine how that would go here. Because you're right, they aren't used to it. So.
It really depends on the officer as well.
Oh sure.
I was pulled over once and had a very bad experience. I was pulled over another time, and the officer said, "You got a gun or anything on you?" I said, "Yeah, I've got a concealed carry license. It's on my hip." I said, and then I said, "I'll make you a deal. You keep your gun in your holster, I'll keep mine in mine."
That's a typical normal cop.
And the officer said, "Fair enough," and let me off with a warning. The only warning I've ever gotten every other time I've gotten a ticket. One time I was in uniform coming back from a National Guard drill after I'd gotten off active duty and was in the Guard, and got pulled over, and the officer sees me in my uniform and says, "Well, do you have a gun on you or anything?" I'm like, "Yeah, carrying a 1911. "Oh, well, I'm going to disarm you for your safety and mine." At which point I looked at her and said, "Do you really think that disarming a National Guard sergeant is going to make either one of us safer, trooper? And she said, yes, I'm disarming you. Fine. So she gets me out of the car, puts my hands on the fucking hood, or puts my hands on the roof of my car, and pulls my gun out and tells me to get back in the car and put my seatbelt on. So I do so. She drops the magazine and goes to pull the slide back, which of course doesn't work because it's 1911 safety on. At which point I go to give her a verbal block of instruction. I go into Sergeant Carana mode and give her a verbal block of instruction on the manual of arms of the M1911 pistol. She goes cross-eyed. So she's trying to do this. Then she drops the safety. She drops the thumb safety. Points the gun directly at me with her finger inside the trigger well.
Oh, God.
Oh,
I have
geez.
a 4-pound trigger on that gun. The safety is off. It's pointed at my head. And she's pointing it. She's got it pointed at my head, 4-pound trigger, her fingers in trigger guard. I immediately reached up, grabbed the gun, and launched out of the car. And took the gun from her and started berating and screaming that I want her supervisor here now. And I'm calling my commanding officer. We've got a problem because you damn near just killed me.
That's unreal.
At which point she takes my magazine out of her pocket, throws it at me, orders me back into my car. Okay. Situation's over. I've got my gun back in my hand. Orders me back into my car. Tells me to put my gun in my lap. Draws her gun on me. I put my gun in my lap. She throws my magazine in my lap. I'm still saying, I want your supervisor when I'm here now. She goes back to her car and peels out.
Bitch. Great. Sorry, that's bitch.
Oh my God, that's
Peeled
Who
out,
said
left me sitting
that?
there on the side of the road with my gun in my lap, with a round still in the chamber. And yes, I flicked the safety back on as soon as I got my damn hands back on the gun.
that's unreal. Oh my God.
So who's safety?
Oh yeah, and
Who's
I
safety
put
and who's?
I put her directly on her ass.
That's
And I
unreal.
could have shot her many times. Of course, I wasn't going to do that.
No, but that's insane. Oh my God, that's scary, dude. That's
What
oh
city
my
was
God.
this?
And actually, when her gun first came out, I blocked her hand. You know, I kept her off of me until I was confident she wasn't going to just shoot me.
Boy, that's insane, dude. That really is.
So,
oh my God.
and like I said, I was in uniform. I was coming back from a drill weekend. So now,
It's unbelievable.
so when people say, "Oh, well, do you automatically inform an officer, and do you hand them your concealed carry license?" No, I don't. Not after that incident. And I'm in a state where you don't have a duty to inform.
That is scary, man. Oh my God. I one time had an AK pointed at me.
And someone actually tried to put a duty to inform into one of our bills a couple of years ago. And I told that story to a legislator who immediately took it out of the bill when I told him that story.
That's insane. That really is. Oh, man.
Well, I told him that story, and then I showed him a video, this on YouTube, of a Florida Highway Patrol trooper telling someone that they couldn't have a loaded gun in their car even if they had a concealed carry license, because once they were in their car, it was different.
Of course it's different, right?
Which was bullshit. And then she told him, okay, well, I've cleared your gun. And I just took the round that was in the chamber and stuck it back in the magazine. He's like, I topped off my gun. Oh no, there was room in the magazine. I just stuck the chambered round in. What she had actually done was cycle the slide, eject the round, and then drop the magazine.
Oh, Jesus.
In the backup chambered gun. And telling him it was clear. She is no longer a Florida Highway Patrol trooper. That one.
I would hope not.
The one that I had the incident with, I'm not sure of. But the one that handed the guy back a chambered gun. Yeah, she's no longer with the Highway Patrol, and from what I understand, no longer even living in Florida.
That's insane, dude. All right, guys. I got a bunch of shit to do tomorrow, so I kind of got to fuck off. But as usual, thanks for having me. And yeah, everyone have a great night.
All right, well, fuck off.
Yep, fuck off.
I'm fucking off right now. Have a great night, guys.
Good night, Migo.
Good night.
Yeah, I'm out of here too. I just want to see how you guys are doing. It's been a while since I've been around, so I'm on. Like I said, I'm on a gun hiatus for now. So, I just it's too hot to shoot, and it's I don't know. I just need to take a break from guns.
Well, all right, man. It's good seeing you.
All right, take care, guys.
So I got a story for you, Sean. I'd like to hear your opinion of it.
Yeah, shoot.
All right, so it's a video on YouTube, and I don't know, maybe you've seen it, but basically this he's open carrying a rifle. Apparently, like, he goes to a restaurant and orders a Coke or whatever. He gets it and leaves. Well, while he was like talking to the cashier, he was just like, "So what's your guys, policy on open carry?" But like, he was being real nice, and the lady said, "Well, if no one has a problem with it, I don't care." And then she made some joke like, "Just don't shoot everybody" or something. And he laughed. He's like, "Yeah, obviously I'm not going to, whatever." Anyways, so then he leaves. Well, the cops end up showing up, and he's walking like along the sidewalk by a parking lot. And the cops, make him like put his gun down, and they harass him for a while, all this stuff. Your usual open carry type video. Well, they had taken out all of the bullets from his magazine and like dumped them all on the ground, and then said, "Okay, you're free to go." So he went and loaded the magazine back up, put it back in the rifle, put it over his shoulder, and started walking to leave. So he's going down the road, and this cop car is just still sitting in the road, and he said, over the loudspeaker, is like, "Sir, don't come this way. Don't walk towards me with that rifle." So he's like, "Oh, okay, I guess." So he turns around, starts walking back towards the parking lot, and another officer's over there said, "You were asked to leave. You're not allowed in the parking lot." And he's like, "Well, my car is right there. Like, I want to leave. I'm just going to go to my car." And then they end up saying, "Okay, yep, now you're going to jail. You're trespassing." So they arrest him for trespassing when he wants to leave. They won't let him get to his car, which is in the parking lot.
Yeah,
they won't let him walk down the street because that's towards an officer.
Yeah, the police aren't going to have a good day in court with that one.
Right. Well, what ended up happening...
The problem is you're going to beat the rep, you're not going to beat the ride.
Right. So he has, since this happened, actually, I'll go ahead and plug the channel if anyone's listening and wants to check it out too. It's called On the Move, and he's got the video of the encounter. There's like a short one, and then there's a completely like extended version that's not edited, but you're really not missing much if you just watch the shorter one. But anyway, so he's also posting up now the videos from court. He's got like opening arguments and different stuff. They had a pre-trial thing. I'm sure you know it better than what I do, but like what kind of evidence they were gonna.
And if the lower court, he might lose. He's going to have to go. He might have to go to the appellate court to get an honest judge.
Right. Well, here's the wrinkle of it though, is that they ended up they had the trespassing thing. They also charged him with like menacing with a weapon or something like that. And they're trying to say that basically, well, originally they were saying the act of
what state was
loading
this
the
in?
magazine made it scary.
What state was this in?
I'm not sure. He probably says. I don't remember off the top of my head, though.
I mean, because I'm sure it was an open carry state.
Oh yeah, that part. It's definitely everything he did, from what I can tell, is legal. And I have to say, I was really interested in watching the actual stuff from court. The only thing I skipped over, he's got a bunch of different parts. I skipped over the jury selection because I don't really care. Okay, they picked people, whatever. Probably asked a couple of them to go home. I don't care, whatever.
Yeah, that'd be called voir dire.
Yeah. So, but he's up to, at least the part that he's posted so far, they have prosecution's opening statement, and then I think the defense opening, and that's like the most recent video.
But again, it matters very much what state it was in. And I'm not staring at my computer right now. Can you tell me what state it was?
Yeah, I'll try and look it up here in a second. But well, anyway, so the part of the thing that's interesting, they've now dropped the trespassing charge. So even though he was arrested for trespassing, then later charged for like this menacing with a weapon or something, they've now dropped the trespassing because, like you said, it's pretty obvious they told him to go that direction and then said, okay, now you're trespassing. I mean, there was no way that he could leave unless he stood exactly perfectly still.
Yeah, yes. Even if you're trespassed, you can go get your car. That's pretty much common law. The going armed to the terror of the public, brandishing or unlawful display laws vary greatly by state, and this is why I'm really interested in what state it was.
Yeah. Let's see if it says in the description or something. Vancouver, Washington.
Washington State. Oh, God. This is a state that has fairly pro-gun laws that have been there for a very long time, but has become a very politically anti-gun state. But not so anti-gun that they get to pass too much through the state legislature. However, they did pass the constitutional amendment for a quote-unquote universal background check. And they have cities there that, despite the state firearms preemption, continue to screw around with gun rights. Their problem is they don't have a real enforceability section to their preemption. we do here in Florida because we passed one in 2011. It was actually the first bill that Florida Carry got passed when we first started this organization, was to put teeth into our preemption law. And it's how we sued Florida State University this week. If you haven't been kind of watching the wires for gun rights stuff, we just had a pretty major hit with pretty major media hit with the case we filed against the University of Florida State University over their gun prohibitions, which were illegal. In our case, we have very specific penalties that are imposed for violating preemption. In other states, they have preemption but have no penalties attached to those preemptions. So they're very often ignored by local jurisdictions because, oh, it's against the law, but there's no punishment for it. And I think that's one of the problems that they have, though, up there in Washington State.
Yes, that's pretty nice. Hey, don't do this. Well, what if I do? I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah, and there's actually a few court cases about that. And what they say is if the law prohibits something but provides no penalties, then that law is merely advisory. Yes, it's against the law for you to do this. Take it under advisement.
That'd be nice if maybe some of the gun laws were like that.
So what you can do is get an injunction saying you should not do this because it's a violation of the law. And then if they do it again, they would be in contempt of court. But even to get the injunction, you wouldn't be able to get your attorney's fees back. So say you spend $200,000 on an attorney to go fight one of these cases. Okay, you win. You're right. Guess what? You don't get your $200,000 back. You've still got to pay your own lawyer. As opposed to what usually happens is the person who broke the law has to pay for all the lawyers.
Very tricky.
And we fixed that here in Florida. One of the things that we did in 2011 was not only provide for attorney fees, but we also provided for a contingency fee multiplier, which means that when my lawyers file a case, they don't charge me a damn dime because they take it on contingency, just like you hear about in like car accident cases. We're going to, you don't pay us anything until you win.
Right.
So I don't pay anything unless I win. And then my lawyers are entitled to, and we wrote this into the statute, a contingency fee multiplier, which means that they get, depending on the novelty of the case and how hard they had to work and what risks that they took in taking the case, up to 2.5 times their normal fee. So if I have a $400 an hour lawyer, all of a sudden he's getting $1,000 an hour.
Wow. That sounds pretty good.
So the case that we won against the University of North Florida, my lawyer got I'm sorry, $120,000 on a pretty abbreviated case. He got 2.5 times his normal fee.
Maybe I should go become a lawyer in Florida.
The problem is that case, like I said, a very abbreviated case, took 2 years to do.
That's all right. I'm good with making 50 grand a year.
Most lawyers aren't. I'm not. I'm not a lawyer, and I'm not good with making 50 grand a year.
Well, it wasn't like he was constantly working on it the entire time. He obviously had a certain number of billable hours, and then
Yes,
you're not working 24/7 for 2 years.
Obviously, he had other cases at the time. Yes.
Yeah, I'm a part-time lawyer. I only pick up gun cases where I can get 2 times.
If you're doing gun cases, the lower courts are against you. They will do whatever they can to rule against you, because most state court lawyers, all they see is bad people with guns. And so when a good person with a gun shows up, all they see is, well, man, guns are bad. I've spent the last 30 years on the bench, and every case that's been before me has been a felon with a gun or somebody robbing a store or something else like that. So, guns are just bad. Don't care about the Second Amendment. Guns are bad. So I'm going to rule against you. And then we have to go to the appellate court, and hopefully we get a better result there. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. Because a lot of those appellate court judges also came from lower court judges where they go, well, I've done nothing but a bunch of bad people with gun cases up to this point in my career. And they're not intellectually honest people. Because judges, just like police officers, see the worst people in society. They don't see the best people in society. And they somehow forget that most people are inherently good.
I actually just got into that argument with the anti-gun guy I work with the other day. So I sent him this thing. There was an article that was talking about, basically, this guy took the number of guns and divided that by like gun fatalities, and then he took the number of cars and divided that by car fatalities, and basically he says you're like 1.8 times more dangerous to own a car than it is to own a gun.
Did you know that law enforcement officers are 6.5 times more likely to commit a violent felony than a concealed carry licensee, at least in Florida?
Yeah, I've heard that. Maybe not the same number, but I know that.
650% more likely to be a victim of a crime by a law enforcement officer than a concealed carry licensee. And believe me, the licensing isn't what does it. It's just that civilians who carry guns are more law-abiding than police officers. And here's the difference, though. Police officers have a really freaking bad job. They are put in very bad situations. They have to deal with very bad people. And sometimes they go beyond what the law allows. Because of their job. Other times, well, and there's no excuse for this, a law enforcement officer is 4 times a male law enforcement officer is 4 times more likely to commit a domestic battery than the average person. How do you quantify that? I don't know.
Well, maybe all the cops' wives should make more sandwiches.
And you know what? Shit, I wore a badge at one point. But
so what does that mean? If you have a permit and you used to be a cop, do the two cancel each other out, or?
Yeah, but I only did it for a few months, and it was before I went into the military. I don't consider myself a cop. I did it basically as a internship, and I was a Precinct 1 constable in Nueces County, Texas. But well, deputy constable, not constable, obviously. And the numbers I'm talking about does not account for people like me who, at least at one point in their life, wore a badge. It is current police officers. It doesn't account for retired, former, or even part-time.
Oh, it's only like active. I see. So for a short time, you were a more dangerous person, but now you're back to being a less dangerous person.
Apparently, yeah. I mean, when I was 18, before I went in the military, basically I spent a summer as a deputy constable.
I see. Well, I shot the sheriff, but I didn't shoot the deputy. It's a bunch of crap. I didn't shoot him, all right?
But I swear it was in self-defense.
Yeah, man. I mean, he came aiming to shoot me down every time I plant my seeds. He kills them before they grow, you know?
I swear.
Bunch of crap.
They were just tomatoes.
Yeah. Really good tomatoes, bro.
Which I really did want to plant a little tomato garden this year, but it just didn't happen. Next year, I'm doing a little raised garden. I'm gonna plant some tomatoes and peppers. I tried to do a ground level garden a couple of years ago. My dog kept, as soon as everything would start becoming ripe, my dog likes vegetables. He ate my tomatoes and he ate my peppers.
Yeah, I had a garden for a couple years when I still had a wife, and it was like a salsa garden, so tomatoes and peppers and like anything you'd want to make salsa out of. And we did have green beans too, because I love fresh green beans, like right off the vine.
Oh, heck yeah.
I think I eat twice as many as I pick. You know what I mean? Like, pick one, eat it. Pick one, put it in the bucket. Pick 2 of them, eat them. Pick one, put it in the bucket.
Absolutely. Eating those raw off the vine. Little pole beans and green beans. Oh, you get me back to my childhood, man.
No. But anyway, just kind of keep on the story there. We had 2 huskies that would just basically run through the garden. So we put up those little tiny, like, fence that, I don't know, it's what, like a foot tall or something, like the little hoops. And the funny thing is, that kept them out of the garden, and yet they used to jump over the chain link fence to get into my neighbor's yard to play with my other neighbor's dog.
Well,
so you can jump 4 foot, but you won't go in the garden because there's a 1 foot little hoop?
Because they knew that meant that they weren't supposed to. Huskies are smart dogs.
But yeah, it was funny because it was the, like I said, like basically 2 doors down neighbor he had like a trailer that he parked near his fence. So his lab would jump on the trailer, then jump the fence into my neighbor's yard. And then my dogs would jump the fence into my neighbor's yard. So there'd be 3 dogs running around in this guy's backyard who didn't own a dog.
Nice.
And I could call my dogs back and get them to jump over the fence. The problem is his dog couldn't make the jump. So it was too tall for him to jump over. So a couple times it was a nice dog and everything, but I actually picked him up and set him over the other side of the fence. Because he normally was never outside with his dog when he'd let him out. Whereas because I knew that they did this, I basically would sit on my back porch every time I let him out. So I could watch him.
My dog's very upset right now because I took away his baby possum a little while ago.
Yeah, I heard that.
He's sniffing around the grill and looking for that baby possum.
Yeah, well, that was like one time up north. My dog was running around. Actually, I think this is when I still only just had one. But he went back behind the house, and he comes back around front, wagging his tail and whatnot. And there's like this little black thing hanging out of his mouth. I can't really tell what it is. Just real tiny little black thing. So I'm like, okay, what do you got? So I say drop it, and a little chipmunk comes out. He had the whole chipmunk in his mouth.
Nice.
So it was dead. And I'm like, all right, and that kind of sucks. I just tossed it under a pine tree so he couldn't get at it. Runs back around to the backyard. Comes back around the front of the house. He's got another one in his mouth. So okay, drop it. Toss it next to the other one. He ends up keeps running back and forth. Well, what had happened the night before? It rained really hard, and it washed out like a nest. So there was all these like baby chipmunks and like the parent. So I basically was like, okay, go get it. And he would sniff around, grab one, I'd tell him to drop it, I'd toss it. And so he was going out looking for all of them because they had all kind of scattered. And he would go over there, grab it, and then bring it to me, drop it, and I'd take care of it. Ended up digging a little hole and just dumping them in because he started going underneath the pine tree, of course. But it was just really funny. One little tiny, it looked like he had a little tiny stick in his mouth, and just a whole chipmunk comes out.
Oh, man.
He was just so proud of it. He's like, look, I found a squeaky toy.
I got him. He's mine.
It only squeaked once, and then I bit on it, and it stopped squeaking, but I found a squeaky toy.
Yeah, I remember as a kid with my labs, they found a cat.
The cat played for a little while, and then he quit playing.
Yeah, we got tired.
They were very upset that the cat wouldn't play anymore. His fucking neck was snapped.
I used to have a couple of sugar gliders, like flying squirrels. And they got out of their cage one night. Well, one of them got out of the cage. And so the middle of the night, they make this really loud, scary sound. There's like, rah, 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 like really high pitched though. So one night at like 3 in the morning, I hear that. And it wakes me up. I'm like, what the hell? So I run down to the basement. My dog had it cornered, like right in the corner of the basement. And right as I'm turning the light on, I see my dog lick its back and then have like this look on his face like, that's the most disgusting thing I've ever licked. But he was just, it was so funny, man. I've never seen like that expression on a dog's face before, but if he could have said ew, he would have said ew. That's what his face looked like.
Ew, it's in my mouth, ew.
I know. Well, they're stinky little fuckers. That's one of their things. They're very, I don't know, some oil or whatever that makes them kind of stink. So I'm sure they don't taste very good. Yeah, he was sniffing them and then But it was good that he never actually tried to eat it. That was one of the things I was worried about, knowing that they would get out of their cage every once in a while, and knowing that huskies are very predator, they're very prey driven. But we never had a problem with them.
It's apparently my little Pitweiler. He wants the possum. He wants to carry it around in his mouth. He also wants to eat the frogs, eat the squirrels. I'm sure that possum would have been pretty screwed up if I hadn't had him drop it. You're a good boy, though. You're a good boy.
Oh my god, I met one of the fattest golden retrievers I've ever seen.
My little Pitweiler, he keeps us safe from the scourge of the evil squirrel and the evil possum and the evil frogs and the evil lizards, especially the lizards.
Yeah, that's important. Yeah, I went over to this guy's house last night, and we all just were hanging out in his backyard, and he lets his dog out, and I'm like, holy shit, do you have like a brown bear as a pet? Like, what? The thing was huge. I would say it was probably close to, I don't even know, maybe even like close to 200 pounds. I've never seen a dog so wide. I mean, the thing was, let's see, it was like that wide. What else is that? 2.5 feet, maybe?
Good Lord.
Yeah, I mean, it was ridiculous. Nice dog, though. He was definitely loving up on everybody.
Hey, Sean, did you ever study any Blackstone's commentaries?
Yeah. Wouldn't say I've sat down with it, but have definitely dealt with many aspects.
All right, yeah, I had looked at Drake versus whatever that other name that I can't pronounce is, and there. Yeah, basically referenced Blackstone versus, commentaries versus, or with regards to what is it?
You're talking about Drake versus Jardine.
Yeah, that's the name I can't pronounce.
That's a shit case. On those, Reed, Zell, and
well, with specific reference to the Assays of Northampton, Statute of Northampton.
Not sure what the statute was. I mean,
I
don't
can read
remember
it.
what the Jardine, Drake v. Jardine case was. I remember the outcome. I just don't remember who the parties were.
Right. Well, I'll just link you the statute real quick. If I could find my way back to the chat. That's it. That was like, I think, King Edward or King Edward, like 13. Because they cited that. But then, yeah, the NRA's had some Blackstone interpretation of what some judge said about it in Old England. I haven't found that part yet. There's some interesting shit in Blackstone, though. But basically, the reason I'm asking you is because, like, I'm trying to get ready for on Monday. I'm gonna have a chat, and I'm writing a letter because the UK minister is accepting comments on who's going to be until September 21st first. That they have this one minister in charge of consolidating all the UK gun laws.
God, did you see Did you see the damn Labor Party leader that they just elected? The damn socialist.
Well, yeah. So I'm basically going to be writing a letter starting from on the history of gun control and submitting it starting. Well, the British law will be this particular statute that I linked, but I mean going back to
Here's the problem.
600 BC to the what's the 1 second. I have like 10 million windows open.
Here's the problem with the British. While their gun crime has gone down, I don't care. What matters is that their violent crime rate has gone up since they banned civilians' possession of handguns. And I don't care if I get shot, stabbed, or strangled to death. I don't want to die.
Well, everybody dies eventually, but the other one was the.
I don't want to die before my time.
The other one was Salon's laws in Athens.
As my high school guidance counselor said, I don't want to die before I'm sitting in bed eating ice cream at 104 years old.
Your high school counselor said that?
Yes. He said, I want to die eating ice cream in bed at 104.
Why, did you pull a gun on him or something?
No, that was actually part of his little thing during the whole commencement proceedings. I hope that none of you die before you're 104 years old eating ice cream in bed.
I would substitute the word ice cream for something else, but that's pretty much how I want to go.
Exactly.
What do you want? French fries or something?
I eat great tuna.
Grapes. I think grapes would be good.
I eat grapes.
You want to eat grapes? All right, man. Didn't know that.
Well, I'd like to have a whole vineyard too while I'm at it. Some grapes, some wine, some crackers. But anyway, do you know anything? Did you ever study Blackstone's interpretation with a commentary with regarding to the statute of
I
North
have read much of what Blackstone wrote when it came to as far as his commentaries on self-defense and natural rights of arms. However, Blackstone was a pretty diverse dude who wrote about a lot of stuff. I have not read everything he's written.
Right. I only brought this up because it was cited in that case, and there's a specific citation here. I'll give you that too. 1 second, because I'm doing all my freaking research.
I mean, look, the path travel from Blackstone to Hellick is pretty damn amazing. The Second Amendment is really one of the last rights to have any Supreme Court definition. There's only a few constitutional amendments that haven't been fully incorporated or significantly analyzed. Let's look at the Third Amendment, quartering of troops. Well, it hasn't had significant
application because, well, just nobody's been violating it. No one has said, we're going to send the National Guard to your house and
Since the Revolutionary
force
War.
you to make them live there.
Well, the Revolutionary War they did, but
Right.
you know,
So there are certain rights where there hasn't been a whole lot of court analysis because, well, it just hasn't been being screwed with. The Second Amendment, however, is much like the First Amendment and the Fourth Amendment. People have been screwing with it for a long time. However, the Fourth Amendment has always been quite infirm. It has always allowed for objectively reasonable violation, where the Second Amendment has no such provision. However, people keep telling you, well, okay, well, you can have reasonable restrictions. Well,
yeah,
neither
but
Heller nor McDonald said that.
look, you're falling back into American. You're falling back into America stuff, and I was just wondering if you had any stuff because it's cited in American cases. Blackstone is cited in American cases with regard to
It is only when looking at the historic origins
exactly
where certain rights come from.
and it's the start of gun control.
Blackstone in the Second Amendment context, it very much stands in opposition to gun control. But Blackstone was written at the time where the right of Englishmen was to be armed. There was actually a very narrow period between the time of Englishmen being able to be armed and the Revolutionary War in the historic sense of the English experience.
I noticed that Blackstone was taught Prince George when he was a prince. I don't know if that's the same King George who, after the Revolutionary War.
Yes,
That was so. So
but King George didn't give a crap. He was king.
Well, right. That I understand. Absolute power. But how do you explain? Well, Blackstone was after. Well, he had. Do you know exactly? I have to find the part where he's talking about specifically about the Statute of Northampton, because that's what they cite, and just reading it on its face, it sounds pretty, that I linked to you there. That sounds pretty, gun control-y, so more sword control-y. But going back to the beginning, it was 600 BC or whatever when Solon had in Athens said you can't wear armor, or in town or in Athens.
Right, but what you also have to look at what Heller said about Second Amendment and it being a fairly uniquely American right. It had a lot of origin in the Old English right, but in America, we chose to give it a higher level of protection.
Yeah, because the British tried to take our guns and powder, during the war. So, but where is the right to bear arms in British law originally? I mean, how far do you have to go back? Where is it?
If I remember right, like the 1640s.
Because they didn't have gun control really until after World War I.
Well, guns were a novel thing then. We're talking about when the people of England started to actually get some rights.
So what you're saying 1600s? What what law or what year or anything?
If I remember right, it was somewhere in the 1640s.
And you wouldn't know off the top of your head what act or anything.
No.
All right. All right. Do you know when? Here's another question. You know when Spanish matchlocks defeated the French cavalry? Do you know what caliber they were using?
I mean, what year was Magna Carta? I mean, if you're talking about British law, I mean, what I don't remember off the top of my head what year was Magna Carta.
But I didn't go to law school, so I know they just had a celebration of the Magna Carta or something like a couple months back. But
Okay, so my anniversary, a couple of months back. If I remember right, it was somewhere in the 1640s, but I don't recall exactly.
all right. Well, do you remember anything about it at all? It's okay if you don't. Just say no.
About the Magna Carta or Blackstone's commentaries?
The law the act that you were talking about in the 1600s.
Not much, no.
Okay. All right. The no is a good answer. I don't expect you to know everything.
Shit, you should talk to my wife. She does.
No, I'll leave that to you. We're trying to do something easy, like gun control. As far as talking to.
Yeah, that's easy.
The Spartan saying was, Sparta should be a democracy. So, well, why don't you start with your family? That see how it goes.
Yeah. Democracies suck because it's mob rule. Republics suck because it basically turns into an oligarchy. The great thing that we have in America is a combination of the two. Because we have, as I've said many times, every 4 to 6 years, an orderly coup d'etat where the people get to decide who gets kicked out and who stays in.
Well, only up to a point. The government has a weight of momentum of its own besides who we elect.
Not really, and that's really the problem of perception that we have now. In a 6-year cycle, I can kick out every member of Congress, every member of the House, and the president, and replace them with people I'd rather have.
Oh, here it is.
And despite what the tinfoil hat wearers will tell you, even our current president would not get in the way of that. And if they did, watch the American military say, fuck you, I will defend the Constitution against this domestic enemy.
Well, they fired so many military people, the Obama administration. I have a list. I got an email with a list. Well, first I posted a picture from the email with all 5 top-of-the-line naval carriers.
There are a lot of good military officers who have been screwed.
I got to email the list today of them.
But believe me, even if they cut off the head of the snake and had every general officer on the side of the administration
and the administration were to say, "Oh yeah, we're not going to allow an election this year because there's too much political strife,"
This has
rank
been
and
like
file
the
of
purge.
the
A
military
purge.
would rise up.
Well, they did, but then they purged
You,
them.
you would see the non-commissioned officer corps freaking rise up.
Well, they did, but
It's
they were
not
purged.
something that I have the least bit of concern about.
Well, here, I'm gonna post this list somewhere. How do I guess I can do that. If I post it, I can't. It's too big to like. How would I post
It's like, look, I worked for General Abrams. I worked for General Batiste. I worked for General Batiste when he was still a colonel. But and those guys were honorable men. I will tell you, though, that the Corps of Sergeants Major throughout the military, the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, this Corps of senior non-commissioned officers, trust me, the men will follow the senior NCOs before they'll even follow the officers. I'm not concerned.
Well, here, I'm just gonna post this list. You can have just take 2 seconds to look at it.
If Rome falls, it will be the senior enlisted who come to his rescue.
Well, I posted a list of everyone who's been purged out of the military, and it's quite a long, extensive list.
I'll tell you, when I was in, my brigade sergeant major came to me and said, "Sean, you're too damn smart to be an enlisted guy. If you want to stay in the military, go to college and come back as an officer. But you've done assignments as an enlisted man, and hell, with what has become of the military, if it were then what it is now, I would have gotten out. I'm supposed to be here to try and convince you to re-enlist, but I just can't do it in good conscience." He said, now, after I'm done talking to you, I'm supposed to go talk to this other guy, and he's a damned idiot, and I'm going to tell him to stay in because, well, it's about the best thing he can do for his life or in this country. You have better opportunities. And so, the brigade sergeant major that was supposed to be sent there to get me to re-enlist told me, "Don't re-enlist. If you come back as an officer or just get out, but you got bigger things to do." I get it.
Well, anyway, I posted a list of people who've been dismissed or fired under Obama. So whatever, it's an old list. There's probably more people since then. So, what was really scary is just the picture I posted of 5 aircraft carriers sitting right next to each other in dock in Norfolk, Virginia. But like one bomb or one submarine.
Yeah. In that one, Snopes that thing. You'll be interested to see what it says about it.
What?
You're familiar with Snopes, right?
Snopes? No.
Yes.
It's like a debunking website kind of thing.
Never heard of it, but okay.
Yeah, yes. Snopes, the whole 5 aircraft carriers parked next to each other.
Well, so you're saying it's photoshopped?
I'm saying read the article on Snopes.
Did you just link it? Okay, let me find. I was on a different. Oh, you didn't link it in internal. Where did you put it?
I haven't linked anything. I'm sitting in my backyard and I'm not near my computer.
Oh, well, that explains why you didn't click on any of the links that I linked. Okay.
And I will shortly.
No, you don't have to. You enjoy your time in your backyard.
I'm sitting here waiting for more baby possums to show up.
So you can stick your dog on them?
So I can keep my dog from eating them.
Just lock him inside and we'll watch TV with him.
Man, I took out a very pissed off raccoon last night with a suppressed 300 blackout subsonic round because, don't wake up the neighbors. But and the possums,
That is the one good thing about British gun law is they don't have any problem with sound suppressors. Surprisingly.
This is true. If you're going to have a gun, you can have a can. In fact, you're expected to have a can.
Yeah, that kind of surprised me about British gun law.
Oh, why shouldn't it? It's just a more polite way to shoot.
Because it surprised me because gun control people don't consider things like common sense or anything or politeness or anything like that. They just want to ban stuff.
Yeah, we had the League of Women Voters try and file a lawsuit, and of course I got shot down immediately. But they filed a lawsuit when we allowed for hunting with suppressors in Florida last year. The League of Women Nazis came out with a lawsuit, and it was just completely bogus. It was. I'm surprised that the lawyer that filed the suit didn't get sanctions for filing a frivolous
They
lawsuit.
never get sanctioned for filing frivolous lawsuits. I mean, come on, that never happens. At worst, the judge will. I mean, it's too bad because they should. It would basically, as long as the lawyer can run up billable hours, they'll sue anybody for anything, and whether there's actually a case there has never stopped anybody before. So.
You know what cracks me up is we just had this case that we filed against Florida State, and they said, "Oh, yeah, our policy is completely wrong. Yep, you're right. We screwed up. Sorry about that." And since after you filed your lawsuit, we have changed our policy. Your lawsuit is now frivolous. Bullshit. We had to file a lawsuit to get you to come into compliance.
Well, I hope you didn't use the word bullshit in court. You're supposed to use the word objection.
I hope you did use bullshit.
Well, actually, I was in court and used timeout one time to interrupt the deputy, and it worked.
Actually, there is a transcript of me being called into court as I am not an attorney, however, I am a court-appointed statutory expert. And
I did tell a judge, this is a giant load of malarkey. I did not say the word bullshit, but he got the connotation.
The court reporter's like, can you please spell malarkey?
I told the judge this is a giant load of malarkey, and I think you know what I mean by that. And he said, yes, I do.
Okay, so let me ask you this question: what do you think I should?
Basically, I said this is a bunch of bullshit. The judge understood what I meant and issued an appropriate ruling.
So the question I want to ask is, what do you have to think that I should put in a letter, my letter to the UK minister who's rewriting all the British UK gun laws and consolidating everything?
Dear UK guy, I am a revolutionary colonialist who thinks you suck.
Now, I was just going to put in that, you already lost an entire continent by
Dude, you're an American. It doesn't fucking matter what you write.
Well, I'm not going to say it. I'm just going to sign my name and I don't have to tell him where I live. He didn't. It wasn't a requirement. He just said, send out your responses to this email address, to be considered, in the rewrite. So I was just going to cover the history of gun control from
American IP address.
Well, I mean, so doesn't mean I'm not a British subject or citizen.
Ooh, you'll like this new American Handgunner magazine, Hawaii.
Why?
Masada Yub always has an article in there, and this one is entitled "Knife Fight Defense."
Have you seen this? There's just I think it's Bruneian or Belizean. It's the one in Indonesia. I get it mixed up. Forma Salat. This guy has a YouTube channel, Maul565, MAUL 565, and it's all about basically his move is it's all about to describe that style. It's like basically he gets you in an immediately, if somebody throws a right, he gets your wrist and in an arm lock, breaks your elbow, and then it's all about keeping it's about not using any extreme force, but by putting you off balance with every move he makes, he breaks down your balance so you have no control of anything. And if you ever and basically it's about twisting your arms, all your joints out of your socket. And just if you see his channel, the way he moves and puts people in different locks, it's all about locks and boy, he can just.
So you mean Aikido?
No, Salat.
Not familiar with that one.
Oh yeah, he's very talented martial artist.
But what you just explained sounds like freaking Aikido.
No. Well, he demonstrates a lot with karambits, but it's really about his first move is always to it seems to be always put the grab your wrist, put it under the underarm, then push up on the elbow and break it or twist it out of its socket, and then he got this guy in an arm lock in the back, and he just he just basically knows where all the sockets that you can twist out are and where your balance points are, and he could just tap, but he doesn't ever use strength to do anything. He just uses leverage to do everything, and not that he doesn't have the strength, but it's just his opponent. He's always demonstrating where you know where your pressure points on all your joints and your shoulders and your knee and your wrist and your elbow and your neck and are and he's very good. Yeah, he's very talented, and he teaches some classes that he has on there. I mean just as he travels around the world to different do demonstrations and teaches the police or military or whatever. But it's very fun to watch.
I used to play an instrument. It was called the machine gun.
You can't always carry a machine gun with you everywhere you go.
If you get that close to me, it means I was out of bullets.
Well, we aren't always in the military, and we aren't allowed to carry machine guns everywhere we go, especially in Hawaii. So.
If I lived in Hawaii, I'd move.
Well, if you lived in Virginia, you'd move if you had 5 carriers part next. That would be a prime target. But you're saying that's bullshit? That's been debunked? Because I know we only have 3 active carriers right now.
Yeah. Pull the Snopes article. It was linked.
I linked it in the gun channels chat.
Oh, you didn't put it in internal?
No, I don't do that from my phone because I can't see links.
Well, it's just I have like a million pages up, so. All right, I see it. 1 second.
I can try to do the internal, but I'm not sure if it comes through. Because, like I said, I never see when anyone else ever posts anything.
Okay,
I don't know why.
What do you mean? In the internals?
Yeah. Like, if you post something internal, I don't see it.
I posted 2 links in the internal. Let me read this thing. They're saying it's bullshit. What's wrong with this picture? 5 docked together, taken.
So this Masada U thing's kind of interesting. It kind of sets it up a little overview. So, situation. When an outlaw puts a knife to his wife's throat, she fights back and goes on trial for attempted murder. That's the intro to it.
What country?
In the U.S.
Well, yeah.
I haven't read the whole thing yet. I just started reading the first part.
There's a case I've been consulting on here in Florida. Active duty Marine who has a plate in her head starts getting beaten in the plate in her head by her husband. She shoots him. She's being prosecuted for murder because she shot her husband who was beating her in the plate in her head.
All right. Well, I don't. Domestic violence. What does this have to do with knives?
Well, because it was a knife fight.
No, that was a domestic dispute. Anyway, okay. Basically, these carriers were all there at the same time, so it doesn't. It basically, yeah. It says the description of first line carriers is wrong because the Enterprise was being deactivated. Yeah, I knew that, but that's really not the point. Yeah, and the other carriers were in for maintenance. But the simple fact is we only have 3 active carriers in the world, and because of sequester and stuff. And yeah, they're all scheduled for maintenance periods, all the active ones. So they should all be at the same one spot, irrelevant of any of that. So what about the 4 other carriers?
And I think partly though that's why Snoop says mostly false. And then the other thing you have to look at is the claim that they are actually debunking, because the claim is that these carriers were pulled, out of the Middle East and all ordered back against protocol, and like for the first time since World War II, we've had these many ships together. And that's the part they're debunking, is that it wasn't some...
Well, so one was deployed in the Mediterranean instead of the Middle East. That's... the point is that they're all together, and they should be, And I don't know. Do we have another base that can do maintenance that is required on these ships, or do they have they have to all be docked at Norfolk?
I don't know. I don't know where all of our maintenance naval bases are.
Because that's a pretty high specialty thing. And I think it's just that we can't afford with sequester to have more than 3 carriers. But that's not really why I didn't log on to talk about the Navy. I was trying to find out stuff for my letter to the UK. So, and, you know.
You should just send them a letter say, guns are awesome. You guys suck. Get more guns.
Well, no, I'm trying to have a historical thing that will make some kind of sense going back to, you know, an overview of weapon control and you know, limiting citizens' right to defend themselves starting at, you know, 500 BC, you know, before, you know, even the Battle of Thermopylae, you know, which was, I think, when 400 or 380 or something like that. So BC, and I mean, they have a picture of Solon in the chamber of the U.S. House of Representatives, the Greek archon.
All right, gentlemen. Well, it is 2:20 in the morning. I'm going to bed. You all have a good evening.
Dream of archons.
All right, take it easy, man.
All right, I'm gone. I guess that was, unless you want to talk about carriers or something. I mean, Gun Channels hates the Navy, so.
I'll talk about whatever you want to talk about, man. I'm just hanging out.
Right.
But you can leave if you want. That's fine.
Well, I think I pretty much. I was just trying to get some help for my letter to the UK minister there. But I have plenty of stuff to make it interesting. I think. It's just I have to do a lot of reading on Blackstone to find what I need.
Yeah, I'm not familiar really with any of that kind of stuff.
Yeah. God, it's been raining again. Can't wait till we get a break in this fucking hurricane screwed up weather.
Well, it's pretty cold here. It's in like the mid-50s.
It's not that. It's always too hot here and humid here lately. Shit. Where is when I have 1 million pages open and I start a research project, plus I always have to go back and try and find the Springfield Armory thing to click on once every hour.
That's definitely important.
Vote. Oh shit. You may only vote once per hour. It hasn't been an hour yet, but I need to set up some kind of program that just automatically clicks this shit. It's 49% to 51% on Scout Squad versus SOCOM. Still, at least. So it's getting closer. It was the 16 SOCOM in the lead big to start with.
What's the point of the vote? Just what you like better or something? Or that's what you're entering to win?
No. That's it's like a duel. They're calling it a duel to get people to get over between one gun and another to see which one people like best. So first it was the grip zone versus the non-grip zone, 9mm, XD or whatever, and then this is the M1A Scout versus M1A SOCOM duel. So I guess the 18-inch barrel versus the 16-inch barrel.
Well, that's an interesting way to do market research.
Well,
Just
I
give
don't
away
know what
stuff
the hell
and
they're
then
doing.
see.
Yeah, throw guns at people. Right, so I need to get back to the scopes thing because I was trying to finish reading what else they're saying isn't accurate about it, but I have so many freaking pages open to research. Okay, here it is. Photograph says they were all pulled out. Blah blah blah. Abraham Lincoln is going to refit the trim. Yeah, I know they're building a new carrier that's going to be replacing the Enterprise, but it's just we should have 4 carriers deployed, and at least not just 3.
We should have 27 carriers deployed.
Oh, we can't afford 20. So we can't even afford 3, but we have to borrow money from China to keep them deployed.
They should sell plane rides off the carriers or whatever. That'd make money. They practically pay for themselves.
I know how to. Well, that would be. No, I have a better idea to solve. Instead of to solve the prison overcrowding, you just launch the prisoners off the catapult without an airplane. That's a good way to go out. Maybe they could make the Enterprise a floating prison and just send it out to sea and then use it for target practice or something. I don't know. So basically, all they're doing is they didn't dispute anything else that any of the people being fired or anything out of the military. I don't see that, but yeah, just the carrier. Quoting to William Blackstone. There's so much William Blackstone stuff I have to read by Monday. It's not even funny. Plus, football is tomorrow too. So.
Yeah, that's pretty important.
Well, I know G-Webs hates sports, but I like watching football, and I used to like watching the Lakers until last season. It got hard to watch the Lakers because they just stunk the place up so bad. Yeah, well, so I'm gonna have to research some stuff on Blackstone, but some of the ideas of Athenian democracy were pretty. He took some radical stuff that it sounds like what Obama's doing.
Really, like what? If you don't mind summarizing for me a little bit.
Well, first, all of his friends that took out when they heard what he was going to do, Salon, all of his friends took out very large loans, and then Salon basically passed a law forgiving, or he basically forgave all debt that anybody owed to anybody else.
Oh, that's nice.
Basically, he released all all debtors. But he also passed a law that said you can't have people their bodies aren't, and the bodies of their families and their lives aren't like you can't collect your debts by collecting them, their bodies, and holding them as slaves if they owe you money. And there was no buying or selling of land. The land belonged to the clans. So basically, he forgave all debt, and but there was a little corruption because all of his friends took out huge loans right before he did that.
And it's a little insider trading kind of thing going on.
And
or a similar thing. They knew something other people didn't, so they.
There was a claim that in order to democratize human sexuality, he publicly funded.
He invented hot or not?
He publicly funded brothels
I'm okay with that.
with public money.
I support that 120,000%.
It's like Obamacare except for hookers.
I totally support that.
But the debtors couldn't. But the debtors, they couldn't seize people anymore if they owed money. They couldn't take themselves and put them in prison and take them as slaves. They couldn't take their family or their wives if their crop failed one year or something. But there was sharecropping, so. But because land could not be sold, it belonged to clans, and so that's why he passed the law that said you can't wear armor in Athens because of all the clan rivalries, the family rivalries, and there's also some stuff about let's see, about a woman not having to marry someone in their family to be able to inherit. If they didn't have any male relatives to inherit when somebody died, they wouldn't have to marry somebody else in their family just to be able to inherit the money that their parents had, or land either. But I found it interesting that there were 9 archons in Athens. And that reminded me of the Star Trek episode, Return of the Archons. Because I didn't even know what an Archon really was, until I started researching this. And, so he was an elected Archon in 594 BC. But so he had these. Nobody knows exactly what was in these scrolls unless it's by secondhand literature. But he had these basically wood carvings of what all the laws were, and obviously since it was wood, it didn't last forever. And so the only way they have of actually confirming what the laws were are from other people's writings about what the laws were.
Right, it's kind of like a passed down history kind of thing.
Yeah, there's some interesting poems that he had. Let's see. Some wicked men are rich, some good are poor. We will not change our virtue for their store. Virtue is a thing that none can take away, but money changes owners all the day. Simple rhymes. I think in the Star Trek episode, Archons were these figures in dark robes where you couldn't see their faces. They were brown, these dark brown robes, and they had this stick that fired, some kind of, sparks flew out of it, and you didn't want to get hit with whatever came out of there. So that's about all I remember about it.
Yeah, I don't know. I never saw it.
So, but that was the first form of, control of weapons, and was in Athens that I could find in the laws and reforms of Solon, because there was a lot of conflicts and He was a socialist though, but there's some stuff. It's like people who didn't want to fight when they were called on by the government could have everything taken away from them. So if you dodged the draft, you would lose everything that you owned, pretty much.
So you could sacrifice your stuff to,
obviously you couldn't stay. You would lose all your standing. You'd have to leave. So, but like everywhere, they fought each other. So that's a lot, And then when I guess Xerxes didn't come until after Solon, but. So interesting how they had the government organized back then. They had 9 archons, but they had like a council of 400. Let's see, there's an assembly of Athenian citizens. And let's see, basically like each clan could have 1 military representative, 1 economic representative, 1 spiritual representative, 1, I don't know, 1 expert in finances, Oh, he actually released all the Athenian slaves. So everybody was released. Freed everybody. Forgave everybody's debt. And publicly funded brothels. Well, that sounds like a guy I would vote for.
I'm okay with 2/3 of those rulings. In fact, I'm still really supporting the brothel thing.
Well, but you can see that that is why Greece is in such a problem. If they would actually still support publicly funded brothels, I mean, that's why you think the EU is going to give them money for that.
Well, because the thing is, okay, you say it's publicly funded, but does that mean it's like free, or they just paid to get it
subsidized? It said subsidized, so I don't know. It was just. It didn't say if
it was just like run by
the concept was the democratization of sexuality. So.
Yeah, but I don't know what that means.
Well,
like I said, that's like what, voting for sex, because that's democracy, right? Voting for stuff.
Do you want me to explain? What are you asking me to explain?
Well, I'm just saying, I guess I don't get how you can say, democratizing sex or whatever. Like, I don't get what that term means.
Well, only rich people could afford whores, is what that meant. So now they're so cheap that everybody can afford them. Because the state is subsidizing it.
So socialism is democracy?
Well, instead of you go to the hospital if you're sick, you go to the whorehouse, and you just go to the emergency room. So the whorehouse has an emergency room, depending on how horny you are.
First, then you go to the emergency room to get treated for.
No, but the whorehouse probably has its own emergency room, depending on how horny you are.
Or depending on how 50 Shades of Grey you're into. You might need the ER after.
Yeah, well. Basically, all the laws are on these basically like lazy Susans, like they have the guns on, they spin those lazy Susans. They have the laws on the same thing. So, but they did have the first, weapons control. You weren't allowed to wear armor or weapons in Athens. But they had, publicly funded brothels. That's just, we have publicly funded. I mean, of course, I don't. Asking me how they ran publicly funded brothels in ancient times is, I don't know. How much different can it be than how you run a brothel now? Except the government can fuck everything up, but.
Well, like I said, that seems like a money-making proposition. I mean, brothels now obviously make money.
Well, where it's illegal, yeah. They make money where it's illegal too. It's under the table, but.
Right, but I guess your point of making them cheaper would mean that, the state is paying the girls $100 or whatever. The customer's only paying $5. So that's how
they're probably paying for the providing the real estate or paying for covering all the overhead or something like that. So there wasn't, providing all the food and wine and stuff that went with it.
Right. But if they're still charging, the hundreds of dollars or whatever, they would still be making money.
Oh, I'm sure somebody's hand was in the till. I have no doubt. Oh, they abolished dowries, too. Extravagant dowries. They entitled any citizen to take legal action on behalf of another citizen. Yeah, the disenfranchisement of any citizen who might refuse to take up arms in times of civil strife, a measure that was intended to counteract dangerous levels of political apathy. So you could fuck all the whores you want, but if you didn't care about what was happening, then you could be disenfranchised, and then no more whores.
Oh, that makes sense.
So you have to read the paper in between the whores.
Well, maybe they
or read the paper while you're fucking them.
Yeah, well, that's what I was gonna say. Is maybe the whores had to be, trained in political discourse, and then they would, talk to you.
They just give you a copy of the paper while you're waiting or something. They didn't have the printing press. Sorry. Like, how do they do that?
Or they tried that, but none of the guys got past the first minute and a half, so they never really learned anything. Well, in today's news, what happened was, okay, never mind, bye. But wait, you didn't learn anything yet. Come back.
All right.
Yeah, so that's all kind of interesting stuff, but I don't know how that, other than the weapons thing, how that relates to the gun laws.
Well, I'm saying that if Britain is going to ban guns, they have to. I mean, they already have public health care. They need to have public brothels in Britain if they're going to, ban guns like they did in Athens. And,
I see.
And if people aren't willing to fight in the British Army, I mean, Britain doesn't even have any carriers at sea right now. By the way, they have one carrier that they're working on, but it's not ready yet. So.
Oh, that would go over real good. Just make fun of their Navy a bunch. Like, I thought you guys had the best Navy in the world, but you guys suck.
Well, they used to have carriers, but now they don't. They're building one, and they've been building it forever, and it's still not done. And if you don't have a carrier, all they have is some nuclear subs parked in Scotland, basically. They can launch Trident missiles. Old Trident missiles. By the way, that's our submarine nuclear force and their submarine force are all out of date. They need to be replaced with new subs, and nobody has the money to do that unless they borrow it from China, and we're talking about a lot of money to replace the entire strategic submarine fleet. So,
Well, does any country have like the most up-to-date subs? Like, are there countries that have better subs than us? I guess is the easier question.
oh, Germany, yeah. Oh, Biker Bob is on. I don't know if Canada has any subs. So, yeah, so I was saying that, if Britain is going to enact the same laws since that were in Athens, where to keep everybody from fighting each other, they couldn't carry armor or weapons, then they had, in addition to the national, health service, they needed the national horse service because they had publicly funded brothels in Athens. And they also have to forgive all debt. And forgive all debt.
We owe them any money? Because that'd be pretty nice for us.
Do we owe Greece any money? Oh, do we owe Canada? Wait, who are we talking about? England?
Yeah.
No. They probably owe us. Well, they stole a lot of money. A lot of money disappeared in the banking fiasco with all the all the real estate loans that were bad, toxic assets. I don't know. We don't owe Britain any money. No. But basically, all debt would have to be forgiven. So everybody that owes money to a credit card company, all that would just instantly be null and void. All your mortgages, you're free and clear. So it would be a great day to buy like a $10 million house right before they pass that law. I'll buy that house. Somebody give me a loan. I think the banks would have wind of that. But good luck getting that
banks
passed.
wouldn't let them get away with that unless there was some way for them to borrow a shit ton more money right before, just like the other guys, right?
They can have as much money as they want now for free from the Fed. I mean, they don't. It's 0% interest rates in the U.S. So.
Right, that's true. They would forgive all of the citizens' debt, and the government would just print them up that much money to pay for it all.
No, they didn't print up the new money. They just forgave all the debt.
I know, but I'm just saying, going to like today.
No. They would just forgive all the debt. So, but that would mean all the bondholders would be instantly worthless. So it would be instantly broke. But they wouldn't owe anybody any money. It's just that if you had, well, all debt would be immediate. If all debt was canceled, then if you owned corporate bonds or public bonds and that were paying interest, that's why you bought them for tax-free interest, or then, and with the stock market the way it is, you'd probably be happy right now if you were in bonds. So that just paid money, an interest rate, and you're collecting money, whether some of it's taxable or not. But so all those would be worthless because they would no longer owe you the money. Of course, they didn't have a start. They traded in silver bullion. They started printing coins there in Athens. So, if I can find my way back. Oh wait, there it is. Coins. Moral reform. Yeah, prohibition on a debtor's person being used for security as a loan. Release of all Athenians who have been enslaved. Oh, just Athenians who have been enslaved. So, foreigners, you can enslave them. So, shit. Merkel, were the poor being forced to serve the needs of a changing economy? Was the economy being reformed to serve the needs of the poor? Or were Stalin's policies the manifestation of a struggle taking place between poor citizens and the aristocrats? Fucking nothing has changed. Has anything changed? Cultivation of olives was encouraged. The export of all other produce was prohibited. By the earliest 6th century, the Athenians were using silver in the form of a variety of bullion silver pieces for monetary payments. Drachma and obol as a term of bullion value had already been adopted, although the corresponding standard weights were probably unstable. Yep. Well, after tonight, tomorrow I'll just be reading Blackstone, I think.
Yep, got a lot of homework to do. I think I might bring my laptop home from work on Monday and work on my history of U.S. laws.
Well, yeah, I was just in. Because that was 1300 or whatever, and the ones that they're talking about are all at like 1900 on, and they're not like looking at historically where it was, and I think Sean was saying some law in the 1600s, which narrows it down to what British laws were passed in the 1600s. I might be able to figure that out. Anything had to do with protection or defense. or guns or anything. And then I still have to figure out, okay, what is I wanted to figure out what caliber the Spanish were using when they defeated the French cavalry. Let's Google that real quick. French. I never use Google. I can't even say what I use because it'll mute it out. But, and the other search engine I use begins with a duck. French cavalry. Fuck, I misspelled cavalry.
So, I'm finishing up reading this Masada Yub article, and the guy that was tried to stab his wife or whatever, and she fought back. He was like a biker guy. Well, apparently, it says something. Oh, anyways, the jury learned of the "fuck the rules" prison tattoo on his back, and saw this is the funny part. Fuck Florida Department of Correction tats on his hands. That's a weird thing to write all the way out. Fuck Florida Department of Corrections. First off, I'm surprised he spelled all of those words correctly. But isn't that like a weird, like, just be like, fuck the police or something. Why would you spell all that out?
Because he was obviously stuck there. So.
Well, that's true. Yeah, a souvenir of his 9 years in prison for arson. Oh, I didn't get to
I would have sent him to another state just so he could have another tattoo.
And the Trust No One prison tattoo on McKee's forehead. Dude had a forehead tattoo, and he's claiming to be the victim? I'm sorry, if you have a forehead tattoo, you're just guilty
automatically.
No matter what. I don't care. Fuck due process. You're guilty. Maybe I'll get that on my forehead. Fuck due process. And I'll become a judge.
No, wait. That's what saved due process is what lack of due process is what saved Tom Brady. Apparently, there must have been a roar that soared up when Tom Brady was sacked in the opening game on a safety blitz. I think I heard the entire country must have been, yeah, get that fucker.
Yeah, well, you know what? The judge probably has him on his fantasy league.
Yeah, that also, if that's the case, he needs to accuse him.
He picked him up cheap because everyone assumed he'd be out the first half of the season or whatever, and then he's like, "Oh, I have this case in front of me. Yep, overturned. You're free."
Yeah, that must have messed up somebody's fantasy league. I've never done that game thing, but
I don't know enough really to do fantasy. If I ever did one, I'd do a hockey thing, but it's just
there's
a lot of shit you got to learn. You have to be like a stats whore and know like everybody's numbers all the time.
All right, wait a minute.
Each week, you got to know.
Concentrate. I'm trying to figure out what kind of matchlock calibers they used to defeat the Spanish used to defeat the French military. Give me a moment here while I try and figure this thing out. Cuirassier. 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 Well, so Harbusier was less expensive. Okay. Knightly Lance fell out of because of the infantry pike. Lancer, Demi-Lancer. Must have. Effectiveness during the Napoleonic Wars. Oh, there's nothing. That's it. Fucking. All right, let me look up Spain matchlocks. Spain matchlocks. Um. Musketeers. 16.
They threw candy bars at him? That's not an effective defense.
Is that the name of a candy bar? A musketeer?
Well, the Three Musketeers.
I vaguely remember some kind of candy bar called something like a musketeer, but I'm not sure if it was called something else. I haven't had candy in a long time.
It's the Three Musketeers. It's nougat covered in chocolate. Whatever the hell nougat is. It's tasty.
Don't get. All I know is I don't want to Google it.
Probably not. Nothing's safe to Google anymore.
Oh yeah. God help you if you saw last Man the Fuck Up Friday's chat. My God. Bestiality is all I have to say.
Oh my.
Something about a cow's rear end and oh God, you don't want to know it.
Yeah, no thanks.
There was a video from some Africa thing. Yeah. It was terrible. The musket replaced the arquebus. Oh my God. 16th century. I'm trying to find the first battle. And I know it's France versus Spain. Mm. 30 Years' War. The 80 Years' War. There was an 80 Years' War. Okay, that's a long ass war.
Yep.
I don't even know what the hell the 80 Years' War was. What the fuck is that? Dutch War of Independence. It's an 80 Years' War. They were fighting.
I bet you there wasn't a ton of battles, though. You know, like you can't fight like 24/7 for 80 years. There was probably a lot of nothing really going on.
Well, I assume it was a Navy thing. I mean, it was the Dutch versus the Spain. So there was a 12-year truce in the middle, it says. Okay. I mean, 80 Years' War. which coincided with the 30 Years' War. Okay, I just don't care about this. A friend of mine, when the French charge, since it doesn't involve the French, I've gone off topic. Let me try a different search. So, chivalry. The day chivalry died, that would be it. Day chivalry died. Naturally, they have a link to some Putin thing. A bunch of IMDb movies. No, I mean history. Dumb fucking search engine. Hash.
What the hell is this? This thing's kind of cool.
What?
It's a, I guess the product's called Buncho Balloons. But it's this thing with water balloons. And there's a whole bunch of water balloons basically like rubber banded to straws. And then all the straws connect to like one fitting. So you hook it up to your faucet or whatever, then fill up a whole bunch of them all at once. I don't know, does the rubber band like snap off and keep it closed? You still have to tie the knots. Because that'd be kind of annoying. Because that's the part that takes time when you're filling up water balloons. Oh no, that's awesome. So as you're filling them up, like once they get to a certain point, they slide off and the little rubber band closes them up and they're just ready to go. So you just put like a bin underneath your faucet, fill them all up, and then they just disconnect themselves. $19.99 plus $4 shipping.
You just buy a balloon and fill it up with water. You don't need to spend $20.
Yeah.
Fool and his money are soon parted.
Well, you'll be the fool when you have one water balloon and I have 20. And then I demand you give me all your money, or else I'll hit you with 20 water balloons at once.
I'll pull out my AK. Shoot your water balloons.
Well, that's not very fair.
Life isn't fair. Now,
ah, fucking A. That sucked. I just kicked my stupid ass table.
Stinger.
No. Oh, fuck, man, my door's open. Oops.
Don't let anybody steal your water balloons.
Oh. I didn't buy it yet. Maybe they have all the water balloons.
You could start hoarding water balloons in advance of the ban, in case Hillary wins.
Yeah, would that count as high-capacity water balloons? Because there's like 20 of them at once?
If you have a drone that could fly in the air and drop all the water balloons from high altitude.
That would be pretty awesome. Except I think if a drone was dropping water balloons on me, I would throw a water balloon at it, and it probably wouldn't mix very well.
I think a moving drone would be pretty hard to hit with a water balloon.
Not if it's trying to hit you, because it would have to hover over top of you for a little bit as it's lining up its shot.
Not if it had like a bomb sight on it, like a Norton bomb sight. Change your altitude and speed, and then line it up in the sight. Bombs away.
Well, then I just pull out my AR and shoot it.
Still, you're gonna shoot into the air? That would be illegal.
Self-defense. It's dropping a bomb on me.
A water bomb.
It could be filled with acid. I don't know.
Oh, that's an idea. You don't give people ideas. Of course, if filling up a water thing with acid, if it burst, you'd be or you'd throw it. You'd be in big trouble. Besides, wouldn't the acid eat through the rubber anyway?
It might. I don't know.
Well, let us know.
I mean, what if it's like a chemical-resistant balloon? Because, I mean, they have gloves and stuff that are resistant to acid.
I wouldn't know.
It's like a rubbery coating. Just make it like a thin coating.
Yeah, this whole thing about they missed the point of the day chivalry died was supposed to not.
Isn't that when people stopped holding doors for women?
No, that's when the French cavalry was defeated by highly trained cavalry was defeated by Spanish, less trained people with just some kind of musket.
Well, weren't most of the muskets like 50 cal or so?
I'm trying to find what the fucking matchlock calibers were back in that time, and I can't even find the fucking battle.
Well, that's my guess. So when you find it, let me know if I'm right. I'm going to say 54.
54 what? Caliber? Oh.
Yeah.
Can you tell me what battle or year the fuck it is? Okay, French.
Well, who'd they invade? French invaded Spain?
I don't know. French cavalry. The day when chivalry died. All right, let's see. Nope. Nope. Oh, shit, I accidentally clicked on a Daily Mail link. Is this it? 14 English and Welsh troops. No, that's how many do they?
The Battle of Saints? No, that's Navy. Battle of Sorgonola.
Now, there's this one with the British Army. They're saying the Battle of Agincourt, but I think that's a different battle than the one I was. The battle I was referring to was France versus Spain, not Britain.
Yeah, the Battle of Cerignola. Cerignola. It was fought in April 28th, 1503.
Spell it again.
Cerignola. I don't know quite if this is it. I haven't read the whole thing yet, but.
And Italy.
Said it was fought between Spanish and French armies. Oh yeah, in southern Italy. Yep.
I'm looking for something on the battle. I'll add battle to. Oh, you can hear the thing in the background. I had the TV on the other room that had The Great Escape, so.
Well.
Where's the battle? I'm just seeing cooking information and something from Wikipedia on the town. Cooking information. Motherfucking thing, I can't. History. I don't see anything on any battles anywhere. Fuck. There's a lot of stuff about olives. Where is this battle?
I found the thing on Wikipedia, but it's not really mentioning exactly what you're looking for.
Well, I can't find anything on it.
It's considered to be the first major battle won largely through the use of firearms.
Where? Where's the motherfuckingly Cerignola, French.
Battle of Cerignola. Here, I got the link. Give me a second.
Motherfucking BATTLE of. Oh, here.
I'll put it in gun channels if you can find gun channels.
No, I found it on Wikipedia. Hang on. April 28th, 1503.
Yeah.
That's it. All right. Gonzalo Fernandez de Cordoba. And 1,000 arquebusiers, 20 cannons, defeated the French who had 9,000 men, mainly heavy gendarme cavalry, and 40. So what kind of
I don't know. It just says guns.
Arquebusier. What kind of, so Spanish arquebusier. So now we have to do another search for Spanish arquebusier. This is where you want to type Spanish arquebusier and have it just the gun appear in your hand.
Initially, the Arbuquist.
Am I pronouncing it wrong? Arquebus? Arquebus.
Arquebus is an early muzzle-loaded firearm used from 15th to 17th century. Blah, blah, blah. So easy.
Carried a ball of 3.5 ounces. No, that's the arquebus, a croc, not a regular one. Okay. Yeah, I'm seeing some pictures of him. Arquebus with a hook. So this was the day that chivalry died. Now, why did I start looking for this? Oh, I wanted to find out what caliber the arquebus was. As a low-velocity firearm, the arquebus was used against enemies roughly, partially or fully protected by steel plate armor. Plate armor worn upon the torso was standard in Europe combat from 1400 until the middle of the 17th century. Good suits of plate was usually stop an arquebus ball at long range. It was common practice to proof test armor by firing a pistol at an arquebus or at a or new breastplate. A small dent would be circled by engraving to call attention to it. However, at close range, it was possible to pierce even a heavy cavalry armor, depended on the power of the arquebus and the quality of the armor. This led to changes in armor usage, such as the 3/4 plate, development of volley fire by the Dutch made the arquebus a practical advantage to modern militaries.
The arquebus had larger bore than its predecessor. Okay, how big was it though?
They don't say. Let's see. At least I haven't read it yet.
Yep. Yeah, I think we're in the same page right now.
Wait, but now they're going back to. Oh, they had Japanese arquebus too. Oh, shit, motherfuckers. Battle of Nagashino. Oda Nobunaga used 3,000 arquebuses. Motherfucker. So what fucking caliber was? I guess you just have to. We need to search. Like search Slick Guns or Gunbroker for an arquebus and see what comes up. That's what I'm gonna do.
I guess it's worth a try.
All right, guns. Guns for sale. Gunbroker. Type in arquebus. See if anything comes up. Nope. Shit. You mean nobody in America has any interest in an arquebus? Shocking. Okay, well, let's just type. Arquebus for sale and do a research. Maybe it'll tell us what fucking caliber they are. Reproduction. Muzzle-loading guns. Okay, Bulgaria, reproduction muzzle-loading guns. UK's leading. Look at this one, since it's UK. These aren't arquebuses.
I'm wondering though, because it says something here. He also standardized the calibers of the arquebus for the French army, and from this characteristic feature of the improved weapon across the English term, blah blah blah, whatever. So I'm thinking they were probably a little bit different at first, because it was like a newfound thing to have them all be the same caliber. So they probably just made a freaking barrel however they felt like it. And that's what they went with.
How? What did they put in it to shoot out of it?
I don't know. History of firearms. Oh, Jesus.
NRA Firearms Museum. Maybe they have something. Let's see. Firearm Museum. Arquebus. This is funny. It says Arquebus War History Museum is one of Norway's largest museum exhibiting artifacts from the resistance. Did somebody use an arquebus during World War II? That would be just like embarrassing. Like NRAmuseum.org. Search arquebus there. NRA saved my ass. Actually do something useful for a change instead of no results. Fuck you. I knew you guys are useless. Okay, Spanish matchlock. How about that? Spanish matchlock. Wheel lock. 16th century Spanish matchlock. All right. That'll do. Download image. All right. Wow, that looks cool. All right, so the pictures I saw is they had them on bipods too, and I don't see any bipod attachment for this, but this Spanish musket was likely made circa 1530. What year in Madrid, Spain, was intended to be used with a forked rest? Okay, so what year was that Battle of whatever the fuck it was? Okay, go find my way back to the page. Here, let me link this museum. Okay, I found one basically. So hang on. You can't look at the internal. Let me put it in the external then. I could find the external. Oh shit, I clicked on the wrong thing. Where did gun channels go? Gun channels disappeared. It's on another page. All right, NRA Museum. There it is. On the. Can you see the lobby chat thing there?
Yeah, I'm reading something right now though.
Okay. So now I have to find what year the fucking battle was, because that's what I was looking at. Battle of 1503. Okay, so but this one was circa mid 1530, so it was 27 years after the battle. Well, that's as close as we're gonna get, though. And what caliber was it? Matchlock. In 1535, Spanish Mexicans became. Okay, this is after the battle, though. I can't. Doesn't say what the fuck caliber it is. Single shot muzzling loading black powder ball ammunition with a smooth bore barrel. Doesn't say what caliber.
Oh, yeah, I found some like old ass dictionary, and the definition of arquebus is a large handgun. What the hell is that? Something bigger? The hell's that word? That's weird. Anyways, they're bigger than our muffquit. What the fuck language is this in? Oh, is this one of those things where they put F's and shit instead of S's? Isn't that a thing? So a large handgun, something bigger than our musket. Also called by some a Cavalier, or whatever that one was, or Cali Evier. I don't know. I don't know how to read. I'm illiterate. It was like a picture of an old ass book. I was trying to.
Well, I can't understand the symbols if you don't link it. So.
Well, it wasn't useful, so it doesn't matter. And again, the problem was that they used F's instead of S's, because something similar to would make me think that it was something.
Okay. Sherman Matchlock. Spanish Miquelet blunderbuss. This is a later one. Yeah, there's nothing in these. So it doesn't say. Oh, for advanced search of our collection, click here. All right. Name or keyword. No. No, man, come on. I spelled it wrong. Q-U. I think I just heard a cat.
Yes, you did. Oh, geez. The show confirmed that it uses .69 to .8 caliber arquebus on Deadliest Warrior.
0.69 to 0.8.
Yep.
So what caliber is that?
69 caliber to 80 caliber.
That's a big ass. Oh, wait, are you talking about the croc one? That's like a not the hand one. They had a special bigger caliber one. Oh, fuck.
Oh yeah, the Cavalier.
Arquebus a croc. Yeah, these carried a ball of 3.5 ounces, 100 grams. Those were heavy arquebuses mounted on wagons were called arquebus a croc.
The problem is I've seen stuff even in here that's talking about, the terminology has changed over the times. So people refer to it as different stuff.
Yeah, when I go into a gun shop and say, show me all your arquebuses. Show me all your arquebus. I want to buy an arquebus. Like, what the fuck is that? Wait a minute. It says here, for their beginning, it says the form of the rifle and long arm front, the improved version of arquebus, the Cavalier. No, Caliver. It's called the Caliver.
Yeah.
The improved version of the arquebus, the Caliver, was introduced, and the word is derived from the English corruption of caliber, as this gun was of a standard bore. But that wasn't an improved version. That wasn't the first version.
Right. Well, and that's like what I said is probably the first version of arquebus were different sizes.
Right. Before they would have to modify shot to fit, force it in, or cast their own before the battle. All right. So I don't know. It doesn't say in that battle whether they were all standard. Does it say what kind of shit? Okay, I'm going to read the part about the actual battle. Cherinola. Sounds like granola. I can't. The way could they have called it the Battle of Granola to make it easy to remember? So the battle resulted in a heavy French defeat, which French reported lost 2,000 men. Spain lost 500. And French supplies, wagon train, and artillery fell into the hands of Spanish troops. Both sides stopped to have a call to prayer in the middle of the battle. Jeez, war has changed. So it really doesn't say whether it was a standard or not, but so if it's between 69 and 80 caliber, I don't know, that's a pretty But was that the one that was mounted on a wagon, or was that that where did you get that number from?
Yeah, I think that was the bigger one. I don't think that's the handheld version.
Yeah, the wagon mounted one must be that one. Because firing an 80 caliber bullet out of a, I mean, I don't know how fast you could get it moving, but and how much kick it would have in order to get it fast enough. I mean, wait a minute. So that would have been 3.5 ounces. That would be how many ounces in a pound? 16. So it would be a quarter pounder. I don't know. Now you have to go to McDonald's and this time get the girl in front and talk to her and get her to pick it up.
Well, a quarter pounder would be a 4 gauge. So that you can picture the size of that.
Yeah, I mean, the guy in Appaloosa, the film Appaloosa, had like an 8 gauge, and that was pretty huge. And a 4 gauge would be twice that big. I mean, you pull the trigger, it said you fly it across the room backwards, or the gun would just fly out of your hands because you couldn't control it. You need to put the stock up against a wall or something. And not just anyway, you have to put it up at a support beam on a wall.
Hang on, I got something.
What?
I got something here. So this is they're talking about. Let's see. Early firearms can be an endless topic, because in discussing them, you can use the word standardization only in connection with no such thing. But in the name of brevity, I'll just say we can focus on 2 types: the arquebus and musket. So blah, blah, blah. So it goes down. The arquebus weighing in around 5 kilos with a barrel about 1 meter long, typically firing a 15-gram lead ball of about .66 caliber. Musket was essentially much larger.
But an arquebus, those were .66 caliber. So that's
what it says.
So that's bigger than a 50 caliber, right?
Correct. It'd be .66. So it's a 66 caliber.
And they were mounted. They were mounted on like these big bipod, stand-up bipods things that they would be mounted on in the battle. So,
I don't know, because I mean they're smaller than the musket. Because that's the whole next thing is musket was essentially a much larger arquebus. And then it goes on. Muskets had barrels of about 1.5 meters long and weighed about 8 to 12 kilos. So you had 5 kilos for the arquebus, 8 to 12 for the musket. Because of the weight, the musketeer had to use a forked rest to support the barrel when firing. This larger gun had a 1-inch bore. So
yeah, but the arquebuses were the ones at the battle of Granola or whatever.
Yeah, so .66.
Okay, now so that brings us back to the original point, the .66 caliber arquebus. In Britain, you can only buy those AR, the 22 caliber rimfire ARs. So, and that was the whole point. If you had a civilians with 22 calibers, could they fend off?
If you tie 3 of them together.
well, when the Spanish, what year did the Spanish fleet founder in the Channel when they tried to King Philip sent them, and to try and take over England. What year was it? Shit, what year was that? Because I'm trying to compare that to the year of when that battle happened. Because I know that that basically it was 3,000 English forces. If the Spanish had landed, they had a 10,000 man army, but they didn't make it because their navy foundered in the Channel. So, okay, so looks like they're playing. It looks like a John Wayne movie is on. What's Red River? Yeah, that's on. Okay, so moving along, how can I keep all this stuff open and write a letter about it? Okay. So now we have to search for what was the name of the battle where the naval battle in the English Channel?
I don't know.
Oh, naval battle, England. Let's see. Naval battles. All right. Fuck, wrong link. I just saw it right there. Ten of the greatest British naval battles. So, like France, 1350, Clermont Bay, France. Trafalgar, 1805. Spanish Armada was 1588. And all right, so 1588, and the Battle of Grenoble or whatever was like 1530 or something. Let me go look again. Jesus fucking Christ! I have so many.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to keep track, but it's what, like, freaking, I don't know. What is it? Oh, yeah, it's almost 4 in the morning.
It's only 9:45 in Hawaii. Just.
Well, it's 3:46 in Michigan.
Yeah, well, you should be awake already.
Well, I am awake, obviously. I'm just not good with numbers at this hour.
Okay, Cyrano, that was in oh shit, I clicked on the town instead of the battle. Let me close this window. Battle 1503. So, and that was Trafalgar. Was that Trafalgar? No, that's a different Spanish Armada. Yeah, that was in 1588. Trafalgar was in 1805. So Spanish Armada, 1588. Elizabeth formed Spain's king Philip II launched 130 ships bearing 18,970 soldiers to restore England's throne to the Catholicism. Sailing from Lisbon to rendezvous with the Duke of Parma, 17,000 men in France. So they were going to invade with fucking 18,973 Spanish soldiers and 17,000 French soldiers. One sided, the Armada was harassed by English seamen, including Sir Francis Drake, who had been fighting as a pirate before. The English sent in their fire ships and drove the Armada out into North Sea, having to sail home in unfamiliar northern seas. Up to 35 ships were wrecked. England stayed safe and Protestant. So the question is, could England today, if those troops had landed, 18,000 or 19,000 Spanish and 17,000 French soldiers with cavalry and steel armor, could they have been fought off by the local population armed only with 22 rimfires? Because in 1503 they needed 66 caliber to defeat
Right.
them.
But probably going a lot slower.
Yeah, but okay.
You know, black powder doesn't have as much pressure as the smokeless powder we use now. Maybe the question is to research the armor and see, like, how thick it was, and you know, if it's just like regular steel.
So the question, if we were using modern heat-treated armor today, you know, and then it would just.
Well, that's an easy question. You're fucked.
You'd bounce off. It's useless. And even if they only had swords and
soft armor, a 22 wouldn't help you, right?
Yeah.
22 can't go through a regular like vest.
So basically, if you want to invade England, just bring a shirt and a horse and a lance, and you won't have any problems. Because they don't have an aircraft carrier anymore.
Well, then I guess our Navy wins.
Well, no, but this is a whole question of if the citizens aren't allowed to have anything bigger than a 22, you know, and you don't even have an aircraft carrier to keep the Navy to keep the enemy soldiers from landing in the UK, how are you going to? Or they just immigrate in. If all they need is horses and lances and some soft armor, could you stop them even if they didn't have any guns? I mean, cavalry could run down the entire British population at this point.
Well, I guess if I can play devil's advocate for a second, if I'm British lawmakers, I would say, well, yeah, but we have a military. We don't need our civilians to fight.
They don't have much of a military anymore. It's getting smaller and smaller and smaller. Their military is getting super small, and they don't have an active aircraft carrier now. They're building one, but it's not deployed, and as they've been building it for a long time, and they have cost overruns. And
Well, I'm not disputing that. I'm giving you their mentality. It's the same thing when you ask an anti-gunner, what are you going to do if someone breaks into your house? I'd call the cops. Okay, that's great. They're going to show up in 2 seconds? But see, they don't think that far enough through. In their mind, they already have a solution. Well, we just call the cops. That's why they have them. We don't need guns.
Actually, what I got was I have a crossbow, you know.
Yeah, crossbows are pretty cool.
You know, but if you have a very expensive crossbow, then chances are if you drop it and the string breaks, then you're fucked. Same with like those, you know, $2,000 bows. If you drop it and the spring, then you have to go to some place that can restring it. You can't just restring it yourself. You know, you have to have an inexpensive restringable kind of a weapon that's not super high powered. Just so if the damn string breaks, you can, you know, fix it yourself. You know, those $2,000 super, you know, cam systems, you drop it and they're useless. So, you know, that's the whole thing. If the shit hits the fan, you know, and all you've got is a crossbow, and if you get all the certificates you need, and they allow you to own a 22 rifle. And I mean, you know, you think the military is going to save Britain if they're invaded? I mean, I don't know. Certainly, the civilian population can't defend themselves.
Well, I agree with that.
And in America, the civilian population would be the biggest problem for any invading army, because there's so many. How many guns are there in America?
Between 250 to 300 million.
Right, and that's we almost have one gun for each person almost, except only certain people have them.
Right. But in an invasion, those people could arm their neighbors if they had to.
Yeah, and it's like the military would be almost the least of the problems of an invading army. It would be the civilian population. It's just that it wouldn't be organized. It would just be, it wouldn't be as organized.
Wolverines.
No, but if they said, "Hey, there's a big force that's coming to, there's a landing crafter coming down to the beach," everybody would show up with their guns. Oh, cool! Let's go shoot it up. Bring your guns, and then it would good luck landing, that way.
Right. Well, hey, man, I'm protecting this country from Canada.
Yeah, we don't need Biker Bob.
If I see a tank rolling down the city street of Detroit, I'll take them out.
Oh, wait, you live in Detroit, right?
Yeah. Well, outside of it, but yeah. Although I'm not even sure they'd get through Detroit. We have enough gangbangers.
Wait, what was this cell sword you linked? Cell swords, mercenaries. They shot at skies.
It was a kind of interesting article. That's where I found the description between a musket and a Albuquerque or whatever the fuck it was called.
All right, well, I'll bookmark that since you found it and add it to my list of too many bookmarks.
Yeah. Well, it was kind of interesting because the whole article is basically talking about early firearm accuracy, and if it was the fault of smoothbore guns being inaccurate, or the soldiers themselves, not being trained well or whatever. So it was irrelevant to your original question, but
I needed the caliber because.
Right. Well, and that's where I found that was the introduction to that article.
It was relevant. I mean, and basically they're saying 22 would be completely useless at long range against steel armor. At the time it was it'd be at close range it would be effective, but if you don't want to be at close range against people charging at you with horses and lances, so. And hope that your 22 can somehow pierce the steel. But I just, like if the Russian and Chinese gave the Vietnamese just 22s instead of AKs, would they have bothered to go out and fight the Americans? I mean, they had a lot. They had French stuff from the previous wars, but I just can't see the population. If all I had was a 22, I can't imagine fighting with just a 22. I mean, I don't own a 22, so I don't know if I'm just prejudiced against 22s, but I've never wanted to own a 22. I couldn't imagine fighting with a 22. I mean, I know it's theoretically possible, but...
Right. It is better than absolutely nothing, but it's not much better than absolutely nothing. Especially if you're talking about fighting a war. It's one thing for self-defense. I mean, hell, half the time, or more than half the time, you never even pull the trigger. So from that point of view, it works better than nothing. But
yeah, but it's when I said when I had that whole discussion and the guy from the UK did his response. He put up this gun website. Oh, look at all these AR style weapons, but they were all 22. They couldn't have anything bigger than a 22.
Yeah, they don't have center fire, basically.
And they don't have semi-automatic pistols, So, or I think revolvers either. So,
Right. Well, it sounds like he's not really that much of a gun guy, because I watched that video just because it was like a response to you.
Yeah.
And so he was like, yeah, I don't know, what do we have? Let's find out. Like, so he didn't know right off the top of his head.
Yeah, he seemed to be missing a lot of gun knowledge there.
That and his tinfoil hat stuff got me going a little bit.
Oh yeah, he does these dark web shows every week too about researching the dark web and all the stuff that's on there. Like those baggy trousers on those arquebusers.
Did they invent Jinkos?
They look like rappers almost with those baggy trousers.
Stop. Hammer time. Whoa, 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 do, do, do.
It's all right. Well, I think the 66 caliber thing will help. So I'm just gonna leave like all these. I must have like 40 different pages up in between Blackstone, Drake case in DC, and Salon and
Well, welcome to research. I mean, that's how you do it.
And the court of or the Northampton statute of Northampton. So now I have to figure out the part. I mean, okay, first this is on page 25 of 41. And who filed this? Yeah, this is the Brady Center.
Oh, goody.
Well, I just want to see the crap that they cite. For this letter, but I do want to write some kind of response letter, and and I'll try and have some of it written up by Monday, and then go through some more research. Anyway, I think I'm just gonna go lie down and watch Red River and fall asleep or something. What time is it here? It's 10 o'clock in Hawaii, and you probably want to go to sleep anyway, right?
Yeah, whatever.
All right.
But
yeah,
that's cool, man. Have a good one.
All right. Yeah, I think I got like just how many? Just before you go, I'm gonna count the web pages. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, wait a minute. Vote one more time on the Springfield. That's always up. They're giving away an M1, I think, early yesterday anyway. Wait, see if it says who won yet. Winners. It doesn't say yet. It doesn't say who won on the 12th. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I'm not counting the Google Hangout page. 12, 13, 14, 15. Well, I'm not going to count that. I'm going to 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. So, yeah, 21 pages, not counting the Hangout page. 21 web pages, not research.
That's a lot of research.
Yeah, I'll try and make sense of it in the morning. All right. Good night. Thanks for helping me get through all this shit and try and figure out what to say.
Oh, yeah, no problem, man. It was interesting. I learned something I didn't know before.
Yeah, 66 caliber arquebusers with baggy trousers.
Yeah. Exactly.
All right. Talk to you later.
Yep. See you, man. Man, there's like nobody online.